The Wolves of the North, by Harry Sidebottom, narrated by Nick Bolton.
Prologue. Panticapaeum, the Kingdom of the Bosporus, Spring, AD 263. This god Death takes many shapes, and puts at our disposal an infinite number of roads that lead to him. Lucian, Toxaris, or Friendship, 38. The killer stood in the empty courtyard, sniffing the air, listening. The smell of charcoal, the distant sounds of metalworking. There was nothing untoward. The house, like all in the row, was long abandoned, yet it had been worth checking. Derelict buildings attracted drunks, vagrants, and, a grimace crossed the killer's face, lovers with no place else to go. The sun was shifting down towards the great west gate, towards the double walls and ditch which repeatedly had failed to protect the city of Panticapaeum. In the opposite direction was the Acropolis. There the thin spring sunshine caught the pharos that no one dared light, for fear of the ships it might draw, and the temple of Apollo Iatros, the home the archer-god had proved unwilling to defend. In front of these symbols of a threatened Hellenism spread the fire-blackened, much-repaired palace of the king of the Bosporus. Rescuporis V, lover of Caesar, lover of Rome, styled himself Great King, King of Kings, and much else. The surrounding barbarian nomads knew him as the Beggar King. The killer felt nothing but pleasure in the evidence that evil men brought evil on their own heads. It would be easy now just to walk away, but night would soon fall. If the necessary actions were not taken, the killer knew only too well what the dark could bring. The self-appointed hound of the gods, the scourge of evil, walked back into the house. The corpse lay on its back, naked in the rectangle of light shaped by the door. The killer went to a leather bag and drew out a piece of string, a scalpel, a knife with a serrated blade, and a big cleaver like those used in the meat markets. Hard experience had taught these terrible things were necessary. The killer laid out the instruments in a neat line by the corpse and considered them. Better to do the delicate work first. The other way around, and muscle fatigue might cause a nasty slip. There was no point in delaying. The horrible things had to be done. Even in this run-down area of the town, delay might bring discovery. Taking up the scalpel and kneeling over the body, the killer made an incision the length of the left eyelid. The honed steel cut easily. Blood and fluid seeped. The killer pushed the thumb of the hand not holding the blade into the wound, worked it around and down, and drew out the eyeball. It came free with a sucking sound. When the orb was well out of its socket, a neat stroke of the scalpel severed the optic nerve. Although there was a reasonable length of the bloody cord, it proved difficult to tie the string around the slippery, repulsive object. The hound of the gods did not pause, but got straight on with the other eye. Night was approaching, and there was much to be done. The killer removed both eyes and secured them to the string, then exchanged the thin scalpel for the more robust knife with the serrations. The latter were a help. A human tongue was remarkably tough, and there was so much gristle to saw through with the nose, ears, and penis. The heavy cleaver came into its own with the butchery of the hands and feet. It was done. The extremities removed, tied to the string, packed under the armpits. The killer was tired, daubed in gore. Just one last thing. On hands and knees, head right down, the hound of the gods licked up some of the blood from the corpse and spat it out. 3 times, the iron taste of blood, disgusting in the mouth, and 3 times the retching expectoration.
Barbaric! Gods below, how could anyone do such things?
Kedospios, the aeronarch of Panticapaeum, did not reply to the new recruit. Instead, he looked around the big desolate room. Shards of amphorae, some recently smashed, lay about. In a corner, an indeterminate pile of sacking and wood was mantled in dust. There was an old mattress in the opposite corner, unpleasantly stained. No other furniture, no graffiti, no clothes, implements, or weapons. There was nothing of note except the horror lying on its back near the middle of the floor. The magistrate turned his attention to the corpse. Not barbaric at all. In some ways, fitting. The young man of the watch accepted the correction without demur. Kedospios crouched down by the body. At least the weather was still cold, and there were not many flies. He took one of the hideously truncated legs in both hands and pulled, manipulating it this way and that. He did the same to an arm. Seemingly satisfied, he lifted the head a little and withdrew the string from underneath. It was stiff with dried blood. Deftly he unpacked the body parts from under the armpits. They were similarly bloodied, but slimy beneath the dark crust. Stepping back, he ordered the 2 public slaves to wash the corpse. As the Libetinarii got busy, Kedospios sluiced one of the severed hands with water and carefully examined it. He had been appointed Aeronach just the previous year. He was young and only dissimulated his ambition when he thought it served. Since childhood, learning his letters with the Iliad, the example of Achilles had always been with him. Strive ever to be the best. The Libetinarii stood back. The reek of mud and blood was strong in the room now. Kedospios gave the detached hand to the recruit and got back down over the corpse. His boots squelched in the newly formed sludge. No matter, only a fool would go to the scene of a murder in anything other than old clothes. Kedospios scanned the body from the cut ankles upwards. He found nothing of interest on the limbs or torso. The man had been clean-shaven. Kedospios tipped back the chin and studied the purple groove running around the neck. Then he prized the jaw open and inserted his fingers into the bloody ruin of a mouth, delicately feeling about. Standing again, he told the Libetinarii to turn the body over and wash the back. "Who founded this city?" Thrown by the unexpected question, the recruit was a moment answering.
"The Milesians."
"No, before that, in the Age of Heroes."
"Medea's brother Absyrtos. He was given the land by the Scythian king Agaetes," the boy said with a certain civic pride.
Kedospios nodded and crouched low. He peered at some small purple blotches on the back of the corpse, wondering at their meaning. Then his fingers traced several rows of tiny indentations. Close inspection revealed they were linked by faint white lines. The aeronaut got up and wiped his hands on his already stained Sarmatian trousers. "When Medea and Jason had stolen the golden fleece, her father sent Absyrtos after them. When her brother caught them, they murdered him and dismembered his body. It is in the epic Argonautica by Apollonius of Rhodes, although I do not remember anything about the tongue or penis."
"Why?"
"To stop the demon pursuing them. How can a spirit follow with no feet, or hold a blade with no hands?"
"No, Kyrios. Why in real life?"
"Is there a difference? Rich Eupatrid families forge an ancestry going back to Agamemnon or Ajax. Perhaps the Romans are right. We Hellenes live too much in the past. Reading too many books can be dangerous."
"He was strangled?"
The recruit politely phrased it as a question. "With a ligature. He was a slave."
"The rough, calloused hands?"
Kedospios smiled. The boy was keen. "Not really. Many free men have the like, farmers, stevedores. No, it is the scars of old beatings on the back. And the teeth."
"The teeth, Kyrios?"
"Slave bread is made with the sweepings. It is full of husks, grit, wears the teeth down." Kedospios recognized hubris as a vice, in himself as in others, but at times the paradigm of Achilles overcame his avoidance of the pride that found expression in the belittling of others.
"As you say, Kyrios."
"How many slaves have been reported missing or run in the last couple of days?"
4. A girl, a child, and 2 adult males.
"Who owned the men?"
"One was the property of Demosthenes, son of Sauromates, the metalworker."
"An occupation that leaves marks on the hands."
"The other belonged to the envoy Marcus Claudius Ballista. Shall I send a messenger to tell him?"
"Too late," said Kedospios. "His mission sailed this morning." The young man of the watch averted evil, thumb between index and middle finger.
"The gods willing, the murderer did not sail with them. Even being under the same roof as a murderer pollutes, and everyone knows a ship on which one sails comes to grief."
Kedospios laughed out loud. not to mention being confined in dangerous proximity to a man who enjoys killing and has a taste for mutilation. Part 1. The Country of Strange Peoples. Lake Maeotis and the Tanais River, spring AD 263. He shall pass into the country of strange peoples. He shall try good and evil in all things. William of Rubrooke, Preface 2, misquoting Ecclesiasticus 39:5. 1. I did not think Polybius would run, Ballista said. The tall northerner spoke in Greek. He turned to look at the other 4 men. They were leaning against the stern rail of the big Roman warship. Wrapped in dark cloaks, bulky with covered weapons, the spindrift whipping around them, they looked like gloomy harbingers of some as-yet unspecified violence. A blustery spring wind from the southwest was pushing a following sea under the ship, driving it on. The waters of Lake Maeotis rolled away, very green. A small Bosporan galley bobbed in their wake. "He never lacked courage," Maximus replied in the same language. Against the pain of the hangover from the previous night in Panticapaeum, the Hibernian bodyguard had screwed his eyes almost shut. Coupled with the scar where the end of his nose should have been, it gave him an extremely off-putting demeanour. "Certain you could not fault him last year when the Goths came to Miletus and Didyma, and he did not disgrace himself in the Caucasus. After all that, a trip to ransom a few hostages from the Heruli should hold few fears." The little officer Castricius pushed his hood back from his thin, pointed face. "Going out on the sea of grass among the nomads might give any man pause. Like all Scythians, the Heruli are not as other men. Despite all their raids into the empire, there may be no one alive to ransom. Some say they sacrifice their prisoners, dress in their skins, use their skulls as drinking cups. Going among the Heruli should give any man pause for thought, even a man such as me, protected by a good demon." "They say they fuck donkeys too," Maximus said.
"And they say the kings of your island fuck horses," Hippothus responded.
The Greek secretary's shaved head shone in the thin sunshine.
"All nonsense. People place any strange thing they wish at the ends of the world."
"Well," Maximus looked vaguely embarrassed.
"A serious man of culture," Hippothus talked over him, "one who really belongs among the Pepaidumenoi, should welcome the prospect of travelling among the nomads. Do not forget that one of the 7 sages, Anacharsis, was actually a Scythian."
"I thought he left the tent-dwellers to live in Athens," Ballista said. Maximus grinned. Hippothus took no notice of either.
"To a student of physiognomy such as myself, it presents both a challenge and an opportunity. Herodotus tells of many fascinating peoples out there. The Budinians all have piercing grey eyes and bright red hair. Then there are the Argipei, bald from birth, men and women alike, with snub noses and large chins. For a physiognomist to see the soul behind such strange faces, that would be a triumph. But most extraordinary of all are the Heruli."
"Did you not just say people believe any nonsense about the ends of the earth?" Castricius interrupted. "Herodotus also tells of men with goat feet, whole tribes of the one-eyed, and others who turn into wolves for a few days each year."
Hippothus smiled urbanely. "You know your literature, Legate. Men misjudge you when they describe you as an ill-educated soldier jumped up from the ranks. You have transcended your origins."
Castricius's thin lips were pressed tight in his small mouth.
"Of course," the Greek continued, "most such things may be travellers' tales and myths. Herodotus claimed only to report what others told him. He did not vouchsafe the truth of it. Yet it is universally acknowledged that he was correct to state that climate and style of life shape the character of a people. The sea of grass does not change, so neither do the nomads."
The 5th man, who had neither spoken nor seemed to have been listening, turned inboard from the sea. He was a strikingly ugly older man, sparse tufts of hair on his great domed skull, a thin, peevish mouth. "If Polybius discovered the real reason we have been sent, he had reason to run."
At Calgacus's words, the others fell silent. Instinctively, they looked down the length of the warship. There was little privacy to be had on a trireme, especially one burdened with an extra 35 passengers on deck. The triarch and the helmsman were some paces away. The commander was talking earnestly to the latter.
No one else was particularly near. If the men at the stern kept their voices down, they were unlikely to be overheard. "Apart from us and the two eunuchs, no one knows," Ballista said. Kalgakis snorted with derision. "Shite," he muttered, perfectly audibly. Ballista sighed. Since his childhood among the Angles of northern Germania, Kalgakis had always been there. When Ballista had been taken as a hostage into the Roman Imperium, Kalgakis had accompanied him. First as a slave, then, after manumission, the old Caledonian had looked after him, always complaining, always there. Tolerant patroness that he was, Ballista would allow such latitude only to one other of his freedmen. That man spoke next. "The old bastard is right," Maximus said. "The whole boat knows. Eunuchs are like women. They love to gossip." "Emperors are fools to trust their sort," Castricius put in. "Neither one thing nor the other. They are unnatural, monstrous, like crows. It is an ill omen just to meet one, let alone travel to the ends of the earth with a couple." "Neither doves nor ravens," Maximus agreed. "Eunuchs or not," Kalgakis said, "whether there are any hostages to ransom or not, you have fuck all hope of succeeding in the real mission. You'll never persuade the Heruli to turn on their Gothic allies. They will take the Emperor's gold, little enough as it is, then slit our throats, turn our hides into cloaks, bow cases or some such shite, and no one in our great Emperor Gallienus's concilium will give a fuck." "Not necessarily," Ballista said. "Felix and Rutilius will have a worse time in the north trying to get the Grithungi to attack their fellow Gothic tribes, and Sabinillus and Zeno not much better in the west, getting the Carpi, Taifali, and Gepidae to fight any of the Goths." "Good," said Kalgakis. "We can take comfort in them being as doomed as us. A whole range of men in imperial disfavour will have died serving the res publica. Of course, the donkey-fucking Heruli may not get the chance to kill us. We have to survive the Maote and the Urundi Goths before we reach them." Suitably chastened, the 5 men relapsed into silence. Ballista judged that Kalgakis might well be right, but there was no point in admitting it. Of all the daunting imperial mandata Ballista had received from Gallienus and his predecessors, these orders gave him the worst feeling. The breeze was freshening, cresting the thick green waves. The little Bosporan Liburnian forged ahead, its double banks of oars flashing, spray flying. It turned to the southeast. The trireme followed, angling across the sea towards the low, dark land. Ballista looked out at the unprepossessing sight, dark thoughts in his head. The triarch, a short, stubby centurion with a beard, walked to the stern. "Almost there, Domini." He spoke in Latin to Ballista and Castricius, as the envoy and his deputy. "We will make Azara in a couple of hours," he smiled. "I'll give you joy of it. Apparently the locals call the place Kopyon, Mosquito Town." When the ship slipped into one of the many channels of the lesser Rhombites River, Hippothus was struck by the stillness. The wind was gone. Reeds and sedge pressed in on both sides. The water was black and heavy, glossy in the lowering sun. The creak and splash of the oars, the clicking and chattering of insects and birds, both seemed thin and insubstantial against the oppressive quiet of the delta. The trireme rode in the glassy trail of the Liburnian, until both were manoeuvred to rest stern on against a dilapidated jetty at the foot of a low, overgrown rise. The Maote were waiting for them in arms. The isolated wooden lookouts they had passed jutting up out of the water obviously gave notice of the arrival of men, as well as shoals of fish. These tribesmen belonged to a tribe of the Maote called the Tarpates, fishermen on the coast, farmers inland, said to be brigands in both elements. There were 100 or so of them, dirty, poorly armed, but obviously dangerous in their barbarian irrationality. The marines on the trireme and the auxiliary soldiers escorting the embassy held themselves very still, weapons to hand. All told, there were about 40 Roman fighting men. The sun was going down, but it was warmer away from the open sea. Hippothus slapped at the insects settling on him, and watched the Bosporan ship run out its boarding ladder and the Navarchos disembark. The grandly titled commander of the fleets of the great king of the Bosporus talked for some time with the tribesmen. There was an amount of gesticulating. The armed men on the Roman vessel grew bored, put up their weapons, leant on their shields and the gunwales, talked under their breath. Hippothous did not relax. He had not survived a lifetime of violence as bandit, Cilician chief, and for the last few years excensus to ballista, only by luck. The post of secretary usually did not involve much violence, but in the familia of ballista it was almost the norm. Finally, the talking ended. Some tribesmen trotted off into the trees which grew up the hill. The Navakos waved for those on the trireme to come ashore. The herald the imperial authorities had attached to the envoys at Panticapaeum went first down the gangplank. At the bottom, the praeco called out in a stentorian voice in Latin, "The legatus extraordinem Sithica Marcus Clodius Ballista, vir perfectissimus, and his deputy, Gaius Aurelius Castricius, vir perfectissimus." Both men had held high prefectures, which had ranked them each as vir eminentissimus. Hippothous noted they had been demoted. The praeco had not done that on his own initiative, but Castricius had been prefect of cavalry under two pretenders, one of them, briefly, Ballista himself, and it was not Roman practice to send men of the highest ranks as diplomatic envoys to the barbarians, especially not on missions from which they may well not return. When the envoys had clattered down to the shore with their entourage and 11-man escort, an individual slightly less grubby than the majority stepped out of the horde of Tarpates. "Pericles, son of Alcibiades," he announced himself in heavily accented Greek. "Come, I take you to the palace of the king." Hippothous did not let himself smile. Led by Ballista, they followed the barbarian with the ludicrously Hellenic name and patronymic up the path. It was dark under the beech trees, the path narrow. An ideal place for an ambush, Hippothous thought. Surreptitiously, he loosened his sword in its scabbard. When they emerged from the tree line, it was not yet full dark. A sward ran uphill. It was crowned with a rough palisade, pierced by a gate with a rustic-looking tower. "The palace of the king," Hippothous said. "Golden Mycenae itself, the strong-founded citadel," Castricius replied. The two men smiled, momentarily united in contempt for this place, if in nothing else except their propensity to violence. "You can quote Homer." Hippothous managed to sound surprised. "When I was in Albania last year, it was a bad time. There were few people to talk to, nothing else to read. I have developed a liking for epic poetry," Castricius ended defiantly. The hall of the King of the Tarpates was wooden and thatched. Inside it was dark, lit by smoking torches. There was a distinct smell of close humanity and smoked fish. The monarch of all he surveyed sat on a crude wooden imitation of a Roman magistrate's ivory throne. The imperial bureaucracy had provided the envoys with an interpreter from the Bosporus. It was claimed he could speak 8 barbarian languages. His expertise proved unnecessary here. The king spoke Greek, the language of diplomacy throughout the East, if in an uncouth way. He and Ballista exchanged what passed for pleasantries. After a less than dignified interval, the king asked for a present. Expecting it, Ballista handed him a spatha with an inlaid hilt and fine sword belt. The king examined the gift with ill-concealed avarice. Seeming satisfied, he called for a feast. Hippothous was placed some way down the hall, with Tarpates on either side. The one on his left launched into an extended discourse on fishing in execrable Greek. There was no better place in the world for fish than Lake Maeotis. Bream, anchovy by the tens of thousands. Given the name of the Rhombites, they were turbot, of course, and the finest of all, sturgeon. And it was here that the Tanais spawned in the spring. Their migration was interesting. Despite it all, Hippothous was not unhappy. The last 8 months had been hard. Last September, the Familia had left the Caucasus in a hurry. They had travelled hard down from the mountains to Phasis on the Euxine. There they had chartered a ship to take them to the kingdom of the Bosporus. As it was late in the season, the owner had charged an outrageous sum of money. Wintering at Panticapaeum had not been a pleasure. The sights of the town were soon exhausted. The sword with which long ago the Celtic bodyguard had dispatched Mithridates the Great, the famous bronze jar split by the cold, the decrepit palace of the kings, echoing of its past glories, the fire-scorched temple of Apollo on the Acropolis, the equally run-down temples of Demeter, Dionysus, and Cybele. There had been nothing that passed for an intellectual life in that degenerate outpost of Hellenism, a polis where the citizens dressed like Sarmatian tribesmen, and as often as not, answered to barbaric names. Come midwinter, Hippothus had never seen snow like it. A wall of cloud had come down from the northwest. The air had been clogged with big flakes like feathers. It had lasted for days, settled everywhere, drifting deep enough to smother a dog or a child. When the snow stopped, it got colder, the sky a clear, unearthly yellow, all frighteningly still. Then the sea froze, at first just by the shore, but soon it stretched as far as the eye could see, a vast white plain with here and there jumbles of blocks forced up by the pressure. In February, Hippothus had joined Ballista, driving in a carriage across the straits to Phanagoria, the town on the Asian side. Well wrapped, they had watched men dig out fish trapped in the ice. They used a special pronged instrument, like a trident. All their winters had to be as bad. Some of the sturgeon they hauled out had been nearly the size of dolphins. Being quartered in one of the few houses that still had a working hypocaust had been a saviour. Without the hot air circulating under the floor, Hippothus was convinced he would have died of cold.
After streaming through the Bosporus, the great shoals follow the sun around the Euxine. By Trapezus, they have enough size to be just worth catching.
Hippothus knew they did not have to be here. The ancients had vastly overestimated the size of Meotis. They could have sailed from Panticapaeum to the mouth of the Tanais in a long day, especially with the wind set from the southeast. But in Panticapaeum, both the king and his Navarchos had insisted, almost pleaded, they break their journey twice. First here with the Tarpates, and then with the Psessoi. Long ago, the kings of the Bosporus had ruled these tribes of Meoti with a secure grasp, their control guaranteed by the might of Rome. Now, Rescoporus V, descendant of Heracles of the line of Poseidon through his son Eumolpos, hoped the rare sight of a single imperial trireme and a handful of regular soldiers in company with one of his very few remaining little Liburnians might give his claims to local hegemony just a mite of credibility. In Alexandria, Hippothus had once heard a philosopher from the museum lecturing on power and force. His argument was that they were distinct. Force consumed itself with the deployment of armed men. On the other hand, power was the result of the complex, possibly intangible calculations the subordinate made concerning the consequences of disobeying instructions. As such, power might last forever. Sat in this fish-reeking hall, Hippothus knew the philosopher was wrong. With the legions tasting defeat at barbarian hands, the Emperor Decius cut down by the Goths, Valerian a prisoner of the Persians, or trapped in endless civil wars, Rome's power was wearing threadbare, the edges of its imperium fraying loose.
Now, when they passed by Sinope, they're altogether riper for catching and salting.
Hippothus liked fish as much as the next man. The black, salty fish roe he was spooning on his bread, he did not think it had a Greek name, might be poor man's food, but it was good. However, this verbal tracking of tunny from watery cradle to grave was becoming intolerable. He looked around for a distraction. Practicing the science of physiognomy did more than assuage boredom. If you got it right, it told you the true nature of those around you, gave you access to their souls. Ultimately, it allowed you to guard against the vices of the bad before you had to experience them. Hippothus let his gaze slide over the body servant Calgacus and the bodyguard Maximus, one too ugly, the other too scarred for clear results. Maybe one day he would try to analyze them. The locals were too encased in filth. He suppressed a shudder at the sight of the two eunuchs. He settled on Castricius. Hippothus had studied the little officer before, but then his perceptions had been blunted by a raging hangover. Confronted by a grave issue, the Persians discussed it once sober, a second time drunk. Hippothus would revisit the soul of Castricius. The little officer was seated opposite. He was talking to a young Tarpates warrior, who would have been attractive if he had not been so disgustingly dirty. Their conversation was animated. Hippothus could observe Castricius with little fear of detection. He no longer cared if his voluble and fish-obsessed neighbour thought him rude. Hippothus stared at Castricius, emptied his mind, let his training take over. There were good aspects to the man. His protruding lower lip pointed to tenderness and a love of well-being. but the bad far outweighed the good. There was his sharp little nose, thin at the tip. It indicated a great anger. Then there was the short, angular chin, a sure sign of boldness, badness, and killing, even entering into evil. Castricius had unexpectedly beautiful eyes. Nothing redeeming about that. Eyes were the gateway to the soul, and beautiful eyes concealed what was there, gave proof of treachery. All the evidence scientifically weighed, Hippothus was as convinced as before that Castricius was a bad man, a bad and very dangerous man. A burst of loud, unseemly laughter from the head of the hall. It was the king. He was leaning across, roaring at Ballista, patting his leg. The king was drunk. Hippothus considered it unlikely Ballista was having a better time than himself. The big northerner's face was set in an inscrutable mask of polite attention. In the 3 years he had served Ballista, despite repeated study, Hippothus had yet to reach a definitive conclusion. All the signs had to be considered, and they led to different, mutually incompatible results. The Hellenized barbarian was a complicated subject. His eyes were heavy-lidded, sloping towards the corners. The master physiognomist Polemon judged that this revealed a man contemplating evil. Yet the eyes were dark blue, almost bluish-black, and they shone, sometimes like the rays of the sun. Such belonged to a man of compassion and caution. The latter may be going as far as cowardice and fear. The king was still laughing. Hippothus watched Ballista sigh and look down at his food. Certainly the big man had reason for melancholy. Ripped from his original home in Germania, he was now also banished from Rome and from Sicily, from his wife and sons, for whom he showed a striking tenderness. Anyone could see this mission was a dangerous fool's errand, the sort landed on the very expendable. And there was the curse. The previous year in the Caucasus, Ballista had taken as a lover a princess of the royal house of Suania, a priestess of the bitch goddess Hecate. It had not ended well. As they left, Pythonissa, a modern Medea, had called up from the underworld the most terrible curse on Ballista. Kill his wife, kill his sons, kill all his family, all those he loves, but do not kill him. Let him live, in poverty, in impotence, loneliness and fear. Let him wander the face of the earth, through strange towns, among strange peoples, always in exile, homeless and hated. Hippothus thought Ballista might well cast his eyes down and sigh. 2. The trireme had rounded Pateru Point some hours before. They were now not far out from Tanais. The 2 tribes of the Maote, the Tarpates and the Psessoi, they had been forced to visit, were behind them, safely negotiated. It had taken 3 days. Now the Gothic people of the Urundi lay ahead, and beyond them the endless expanse of grasslands, and the Heruli. The wind had dropped to a dead calm. The 170 rowers were earning their stipendium as they drove the vessel through the thick, oddly opaque water. The triple banks of oars rose and fell like the wings of some labouring waterfowl, never destined to fly. As the blades came free, they were festooned with all manner of weeds. Ballista inhaled the comfortingly familiar smells of a war galley, the sun-warmed wood and pitch of the decking and hull, the mutton fat and leather of the oar sleeves, the stale sweat and urine of the crew. He was seated in a chair behind the helmsman, towards the stern. He would have been as happy to sit on the planking, but the majesty of Rome demanded a certain dignitas. Likewise, her never-to-be-denied majestas insisted her envoy be accompanied by a suitably dignified entourage. Ballista looked down the long deck at them. There was his deputy Castricius. There was his familiar, Maximus, Calgacus, and Hippothus, and the Suanian Tarchon who had attached himself to them the previous year in the Caucasus. There also were his young slave, Wulfstan, and the 2 slaves owned by Castricius and Hippothus. Apart from the familiar, there was his escort sent up from Byzantium, Hordionius the centurion, and his 10 men seconded from Cohors 1 Silicium Miliaria Equitata Sagittariorum by the governor of Moesia Inferior. And then there was the official staff, the eunuch freedmen Masturbates and Amantius, the interpreter Biomassos, the herald Regulus, 2 scribes, 2 messengers, and Porsenna the haruspex to read the omens. 6 more slaves, variously owned, brought the number of souls to 35. Ballista looked with particular disfavour at the group of officials around the eunuchs. At least 2 of these functionaries were bound to be frumentarii, imperial agents tasked with spying on him, unless, of course, 1 or more of the frumentarii were hidden among the auxiliary soldiers. In an age of iron and rust, Roman emperors trusted no one. Once, long ago, when they were young, Ballista and Gallienus had been held together at the imperial court as hostages for the good behaviour of their fathers. One father had been an important Roman senatorial governor, the other a barbarian war leader beyond the frontier. Ballista and Gallienus had become close, friends even, despite their origins. Gallienus had always been unconventional, but the elevation of the latter to the purple had banished such intimacy. Any trust that had survived had been killed when circumstances 2 years earlier had demanded Ballista himself briefly be acclaimed Augustus. That Ballista had set aside the purple in favour of Gallienus within days, and sent any number of letters containing oaths of loyalty since, had done nothing to revive it. Ballista realised he was lucky to be alive. So were all his familia, including his sons and wife. "I am still surprised that Polybius would run." Ballista spoke to no one in particular, more to take his mind off his wife and sons far away in Sicily than desiring an answer.
"No mystery to it at all,"
Hordeonius the centurion said. He rapped his vine staff of office on the deck in an assertive way. Ballista came back to his surroundings. Vaguely aware of Wulfstan nearby in attendance, he had not really noticed the approach of the centurion, Maximus, Calgacus, and Hippothus.
"No point in asking, Dominus,"
Hordeonius said. His abrupt, overtly military style of speaking had almost driven out the last vestiges of a North African accent.
"Slaves are all the same. Unreliable, untrustworthy rubbish. Every one of the whipplings would run if they heard the courage. Worse than soldiers, they have to be kept down by fear. All slaves are the enemy. Only the shadow of the cross keeps them honest."
What Ballista had seen of Hordeonius so far had not endeared him. The centurion was of medium height, broad and physically powerful, with a face that promised little understanding, but limitless brutality. Hordeonius's men saw him as a petty, short-tempered tyrant. He probably saw himself as an old-style centurion. Let them hate as long as they fear.
"Sure you do like a generalization, centurion," said Maximus. "Consider where they come from. Some are born to slavery, others poor, unwanted babies exposed on dung-heaps and raised by heartless slavers for profit. Then there are criminals, condemned to the mines and the like." "It makes no odds. They are all rubbish," Hordeonius snapped. "Slavery makes its mark, and not just whips and brands. It deforms the soul of a man enslaved."
"Are you saying my soul is deformed?" Maximus spoke quietly. Ballista watched Hordeonius's face. He could see the retorts rising up, nearly escaping the cage of his teeth. "I was taken in war. There was a ring of dead at my feet when I was struck from behind." Ballista smiled. It was not how Maximus always told the story of the cattle raid in Hibernia. In more comic versions he was running away, sometimes caught with his trousers down on top of his enemy's wife. "Slavery is nothing but a roll of the dice," Maximus concluded. "Not so, Marcus Clodius Maximus," Hippothus interjected. The Greek launched into a philosophical discourse. "What the world calls slavery and freedom are nothing of the sort, nothing but a legal fiction. True freedom, like true slavery, is in the soul. The soul of a good man can never be enslaved. The cynic Diogenes, in fetters, was a free man. The great king of Persia, sat in pomp on the throne of the house of Sassan, is unfree if he is a slave to his irrational passions, lust, greed, anger." Again Hordeonius was silent. There was no love growing between the North African centurion and the familiar of Ballista. "So, my dear Hibernian," Hippothus continued, "Marcus Clodius Ballista may have given you a papyrus roll, given you his praenomen and nomen, and with them Roman citizenship, but I fear you remain a slave to your bodily lusts, to endless amphorae of wine and cheap women." Maximus laughed. "And you? Are you not a slave to pretty boys? I have heard you howl in the baths at the sight of a nice arse. Given his good looks, Calgacus here has not slept at all since you joined the familia. Always expecting the invasion he is. Did I tell you how in his youth, in the bloom of his beauty, he caused a riot in Athens?
Very dedicated pederasts, the Athenians. As if stirred into action by the mention of his name, the elderly Caledonian spoke. The slave Polybius ran from Panticapaeum because he tired of waiting for his freedom. Calgacus hawked and spat over the side of the ship. Then, in a muttering inflection but at the same volume, he added, Took you fucking long enough to free me and the yappy Hibernian. Ballista became very aware of young Wulfstan at his shoulder, very aware of the tensions in even the happiest familia in a slave-owning society. Company! The voice of the Triarch rang out. Ahead, 6 ships with the distinctive double prows fore and aft of northern longships. They were pulling unhurried towards the trireme. The Goths were coming to them. Not by choice, Calgacus had seen the world. He had been with Ballista in Rome, in Arelate, Nemosus, and the other fine cities of Gallia Narbonensis, sojourned in Asia at Ephesus and Miletus, lived in Antioch, the metropolis of the East. By comparison, Tanais, the most northeastern of all Greek poleis, was a shithole. Calgacus's eyesight was not what it had been. Others had spotted the low town before it swam in his vision out of the vast, swampy delta of the river from which it took its name. First, the trireme pulled past an abandoned suburb. It was long abandoned. Trees grew through the remains of houses. What had been thoroughfares were blocked by mounds of rubbish, overgrown with patches of marsh grass. The effect was of a juvenile deity's rough plan of a mountain range set aside through distraction. The quay was of new, raw-cut timber. The ramshackle buildings behind, the same. The smell of sawn wood mixed with mud, fish, and an undertone of burning. Oddly, a huge hill of ash and debris demarcated the harbour from the town proper. Calgacus's eyes, blurred in the spring sun, took it in as best they could, the mean scale of the place. No more than a couple of thousand inhabitants could huddle within its walls. A complete shithole. As they walked up, Calgacus saw that the stone walls were cracked, leaning here and there, in places fallen altogether. Rubble half filled the defensive ditch. Urundi guards stood, bored, at the fire-scorched gates. They waved them through. Inside was worse. The street up to the agora had been cleared, but the lanes running off it were choked with the debris of collapsed houses. Fire-black beams poked up, mocking man's transient endeavours. Thousands of tiny shards of amphorae crunched like snow underfoot. The town was deserted. The sack had been thorough and recent, no more than a few years. The agora had been scoured clean. Traders had returned. A surprising number of them had set up stalls. They called their wares, oil and wine from the south, hides and slaves, honey and gold from the north. The council house had been repaired. Incongruously, instead of tiles, it had been given a roof of reeds. The Gothic guards at the door told them to wait outside the Bouleuterion. They waited. A gang of slaves, Greeks or Romans, was working to repair the gymnasium next door. They were overseen by an architect, who in turn was watched by a Goth. Ballista stood, feet apart, leaning on the hilt of his scabbarded longsword, head down. Behind him, unconsciously in similar pose, stood Maximus and the Suenian Tarchon. The ruins all around, they looked like penitents of some strange, grim, militant sect. As Calgacus regarded Ballista, he felt a not unfamiliar stab of jealousy. Ballista had been loved from birth. His mother, of course, but also a fierce pride and affection from his father. Isangrim, war leader of the Angles, had other older children by other women. Politics, not desire nor love, dictated a man of his position in Germania would most likely marry more than once, sometimes concurrently. His relations had not been good with all his offspring, especially with his eldest son, Morcar. Ballista, Dernhelm as he was called then, the solemn but affectionate golden-haired child, had been another chance, a chance to make things right. Calgacus had never known his parents. He had been too young when the Angle slavers came. A faint, half-recalled woman's face, a strange tugging at his memory with the smell of a peat fire, that was all he had of a childhood. The Caledonian cuffed the jealousy down like an unruly dog. He had been with Ballista since the boy was little more than a babe in arms. The boy had suffered, too.
It was not Ballista's fault, none of it. He had always done his best, tried to do the right thing, by the world, by Kalgakis. They could not be closer. Once in a while they talked openly, usually the grumbling on one side, the teasing on the other, both masked and expressed their strong affection. Kalgakis loved the man he would always think of as a boy, and knew it was returned. Kalgakis wished he had not made the graceless comment on the boat about freedom. He had been thinking about Rebecca, the Jewish woman, a slave of Ballista's wife in Sicily. Kalgakis had grown close to her. He wanted her freedom, hers and Simon's, the Jewish boy she had been bought to look after. If they returned from the grasslands, he would ask Ballista for her freedom, maybe marry her. Ballista would grant it, would feel guilty he had not offered it. Old as he was, Kalgakis thought it would be good to have a son of his own. He grunted an obscenity. With luck, the child would have her looks. If they returned from the grasslands and the Heruli, the curse lay heavy on Ballista. Let him wander the face of the earth, among strange peoples, always in exile, homeless and hated. Not just on Ballista. Kill his sons, all those he loves. The Suanian Pythonissa was a hot bitch. You could not really blame Ballista for fucking her. But what a choice. A priestess dedicated to Hecate. Kalgakis had no doubt the dark goddess of the underworld would heed her priestess. You could never tell how, but he had no doubt the curse would play out some way or another. The time in the Caucasus the previous year had not been good, and not just because of the curse. For weeks, Kalgakis had been besieged by a force of the nomadic Alani in a tiny stone tower just a few paces across. There had been a few others in that close, evil confinement. Most had endured, the eunuch Masturbates, the young Angle slave Wulfstan among them. But it had done Hippothus no good. By the end, the Greek Excensus's interest in the nonsense he called something like physiognomy had grown to an obsession. Endless drivel about the eyes as the windows of the soul, peering into your face, him watching you unnervingly in odd moments. It had nearly driven Kalgakis mad. After but a few days he would quite happily have killed the man. Hippothus was not the only one the mountains had changed. Little Castricius had been away in Albania. The gods knew what had happened there, but he had returned altered. There had always been something about him, something secretive and dangerous. Some undisclosed crime had condemned him to the mines in his youth. Against the odds, he had survived, somehow in the face of the law joined the legions, and since risen to equestrian status and high command. He had always joked that the demons of death were scared of him, that a good demon watched over him. But now there was a repetition and an earnestness to these claims that was unsettling, that nodded towards madness. A tall Goth, taller even than Ballista, walked out. He had long hair, and the muscles of his arms were hooped with finely wrought gold torques. "I am Peregrim, son of Ursio." He spoke the language of Germania. "If you are minded, the king of the Urundi would talk to you now." It was dark inside the Boleuterion. As his sight grew accustomed to it, Kalgakis saw it was roughly square, stone benches running up into the gloom on the other three sides. It reminded him of the council house at Priene, but here there were not just a few Greeks in tunics. The benches were packed with armed Gothic warriors. Halfway up the opposite side, the benches had been cut away. A large dark wood throne sat there, 2 ravens carved on the back. On it sat Hisana, son of Eoric, king of the Urundi. He was a heavy-set man, broad-shouldered, in middle age. Across his knees rested a drawn sword, his father's famous blade, iron. The king's name, Hisana, meant the Iron One. He was a man to be reckoned with, this Woden-born ruler, as his father had been before him. 30 years ago, the Urundi had been no more than a comitatus of a dozen or so men who had wandered down from the north, practicing brigandage and selling their swords for hire on the shores of Lake Maeotis and the banks of the Tanais. Led by Eoric, then Hisana, they had fought, schemed, negotiated, and slaughtered their way to become one of the major groups in the loose Gothic confederation. "Dernhelm, son of Isangrim of the Angles, why are you here?" Hisana spoke in the language of the north. His voice was surprisingly gentle, melodious. Ballista replied in Greek. I am here as Marcus Claudius Ballista, envoy of the autocrator Publius Licinius Ignatius Gallienus, Sebastos. My Kyrios has charged me with ransoming prisoners from the Urundi and the Heruli. Hisana smiled and continued in Germanic. A thankless task in both parts. The Urundi hold no prisoners from the Empire. When my nephew Peregrine returned from the Aegean last year, outside Byzantium, he allowed the official the Romans call the procurator of the Hellespontine provinces to ransom all those he had taken. Those Greeks and Romans who lived in Tanais now are my subjects by right of conquest. Ballista said nothing. As for the Heruli, I wish you well trying to reason with Naulobates and his long-headed warriors. From the ranks of the Goths came a deep, hooming sound of amusement. Ballista switched to Germanic and spoke politely. Then I would ask your permission to cross your lands and try my luck with the Heruli. It shall be as you wish, Hisana said. It may be fortunate for you that you are a guest in my hall. There are men here known to you. Some Gothic warriors at Hisana's right hand stood. Calgacus saw both Ballista and Maximus stiffen. In the poor light, Calgacus did not recognize them. Hisana did not take his gaze from Ballista. Videric, son of Fritigern of the Borani, also is my guest. No blood feud will be played out in my hall. Calgacus found he was gripping the hilt of his sword. Some years before, Ballista had killed the entire crew of a Borani longship. They would not surrender, so he killed them, shot them down with artillery from a distance, then, when they were past resistance, used the ram of a trireme to finish them off. Videric and his men leave tomorrow, Hisana said. Dernhelm, your men and you will stay in one of my halls by the harbour until boats are ready to take you up the Tanais river. Videric the Borani spoke, hatred tight in his voice. I am a guest in the hall of Hisana, and would not go against my host. It will not be here, but between me and the slave the Romans call Ballista, there will be a reckoning. Let the high gods, warlike Taves and thundering Phegones, bring the skulks Ballista before my sword. Ballista replied, almost wistfully, Wherever you go, old enemies will find you. 3. There was nothing to do but wait. Ballista did not much mind. It was an experience he knew well. Over the years he had become used to its ways. Usually he had been waiting for bad things to happen, for the centurion to take him as a hostage into the Imperium, to be admitted into the pavilion of the Emperor Maximinus Thrax, to be hauled before a murderous Hibernian chief with designs on the throne of the high kings of that island. When he was young, he had not been good at waiting. Often he had prayed to the gods to make it end, or, conversely, to postpone the approaching event indefinitely. In those days he had had a child's or young man's belief that his life had a purpose and a goal, that its course could be determined by his will. He had seen it like the trajectory of an arrow. If he were not the bowman or the arrow itself, he was at least the breeze that could affect the arc and influence where the shaft fell. 41 winters on Middle-earth had disabused him of such juvenile fallacies. His life meandered. He went where he was sent. In Greek tragedy, the characters were playthings of the gods. He was at the whim of the yet more imminent gods, who sat on the thrones of the Caesars. There was no point fighting. It was best to accept it and wait. There were worse places to wait. The hall was new built, still clean, roomy enough for 33 men and 2 eunuchs. It reminded him of his father's hall in Germania. There was little privacy, but Ballista knew his desire for it was unusual. The hall overlooked the harbour. Both the trireme and the Gothic longships were gone. He watched the shallow-draught merchant vessels come and go, listened to the scream of the gulls. Early the first morning, he sat looking at the mist coiling up from the broad, silty river. The trees on the far side grew straight out of the water. There were ducks and moorhens over there. Later that first day, a Gothic priest came. The guja was festooned with bracelets, his long hair braided with amulets and bones and other unidentifiable things. He was followed by a quite exceptionally hideous old woman, hunched and filthy beyond description. The priest said his name was Voltulf. Much beyond that, he was not inclined to talk. He brought livestock for them, some chickens, 2 pigs and 4 sheep, and grain, wheat and rye. By the second day they had settled into routines to which their interests led them. The official staff, the herald and his like, kept to themselves, the interpreter apart even from them. The centurion drilled his men, stamping bad-temperedly along the quay. Maximus and Castricius each disappeared separately into the inhabited parts of the town, presumably searching for drink and women. Hippothus likewise, although Ballista assumed the human objects of his desire were different. The 2 eunuchs remained in the recesses of the hall, cloistered close together. Calgacus sat, staring out at the river. Tarchon with him in companionable silence. The Suanian did not care to be far from one or other of Calgacus or Ballista, since they had saved him from drowning in the Olontus River the year before. When drinking, for him a not uncommon activity, he was given to swearing blood-chilling oaths in very bad Greek, concerning his readiness, eagerness even, to repay the debt by dying for them. All reckoned, Ballista thought, he had a reasonable chance of it happening, probably quite soon, somewhere out on the steppe. Ballista ate, slept, and read. There had been few books for sale in Panticapaeum, little enough of any luxury goods, although the eunuch Amantius had spent some of his almost certainly corruptly acquired money on a gilded brooch studded with sapphires and garnets. Of what books there had been, Castricius had bought all the epic poetry. Ballista did not mind. The northerner liked Homer, and last year, sailing the kindly sea, he had quite enjoyed listening to Apollonius of Rhodes being read to the elderly senator Felix. But, in general, more recent epic was not his choice. Ballista had purchased cheaply all of Sallust's histories and the annals of Tacitus. He had finished the many rolls of the former during the winter. Now he was reading Tacitus's account of the reign of Caligula. The hard-edged, practical pessimism of both authors appealed to him. Most human nature is weak, politics corrupt, freedom unattainable, libertas, in fact, no more than a word. By the 5th morning, Ballista had had enough of waiting. He called Calgacus and Tarchon to him, and set out to see Hisana. It had rained in the night. Little rivulets of milky water ran off the hill of ash before the town walls. It steamed slightly in the sun. The Urundi guards at the gates seemed neither surprised nor interested to see them. At their appearance, however, one of them strolled off ahead of them into the town. The agora was quieter than the first time. The slaves were still working on the gymnasium, but their efforts seemed desultory, unmotivated. There was no one outside the council house. The door was shut. Ballista pushed it open, walked in. The big room was empty, the untenanted benches stretching up to the gloomy rafters. The throne of the Iron One was gone. Motes of dust turned slowly in the light from the door. Ballista sat down, thinking. Calgacus sat next to him. Apparently unnerved by the emptiness, Tarchon prowled about, glaring into the shadows as if expecting the apparition of a threat. "The Borani were here. Now they and the Urundi are gone," Ballista said. "Aye, that could signify something, or nothing," Calgacus responded. "Bad feeling, Kyrios," Tarchon gravely announced. "Much malignity." With theatrical abruptness, a long shadow was thrown into the Bouleuterion. The Gudja stood haloed in the doorway. The sunshine glinted in the things in his hair. The old woman was behind him. "Hisana, son of Eric, has gone," the priest said. "Where?" Ballista asked. "To another place. The boats will come for you soon." "When?" "Soon. You should go back to the hall." "Why?" "It is safer. Many men hate you. Some of the gods hate you. Dernhelm or Ballista, many would rejoice to see you dead." There was no point in denying it. No point in arguing. He was in a hot eastern city. There was dust everywhere. People were running, shouting. Maximus was with him in the street, looking absurdly young. The men were running out of the hideous, dark mouth of a tunnel. They were Roman soldiers. They were running away. Where was Kalgakas? The old bastard was over there, thank the gods for that. Soldiers were rushing past, jostling, panic-stricken. If Ballista did not give the order, the Persians would take the town. But Mamurra was still down there. Maximus was shouting something. A soldier knocked into Ballista. There was no choice. Ballista gave the order. Maximus was yelling, "No! No, you cannot leave him in there!" The men with axes moved forward. The thunk, thunk, as they got to work. Kalgakas was saying it had to be done. They would kill everyone. Soil was sifting down from the roof of the tunnel. A sharp series of cracks. The pit props gave. The tunnel caved in. A cloud of dust rolled out. Mamurra was still in there. Ballista jerked awake. The dream slipped away like smoke, leaving a feeling of utter dread. Heart racing, he tried to force his eyes open, fearing what he would see. He looked towards the opening in the hangings, his eyes wide now. Nothing. No tall, hooded figure. No grey eyes filled with hatred. He looked all around the small, curtained-off area. There was no lamp, but enough light from the main body of the hall to see it was empty. Maximinus Thrax was not there. Ballista had had just 16 winters when he had killed the Emperor at the siege of Aquileia. Maximinus Thrax had been a tyrant, a savage tyrant, but Ballista had sworn the military oath to him. He had broken his sacramentum. The other mutineers had decapitated the Emperor's corpse. Since then, the demon of that terrible man had pursued Ballista. The appearances were infrequent, but utterly petrifying. Ballista's wife said it was nothing but bad dreams brought on by exhaustion or stress. It was easy for Julia. She was an Epicurean. Ballista was not. But he wished she was right. Suddenly, like a dam giving way, the dream came back to him, bizarre in its clarity. Poor Mamurra. Ballista had left his friend to die alone in the dark. The boats did not come the next morning. The Familia and the rest ate lunch together in the hall. "Why did Hisana call the Heruli long-headed?" Ballista asked. "Skull-binding," said Hippothus. "They are the macrophali of whom Hippocrates wrote. They tie tight bandages around the soft skulls of infants before they are properly formed. Their heads grow long, pointed, hugely deformed. After a generation or two, nature begins to collaborate with custom. If bald parents often have bald children, grey-eyed parents grey-eyed children, if squinting parents have squinting children, why should long-headed parents not have long-headed children?" "That is a grand idea," Maximus said. "If your nomads turn their enemies' skulls into drinking cups, the bigger the skull, the more drink in your cup." "You should not joke," the eunuch Masturbates said, speaking in public for the first time since they had arrived in the town of Tanais. "They are like no other people. They sacrifice prisoners to their god of war. The first captive in 100, they pour wine over his head, cut his throat, catch the blood in a jar, tip some over their swords, and drink the rest. They cut off the right arms of the others and behead them. They skin the arms and use the skins as covers for their quivers. With the heads they make a circular cut at the level of the ears, shake the scalp away, scrape it clean with a cow's rib, sew them together to make patchwork coats. The skull is lined with gold inside and leather outside. When they have important visitors to impress, they bring out these grisly cups and tell their story. They call this courage. The grasslands are a terrible place, inhabited by terrible people." Hippothus laughed. "It should suit you well, eunuch. Hippocrates wrote that because of their moist, womanish constitution and the softness and coldness of their bellies, nomad men lack sexual desire. They are worn out by riding all the time, so are weak in the act of sex. Rich nomads are the worst. The first time or two they go to their women and it does not work, they do not despair. But when it never works, they renounce manhood, take up the tasks of women, begin to talk like them. They have a special name for them, Yanariaeis. You will fit in well with them." Ballista looked up, chewing on a mutton bone. "They only kill 1 in 100.
In the north, when the Angles and Saxons go sea-raiding, we sacrifice to the sea 1 in 10 of the captured.
No, Kyrios, Master Bartes said. They drink the blood of 1 in 100, but they kill and decapitate them all.
Takes away the point in raiding, Castricius grinned wolfishly. That strange-looking Gudja is here again, Calgacus said.
Charms and bones clinking, the tall priest entered. As ever, the old hag scuttled behind him.
The boats will be here tomorrow. It is the will of my King Hisana that I accompany you upriver.
Everyone knew that if an unjustified, unpurified murderer set foot in a sacred place, madness or disease would descend on them. The gods could not be deceived. Nevertheless, the figure standing in the temple of Hecate thought it should be safe. The small temple was in the north of Tanais. The harbour, the road up from it, the agora, and the handful of streets leading to the few areas of reoccupied housing might have been cleared, but the majority of the town, including the northern quarter, remained deserted. The sack 10 years before by the combined warriors of the Urundi and the Heruli had been savage and thorough. The homes of mortals had been ransacked and burnt, their occupants enslaved. The homes of the gods had been partially spared, while their contents, statues and offerings both precious and otherwise, had been looted or smashed. The structures had not been fired. The figure looked around the dusty bareness of the temple. It was dark, suitably Stygian. The only light was from a small, unshuttered window high at the rear, and what leaked around the slightly ajar door. 2 columns stood 2/3 of the way down the space. Beyond them there was nothing to see except the pitiful remains of some broken terracotta figures. These had been of no value to anyone except the devotees whose piety and trust had been so cruelly disabused. A squeal of rusted hinges, and another figure slipped through the door. He had come. "Did you get it?" The newcomer jumped at the question, his eyes flicking this way and that as he tried to locate the speaker in the gloom. "Back here." Locating the voice, the new arrival stepped forward. In those moments, his face was bland and trusting, unburdened by anything except a childish avarice. He smiled placatingly and hurried to unwrap the parcel in his hands. What else could you expect from a true slave, by nature untrustworthy? They were utter rubbish by definition. Blue and dark red stones caught, refracted, and seemed to amplify the dim light. The slave handed across the small, heavy object. The other took it, pretended to examine it. "You said—" The slave's voice trailed off. "Yes, I did." Tucking the jewelled thing into a belt, the speaker passed over a purse, heavy and loud with the desired chink. The slave loosed the drawstring, tipped the contents in his palm. In the untrusting, unseemly way of his kind, he began counting the coins openly, his mouth moving. The killer turned away and drew a sword. The blade came free with a whisper. Lost in who could know what sordid material ambitions, the slave noticed nothing. In one fluid motion, the killer spun around and swung. As the steel hummed through the still air, startled, the slave looked up. He had time to open his mouth to scream. The blade cut heavy and deep into his left thigh. He screamed now, and fell away like some toppled statuette. He rebounded from one of the columns. The wounded leg dragging, he began to flounder towards the door, blood sluicing out onto the dusty floor. 2 quick steps, and the killer slashed the sword into the slave's right leg. He went down. On all fours, leaking blood like a pig at a sacrifice, he crawled forward. The other kept pace, treading carefully, boots avoiding the bloody paste created by the slave's agonized passage. The slave was pleading, begging, promising anything and everything, things that should not be promised. The hound of the gods gazed down dispassionately, rejoicing in the rightness of it. Again, there had been no mistake. Enough evidence forthcoming for the moral faultlessness of the deed. The scourge of evil brought down the sword in a flurry of short, chopping, killing blows to the back of the head. Leaving the body, the killer stepped outside. All was quiet as expected. Back in the temple, the killer went to the leather bag previously stowed behind one of the columns, and took out a length of string and the favoured implements. What had to be done next were the hard, terrible things. The killer briefly wondered about their necessity. The justly killed leave no visitant against anybody. Their demon does not revenge. But a mistake had once been made. The killer knew the ghastly consequences. Far better to be doubly safe. Afterwards, the killer wended an obscure, unfrequented way down to the riverbank. It was dusk. The ducks were flighting. Taking out the gilded ornament, the killer looked at its sapphires and garnets, dull now in the gloaming. He thought briefly about vanity, and threw the pointless thing out into the dark water. 4. The Haruspex Porsenna thrust the steaming liver under Ballista's nose.
The gods are not well disposed. You can see for yourself. The organs are not propitious. They are all deformed, the liver worst of all.
Ballista looked at the offal in the priest's blood-stained hands. Witness to innumerable Roman sacrifices, he had never brought himself to study the technicalities of their art. Not that he had ever seriously denied the existence of the gods of the Romans, or that they might indicate their disposition through such signs. Yet despite all his years in the Imperium, they were not his gods, and these were not the rites of divination his people employed. But he knew the Romans put much store in such things. The morale of the party would suffer. "Get another beast to sacrifice," he said. It was the right thing to do. The Haruspex washed his hands carefully in the lustral water. Another sheep was led to the bank of the Tanais river. Scenting blood, it bleated fitfully. At a gesture from the priest, the hired flautist started playing again, too late to drown the ill-omened sounds. This was not good. An irritating delay at the least. The boats were waiting. They needed to start upriver. Ballista wondered how much the hands of gods were in this, and how much the desire of the Haruspex to assert his importance. The priest, like all his ordo, had a well-developed self-regard. Since Panticapaeum, Porsenna had made little secret that he felt generally slighted, and that he cared neither for this mission, nor for serving under what he saw as a barbarian. The little fire on the portable altar hissed and spat as the offerings of wine and incense were made. The tall, pointed hat of his calling bobbed as the Haruspex tipped wine on the sheep's forehead. Unsurprisingly, it shivered. Seen with the eyes of faith, it nodded acquiescence at its own sacrifice. The priest sprinkled salted flour on its back, passed the sacred knife over its back, intoned a low prayer. A slave lifted the beast, smothering its spasmodic movements. The Haruspex pulled back its tufty head and deftly slit its throat, so its lifeblood splashed out onto the altar. Almost tenderly, the slave laid the sheep on its back on the ground. Despite the breeze from the water, the air was close with the smell of blood and wine and incense, hot animals and men. The Haruspex slit the belly. The entrails slithered out, large, white, and sausage-like, faintly marbled with pinks and blues. Porsenna's practised strong hands delved inside. One after another, he cut and wrenched free the organs, heart, lungs, liver, a grim parody of a demented midwife. Ballista watched him turning them over, studying them close, frowning. No mystery how this judgment would fall. He remembered a story of Alexander, or was it the Spartan Agesilaus? Thwarted of good omens, he had inscribed propitious letters on his palm. Taking the liver, he had impressed them on its underside. Clever. He would have to write the letters backwards. A cynical trick, or maybe a deity put the idea in his mind. "No better," the priest announced. "Either another animal, or we must wait until tomorrow. 1 hour, even a moment, ruins those who start too early against the will of the gods."
"No," Ballista said. "We are far from Rome. In this time of troubles, the Roman gods have many pressing concerns in the Eternal City, the provinces, with the legions. We are in the north. We will follow the rites of the north."
"But—" the Haruspex looked stunned. "That is barbarity."
"We are in Barbaricum," Ballista said. The rights of the Urundi Goths are not far from those of my birth people, the Angles. Tell me the will of the gods, Ballista said.
No, the Haruspex erupted. You cannot get this skin-clad savage.
I am the one holding imperial mandata. I will answer to the Emperor and the gods.
You endanger the whole expedition. The natural gods will turn against us. You will bring their anger down on us. The Augustus Gallienus will hear of this.
I do not doubt it, Ballista said, and indicated to the Goth to carry on. From his sable cloak, the Gudja produced a rolled white cloth. The old woman who attended him spread it out on a dry place on the jetty. She scuttled away. Then the Gudja, turning his face to the sky and raising his arms, began to call the gods in a song whose words ran together. The summoning of the deities of northern forest, marsh, sea, and river was not quick. There were many of them, their names and epithets numerous. Most of the Roman party looked askance. Ballista thought the Gothic holy man magnificent, more than a little frightening, as he should be. The wind shifted his long hair, chiming its amulets and bones, its very movement pointing to his otherwise hierarchic stillness. When he felt the attention of the gods, the priest stopped singing. Keeping his eyes to the heavens, he lowered his arms and took out the rune sticks. Without a glance, he dropped the thin pieces of willow on the cloth. Then, his face still averted, he knelt and without hesitation picked up 3 of them. Now he bent over them, scrutinizing the markings on them. With an air of certainty, the Gudja looked up at Ballista.
There is much danger. Men will die, but not today. It is in the future.
How far?
The runes do not say.
The priest swept up the sticks. Ballista nodded. He felt confidence in the old ritual of his youth. The Goths used willow, the Angles wood from a nut tree. It made no odds. Load the ships. We sail as soon as everything is stowed. Ballista turned to the slaves by the 2 carcasses. Butcher them. Cook the meat. We will eat on the boats. As men bustled about, the 2 eunuchs approached Ballista. For once it was Amantius, the one who had been with Castricius in Albania, who spoke.
Kyrios, would you order some of the soldiers to search the town? My slave is missing, and—
The eunuch looked close to tears.
My brooch, the one with the sapphires and garnets I bought in Panticapaeum, is gone.
I am sorry for your loss of them, Ballista said, but there is no time. He may well have fled the town. More than one merchant vessel has already put out this morning. If he is hiding in the ruins, there are not enough of us to find him easily. Amantius was going to say more, but his colleague Mastabates laid a hand on his arm, led him away. A slave, his forearms plastered with gore, made a subtle noise. Ballista indicated for him to speak.
Kyrios, what should we do with the gods' share?
Ballista looked at the organs set aside from the unsuccessful sacrifices of the Haruspex. Throw them in the river. If the gods do not want them, the fish will. At Lake Maeotis, the waters of the Tanais thickened to become a huge, swampy delta. The mission was distributed haphazardly between 2 long Gothic ships. Maximus sat amidships in the leading vessel with Ballista. The Gothic warriors at the oars pulled them out from the quayside and up the quiet branch of the river that served it. On either side was a thick, feathery-topped wall of reeds. The occasional willow grew down by the water. There were more trees, oaks, ashes, and limes, running in ranks along low rises in the mid-distance. There was nothing else to see, except the big sky above. The eunuch Amantius was still very upset.
I would have given him his freedom, and he knew how much the bracelet meant to me.
Why you Romans free so many slaves? In Suania is not our way, Tarchon said. Oh no, with us you will die in your bonds. No hope whatsoever. We are most exemplary in cruelty. Maximus chuckled. The Romans would tell you it's from their innate generosity, the greatness of their soul. Maybe for some, but for most it is just another way to display their wealth, like owning villas or fish ponds or breaking precious things when drunk. Look at what a great man I am. Material things mean nothing to me. I cannot count the number of slaves I have freed. Aye, for once you're not totally wrong, Calgacus said. But as always you miss the real thing. Granting freedom is the carrot that goes with the sticks of beating, irons and branding, crucifixion. If you run or rebel, boy, you will end on a cross. But if you're a good little poor, you might, just might, one day be given freedom. Only a fool expects loyalty from a slave, Hordionius said.
Maximus looked away as the centurion settled into another lengthy diatribe against the servile, tactless at the least, given the life story of several in earshot. Some movement beyond the southern bank caught Maximus's eye. It was gone before he could take it in.
The only argument against branding all of them is that the bastards would realize their numbers. Even cowards draw audacity from numbers.
There it was again, something moving on a low hill among the trees. More than one thing, keeping among the shadows well back from the riverbank.
The old Spartans had the right idea with their helots. Let the young go out and hunt some of them down, kill a few, and keep the rest in perpetual fear.
A break in the cover, and Maximus saw them clearly for a moment. 3 riders, clad in furs and pointed hats, trotting their nomad ponies. "Yes, I have seen them," Ballista said softly. "Alani?" "Alani, 3 of them, shadowing us." Maximus's eyesight was sharp. "The Gudja has seen them too," Ballista said. The Goth was looking out over the black water. "He does not appear too concerned," returned Maximus. "No, not at all." On the benches behind them, Castricius was arguing with Hordionius.
"Slavery changes nothing, Centurion. A fool with any education knows there is a spark of the divine Logos in all of us. Now me, when I was in the mines, my good demon did not desert me."
Maximus leant close to Ballista, spoke in his ear. "Now let me get this right. We are on our way to deal with the chief of the bloodthirsty Heruli. To get to him, we have to travel for days past the grazing lands of the almost equally bloodthirsty Alani, whose king's invasion of Suania we defeated last year at the Caspian Gates." "Cephrex," Ballista said. "The name of the king of the Alani is Cephrex." "Fine," Maximus said. "Now, I'm thinking, your man Cephrex, when not bothering his herds, will be sitting in his tent, brooding on the horrible revenge he will be taking, should his gods be kind enough to put us in his hands." "Most likely," Ballista nodded. "And in the tent with him will be that nasty little shit Sourmag, dripping poison in his ear, for by the look of him, the Sawanian princeling is unlikely to have forgiven us for removing him from the throne of his native land." "The Sawanian royal house do not appear much given to forgiveness," Ballista said. "And just beyond the Alani, up in the mountains of Suania, will be Pythonissa, the priestess of Hecate you fucked and left, and who cursed you and all you care for, in no uncertain terms." "Delicately put." "And then we have just run into Videric and his Barani, who are very hot for their blood feud against you, and now are who knows where." Ballista put an arm around Maximus. "Never fear, little one. I will keep you safe from the nasty men." "Grand. Anyway, think how the fates favour us. The other Gothic tribe who hold blood feud against us are nowhere near. The Tervingi live hundreds of miles away to the west." "Excellent," Maximus said. "I feel wonderfully reassured. Looked at in that light, what on earth or below could possibly harm us?" Publius Ignatius Amantius to Lucius Calpurnius Piso Censorinus, Praetorian Prefect, Via Ementissimus. If you are well, Dominus, it makes my heart rejoice. Your agent found me as we were leaving Panticapaeum. Thank the gods, he was discreet. Indeed so discreet that at first I took him for a most importuning sutler. He gave me your new instructions, and departed with the confidential reports I compiled for you last year in Albania and Suania. I had the temerity to include an unasked-for account of conditions as I found them in the kingdom of the Bosporus over the winter. As argued there, I believe Rescuporis V could be returned to complete obedience to Gallienus Augustus for but a modest stipend. After all, it was nothing but money that attached that impecunious monarch to the pretenders Macrianus and Quietus, may their names be forgotten. Yet I must stress again both the powerlessness of Rescuporis externally and the suspicion of intrigue within his own house. As it was last year in the Caucasus, I have no way of dispatching these reports to you from the field, so will keep them safe until our return. I must confess that when I received your new instructions, I prayed to all the traditional gods that you were ordering me home. Although I was born in the wilds of Abasgia, I have lived in Rome since my early childhood. I know no life except that of service at the sacred court of the Augusti. Consider, too, that I am a eunuch, and our condition renders us less robust than other men.
It is my earnest request that on our return from the Sea of Grass I be summoned by your magnanimity back to the safety of the Palatine, to bask in the glory of our Augustus Gallienus."
Amantius put the stylus aside. He smoothed out his voluminous white robe and stretched out his feet in their soft slippers. Was the request too blatant? Did it come too soon in the letter? Should he sweeten it with an allusion to Homer? Censorinus often quoted Homer, but as often got the poetry wrong. Censorinus was a suspicious man, and if he thought he detected mockery, the consequences would be too horrible. Amantius left it as it was, took up the stylus, and wrote at some length his impressions of the embassy's meeting with the two tribes of Meote, and with Hisana of the Urundi. Amantius could not stop himself ending the missive with complaints.
"The legatus extra ordinem civica does not keep the discipline looked for among an embassy of Rome. When we left Panticapaeum, it was discovered that one of Marcus Clodius Ballista's personal slaves had run. At Tanais, my own slave ran, taking with him a most valuable brooch. The legatus turned down, and in public, in the hearing of all, my just and reasonable request that a search be made for the runaway. Furthermore, when the haruspex found the entrails were not propitious, the legatus had them thrown in the river, and instructed the Gothic priest sent by Hisana to embark upon some dreadful barbaric ritual. In camp, the second night on the Tanais River, 14 days before the calends of June."
5. Masturbates watched some of the Urundi warriors constructing a tent. They had cut 6 saplings and were trimming and stripping them. The Gudja was overseeing the work. For once that hideous crone was not with him. Other Goths were feeding an already blazing fire. The smells of fresh trampled earth and wood smoke were strong, still exotic, faintly unsettling in the sheltered nostrils of the palace eunuch. A life in the scented corridors and colonnades of the palace was not easily abandoned. It was the 3rd camp they had made on the banks of the Tanais, the first one on the southern bank. It was not easy to judge how far they had travelled in those 3 days. The longboats were sleek, and Hisana's Goths skilled oarsmen, but they had rowed with little urgency, and the river meandered extravagantly, its slow but implacable waters ever against them. There had been a great sameness to their voyaging. The twists in the river conspired with the dense reed beds and the sparser trees to hem in lateral vision. Now and then smaller branches joined or left the channel, opening glimpses of overhung, still backwaters, hazy with insects. Skeins of geese flew across the sedge. Once a herd of wild horses had appeared on the floodplain, their chestnut coats so blazing in the evening sunlight as to become indistinct. Several times they passed blackened, abandoned settlements. Vegetation had almost completely overwhelmed those on the southern bank. The Goths had planted the ends of the poles in the ground, angled them in and tied them together at the top. On this edifice they set about draping felted blankets. The Gudja evidently was urging them to take care to overlap the woolens, tie them tight. Nearby, fresh wood on the fire cracked and sputtered. Although almost everything about the nomads and the Sea of Grass filled Masturbates with revulsion, usually mixed with dread, the eunuch was glad the Urundi Goths had adopted some nomadic ways. He was delighted to have been asked to join in a Scythian vapour bath. It was like stepping back into the past, like becoming a character in the writings of Herodotus, and Masturbates was not displeased for the excuse to be away from Amantius. Eunuchs were expected to keep together. After all, unable to start families of their own, they had no one else, except maybe the transient favour of a ruler. Who should know better than Masturbates that his colleague was not totally to be blamed for his high, effeminate voice, his blushing and sweating, even his womanly hips and breasts? All too often these things came with a condition. But Masturbates could not see that being cut must lead to an abandonment of all striving for male virtue. The relentlessness of Amantius's tearful, womanish recriminations, addressed to his runaway slave boy, the endless complaints about his stolen brooch, were beginning to sicken Masturbates. A eunuch did not have to give way to female lack of control or avarice. It would be good to be away from him for a few hours. The Gudja walked around and inspected the tent. It was complete. The outlandish priest signalled to the Goths at the fire. They kicked away the burning branches. Clouds of sparks swirled up in the heat, threatening the foliage overhead. From the shimmering heart of the coals, using long metal tongs with precision, they took up white-hot stones. These were placed in a metal dish raised on 4 legs. A Goth wearing leather mittens gripped the birch-wrapped handle of the dish. Most carefully, he carried it to the tent, got to his knees, and manoeuvred his scorching burden and himself through the low opening. With a courtly wave, the Gudja requested the guests to enter the vapour bath. Ballista went first, his great barbarian bulk almost blocking the entrance. Maximus slipped through more easily. Dignitas suspended, Masturbates crawled in after him. He was glad he had adopted a normal man's riding costume for this expedition. Boots, trousers, short tunic. He even wore a short sword and dagger. Some might snigger to see a eunuch so accoutred, but it was both practical and made him feel a little more complete. It was dark in the tent. Nervous of upsetting the smouldering dish in the centre, Masturbates clumsily crawled around to the right. He came up against the Goth who had carried the thing in, and tried not to show his uncertainty as he composed himself in a similar cross-legged pose. Ballista and Maximus sat beyond the Goth. 2 or 3 more Urundi entered, before the Gudja brought up the rear. He placed a small Greek lamp by the cauldron, and laced shut the opening. Straight away, the air in the tent was hot and close. Masturbates felt the perspiration pooling in his armpits, his crotch, running down his back. The stones, or the dish itself, ticked with the intense heat. Lit from beneath by the little oil lamp, the faces looked suitably out of the quotidian world. The Gudja produced a bag. It contained seeds. Masturbates knew what was coming. The seeds came from a plant which looked like flax, except that it was thicker stemmed and taller, much taller in Scythia. Masturbates knew more than Herodotus, but knowing is not experiencing. He stilled his nerves. There was a first time for everything. There must have been such a moment for the Goths. Since then, they had taken such a liking to the seeds, one of their chiefs had rejoiced in the name, Cannabas. The Gudja threw handfuls of the seeds onto the glowing stones. Dense, aromatic smoke, once smelt, impossible to mistake, billowed out, much more than any vapour bath in Greece. The thick fumes stung Masturbates' eyes, caught in his throat, made it hard to breathe. Across the tent, the Gudja was talking in the language of the north. Nodding, obviously following instruction, Ballista leant over the cauldron and sucked in great billows of smoke. The northerner held his breath for an unlikely time. Letting it out with a whoosh, he grinned. The Goths laughed. Maximus was next. An amphora of wine began to go round. Masturbates inhaled in his turn. Holding the cannabis deep in his lungs was not unpleasant. When he exhaled, he coughed. It was surprising how little smoke emerged. A Goth patted him on the back somewhat gingerly. Masturbates took a swig of wine, a strong, sweet lesbian, and felt pleasantly numb. On the other side of the tent, Ballista and Maximus were laughing. The Goths were laughing with them. Even the stern Gudja had unbent a fraction. Masturbates envied their strong congeniality, their ease as men amongst men. He had not chosen to be a eunuch. Castration was illegal in the empire, yet emperors and some other rich Romans desired eunuchs in their homes to look after their women among other less salubrious things. Abasgia was not in the imperium. Its kings profited from the need, castrating and selling the boys most conspicuous for beauty among their subjects. To avoid revenge, they killed all the male relatives of the boys. Masturbates had not wanted to be a child cursed with beauty. Not for himself, not for his family. The man on his left passed Masturbates the wine. The Goth smiled. He was attractive. He looked like those statues from Pergamon of dying Gauls, barbaric, wild and frightening, but rugged and virile, all man. Masturbates smiled back at the Goth, drank, inhaled more of the smoke. He felt light-headed. Time had overflowed its channels, spread wide. Masturbates seemed to have been in the tent for hours and hours. He wondered if it would have been very different if he had been one of those castrated after puberty, or one whose stones had been crushed rather than cut. Some of them could get an erection. Certain women sought them out. Eunuchs of that sort could give pleasure without the danger of pregnancy. His friend Eusebius had been such a one. Poor Eusebius had not liked women. Poor Eusebius. He had returned to Abasgia, had been man enough to seek vengeance. He had not succeeded. He had just found death, a lingering, dreadful death. Masturbates took more of the drug. If his sword had been able to stand erect, would he have played Ares rather than Aphrodite in bed? He could not help but giggle. It seemed ridiculous. He enjoyed taking the woman's part in sex with men. It was not a physical failing that dictated his pleasures. Suddenly, the etiquette of the court washed out of him, and he laughed out loud. The whole idea of anyone ever worrying over an erection appeared absurd. How could such a momentary pleasure bear such weight of expectation, such a freight of concern and meaning? Masturbates let the fumes of wine and narcotic coil pleasantly through his mind. The figure sat on a fallen branch down by the waterside. In the moonlight, the Tanais shone silver and tranquil. The camp was some way off to the east. It had been surprisingly easy to slip away. Despite lying at the very end of Urundi territory, where the disputed grazing of the Heruli and Alani began, no guards had been posted. Everyone in the encampment was drunk on alcohol and hemp. Intermittent bursts of inebriated, witless laughter tore at the quiet of the night. The solitary individual watched and waited. The river slid by nigh on imperceptibly. Thoughts of insanity and purity and danger ran in the figure's mind. The gods sent madness and disease to an unjustified murderer who had the temerity to set foot in a sacred place. The killer had dealt justice to the eunuch's slave in the temple of Hecate, the dark goddess of revenge herself. He had never been in better health, felt no tinge of the deranged. Yet recently, in the dead of some dreadful nights, the demon of a small girl had come to stand close by the bed of her killer. She had met her end far away the previous year. In that one instance, the hound of the gods must have been in error. The rituals of purification were messy, yet an acceptance had to be made that now they were necessary. Somehow the appurtenances and privacy would have to be found. An owl hooted, stilling the scurrying of the small things of the night. The killer regarded the river rolling by, and thought about water, and Medea, and her brother Absyrtus. There was no wind, and the noise of another making his way to the tall stand of oaks on the riverbank was easy to hear. The watcher sat on. The other blundered nearer, twigs snapping, reeds rustling. A night bird took wing. Some things have to be, thought the one waiting. "Where are you?" The voice was low and anxious. The watcher remained silent, reflecting on the retribution of the gods. "Are you there?" "Over here." The slave emerged, furtive from the shadows. "Over here." The watcher stood up, face bland. The slave came over, smiling. "I was not sure you would be here." "You would do well to trust me." "Yes, of course I do. But it's just so hard to believe that you will buy my freedom." "Hard to believe, but true. You will be free, more free than any man alive." A purse, weighed down with coins, passed from one to the other. Holding it reverently like a token of salvation, the slave got down on his knees. He kissed the other's hand. "I cannot begin to thank you." "No, it is best you do not. Others should thank me, but would they, even if they knew?" Not understanding the gnomic utterance, the slave looked up. The other gripped his throat, thumbs driving into his windpipe. Taken unaware, the slave could do nothing but scrabble at the hands throttling him, ineffectually beat at the arms. The slave tried to wrench away. The killer, arms locked with the effort, held him. Slowly the slave was bent backward, almost double, and the remorseless pressure mounted. In the bright moonlight, their struggling shadows were a hunched parody of some act of love. The efforts of the slave were weakening. His face was suffused, eyes bloodshot and protruding. Of a sudden, there was a sharp tang of urine. At length, the life choked out of him. The slave convulsed, then was still. The killer got up stiffly, breath coming in short gasps, stretching an aching back, flexing sore fingers, at least 3 fingernails broken. The killer went over to the bag and removed the accustomed instruments. Breathing more controlled, the killer stopped to listen. The faint sound of a lyre, some muted hubbub from the camp. Nearer, the timid rustling of nondescript small creatures disturbed by the murder from their nocturnal activities. The plop of a fish or something out on the river. Nothing at all to worry about. The killer sniffed. The river mud, dead reeds, the voided contents of bladder and bowels, soon to be joined by blood. A great deal of blood. The killer regarded the corpse. He had been a slave as evil, as full of vice as any. The deed felt right, justified. The gods approved of this wild justice, the justice of the steppe. This time the killer started with the heavy work, the big cleaver and the feet. It went much better with a piece of fallen wood under the ankles. 2, 3 heavy chops, and the left foot was severed. This was an acquired skill. As the blood pooled black in the moonlight, he picked up the foot and stood considering Medea and Apsyrtus. In some tellings, when her father's men were overhauling her, she delayed their pursuit by casting the dismembered parts of her brother onto the waters. The killer threw the foot out into the river. As the ripples spread out, he hefted the other leg onto the makeshift butcher's block. If the water was good enough for the age of heroes, it would more than serve in an age of rust and iron. 6. In the morning there was much fog. It hung a few feet off the water, slowly coiling up through the spars of the ships and the trees. Colour had leached out of the world, and everything was reduced to muted shades of grey. The camp was unnaturally quiet. "Where is it?" Ballista asked as he buckled on his sword belt. "Downstream," the soldier said. They set off, 2 other troopers and Maximus and Wulfstan following, through the tents and shelters. Most of the fires had gone out. Amphorae and wineskins were scattered in the trampled grass. A few revellers lay insensible where they had fallen. Apart from the lack of blood and sobbing women, it resembled the aftermath of a sack. Following the Cilician auxiliary, Ballista concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other. The going was uneven. His head hurt, and there was an unease in his stomach. The cold sweat on him was only partly due to the fog. The Goth that told him cannabis left no hangover had been lying, but he had to admit he had drunk a fair amount of wine as well. Beyond the encampment, the grass was longer and very wet. Ballista's boots were soon sodden, his trousers to the knee no better. The fog seemed denser out here. The far side of the river could not be seen. Only a faint lightening, a hint of warmth, indicated the presence of the risen sun. Past a stand of tall oaks, the soldier cut off down to the river. They pushed through a bank of reeds and stopped at the edge of the water. A tall elm had been submerged, and the thing was entangled in its stripped white branches. "What were you doing out here?" Ballista asked. "Taking a shit, Dominus." "You went out to it?" "Only to pull it in out of the current, so it did not drift downstream." Ballista studied the reeds and mud. He was half aware of more men arriving behind him. There was a clear trail where the soldier had waded out and back, no other disturbance. The killing had not been here. The body had floated down the river. There was no way of telling how far. Turning to the other 2 auxiliaries, he told them to bring it ashore. They looked back at him, crapulous and dubious. "That was an order," he snapped. "We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready," they muttered. The water would be cold, and they were undoubtedly suffering from the night before, but the discipline of the soldiers detached from the first Cilician cohort of mounted archers was poor. Ballista would have to speak to Hordionius, although he was unsure what good it would do. The centurion was already a martinet. Reluctance bordering on dumb insolence in every movement, the auxiliaries went down the slippery bank and splashed out into the shallows. The water came to their thighs. With high, exaggerated steps, they retrieved the bulky, unpleasant object and manhandled it to the side, dragging it the last part up to where Ballista waited, backed by the newly formed crowd. The corpse was naked. Where not streaked with fresh mud, it was pallid from its time in the water. Its extremities had been cut off, feet, hands, penis. Its face was a ruin, ears and nose gone, eyes gouged out. Liquid ran viscous from its orifices and wounds. The eunuch Amantius reeled away and threw up noisily. The rest looked on queasily. Still more men were arriving from the camp, drawn by the macabre news. Ballista put a reassuring hand on young Wulfstan's shoulder and asked those around the obvious question. "Who is it?" No one replied. Anyone would be difficult to recognize in such a condition. Shifting his scabbard to one side, Ballista crouched down and began to scrutinize the mutilated corpse. He remembered examining another cadaver years ago in a tunnel in the city of Arete. He had not been hungover then, and he had been thinking clearly. Today, every little thing would be an effort, let alone something like this. Irritatingly, some fool in the crowd was intoning an apotropaic prayer in Greek. Too late to avert evil now, Ballista thought. There were bruises on the neck, punctures and short rips in the skin where fingernails had caught. With a grunt of effort, Ballista half-turned the body. Wulfstan bent down to help. The boy had spirit. There were no other obvious killing wounds. The man had been strangled. They laid the corpse back. The thought struck Ballista that the man might have been alive when he was mutilated. Ballista felt his gorge rise. "Do not be ridiculous," he said to himself. Of course he was already dead. He had been strangled.
"Short hair and dark. A Greek or Roman, not a Goth."
The Guja had appeared behind Ballista. As always, the crone formed an unlovely retinue of one. "Yes." Ballista manipulated an arm. He could not remember how quickly a corpse stiffened after death, nor the time when it relaxed again. Being immersed in cold water probably altered things anyway.
"I thought nomads like the Alani only scalped or beheaded their victims," Hippothus said.
Obviously, he too had noticed the horsemen stalking them for the previous 3 days. Neither Ballista nor, as far as he knew, Maximus had mentioned it to anyone. The Guja was unlikely to have spoken, but Hippothus had been a bandit. He must be experienced in the fieldcraft of pursuit and evasion. Still, it was odd he had not reported the followers. Perhaps, like Ballista himself, he had not wished to dishearten the party.
"No, they always cut off the right hand or arm," the interpreter cut in. "They make the skin into trappings for their horses."
Biomassos was warming to his self-appointed role as local expert.
"They tear out the eyes as well, but usually only of living captives. They blind not only those they keep as slaves, but even those they intend to ransom. They are the most barbaric race on earth, except for the Heruli. And many say we Suanians are savage. Next to this, we are very gentle people, most Erenaic, as could be termed."
Tarchon spoke in a voice of vindication. Ballista felt sick again. He had just discovered that the tongue was missing. He breathed in through his nose, out through his mouth, in through his nose, out through his mouth. Sensing his discomfort, Wulfstan passed him a leather bottle of water.
"This reminds me of something in poetry," Masturbates said. "Maybe from an epic."
Knowing his liking for the genre, Ballista looked up at Castricius. The latter just shrugged, keeping silent. "Not epic, but tragedy," Biomassos announced. "Aeschylus, the Koiphoroi." The interpreter was rapidly becoming insufferable. "After she has got Aegisthus to murder Agamemnon, Clytemnestra mutilates the body of her husband." Ballista was sure he was not the only one to be thinking of another wronged woman with murder in her heart. Pythonissa was not far away in Suania, just beyond the Alani, and her brother Saamag was with the nomads.
"You will find it is better known from the Electra of Sophocles," Masturbates stated, "but I still think there is something more pertinent somewhere in epic."
Ignoring the bookish Hellenes, Ballista concentrated on the mutilations. The cuts and slices were neat, as if done with practice. That was not at all good. "Someone must know who he is," Maximus said. "Who is missing from the Roman party?" "My slave was not in the tent just now when the noise woke me," Castricius said. "I have not seen him yet." "Is this him?" Ballista asked. The short Roman put his sharp, pointed face very close to the ghastly face of the corpse. "It could be." The fog did not lift that day nor the next. Under it the camp was subdued, out of sorts. The clammy entrapment was part of it, but more was down to the after-effects of the debauch.
There was much idle speculation, but the death of the slave secretary seemed not to weigh that heavily on most, not even on his owner, Castricius. Urundi guards were posted, and most felt the death was not their concern. Slaves often died, of disease and deprivation, at the hands of their owners or each other. The free were above such things. Wulfstan was in attendance on Ballista. Both days the big warrior mostly remained in his tent. Maximus and old Calgacus with him. As men with hangovers do, they ate and drank vast amounts, shifted about desultorily. Maximus moved on to wine mid-morning of the first day, a hair of the dog, nothing like it to straighten you out. The other two did not join him. Conversation in the tent was disjointed, rambling, but, like a dog returning to its own vomit, always circled back to the killing. "It is not the style of the Goths," Ballista said. "Videric and his Borani would come straight for me. They would think less of themselves if they did not pursue the blood feud openly." Maximus belched. "I am thinking it is more likely the Alani, or that evil Sawanian bastard Sourmag, or maybe his poisonous sister. The mutilation would appeal to your girl, Pythonissa. As the Greeks said, you could see a woman's spite there. Loving a woman is like setting out over ice with a 2-year-old colt, restive and unbroken." Calgacus was sometimes given to wheeling out the proverbs of the north. "Of course," he added, "it may be nothing of the sort. The slave was in Albania with Castricius. His feet could have followed him from there. It is not that far. Your little Roman has not been the same since. It was after that he started claiming to be Macedonian, and we all know the little shite is from Gaul. All that bollocks about demons. The good one that sits on his shoulder and the spirits of death being shite scared of him. He is as gone in the head as Hippothus with his physiognomy. Ballista wondered if Calgacus could say the word if he chose. He picked at some chicken. And it could all be something else altogether. Wulfstan was up before dawn on the third day. In the night, a north wind had torn the fog away. There were spits of rain in the air. He prodded the fire back to life, cooked breakfast for Ballista and the other two. Bacon, lots of it, fresh bread and thin ale. When a weak sun came up, he went down to the river to wash the mud and blood from Ballista's clothes. The water was still like a black polished stone. A carp flashed out in the stream, the ripples of its passing spreading wide. A big Urundi warrior on guard watched it in a bored way. This was not the life Wulfstan was born to live. As he pounded a tunic on a stone, a poetry of his childhood ran in his mind. "There is no one still living to whom I dare open the doors of my heart. I have no doubt that it is a noble habit for a man to bind fast all his heart's feelings, guard his thoughts, whatever he is thinking." If the Langobardi slavers had not come, if they had not burnt his village, slaughtered his family, he would have grown to be a warrior, not a drudge, and those dreadful things would not have happened to him. The weary in spirit cannot withstand fate, and nothing comes of venting spleen. Wulfstan was young, just 13 winters, not yet a man. He did not agree. If he got his freedom, he would vent his spleen on all those who had owned him before Ballista. It should not be impossible to track them down. He had been traded one to another down the great rivers from the Suabian Sea to the Imperium and Ephesus. He would retrace his steps. From Ephesus, north through the Aegean and across the kindly sea, then up the Amber Road. Wulfstan's return would be charted in blood and burning. The Taifali, a tribe loosely connected to the Goths in the west, were said to do to their own young men the shameful things which had been done to Wulfstan. A Taifali youth washed away the stain on his reputation when he killed a boar or a bear. Wulfstan would find redemption in blood, not in the blood of animals, but of man, and of many more than just one man. The lowing of beasts, a deep rumbling and the high-pitched squeals of wood broke into Wulfstan's consciousness. There was a massive cloud of dust approaching from the west. "The wagons are here," said the Urundi guard. "7. Ballista watched the long line of ox wagons. There were 10 of them, each drawn by 8 bullocks. Slowly and very noisily, half hidden by the dust raised, they pulled into a wide circle.
The drivers unspanned the beasts and began to herd them down to water in the river. There seemed no end to the animals.
"Ho, Sarmatians, where are your women?"
one of the Urundi called. From under their caps, the drivers cast dark looks at the Goth.
"Driving wagons is women's work,"
the Urundi said to Ballista in the language of the north.
"Once the Sarmatians were lords here. Now they are our skalks. These Sarmatian slaves try to keep their women away from us." He laughed. "They are right to. Their women are a good ride, big tits, good fat asses. They have no interest in their husbands when they have had a Goth between their thighs."
The Gudja silenced the warrior with a curt gesture, then spoke to the drivers in a language Ballista did not know, presumably Sarmatian. It could be the tiresome interpreter Biomassos might have a use after all. The Sarmatians grudgingly acknowledged whatever the Gudja had told them, and carried on seeing to the oxen, and hobbling the dozen or so horses which had travelled tied to the rear of the carts.
"Now the wagons are here, my Goths will take the boats downstream to Tanais."
The Gudja spoke to Ballista in the language of Germania.
"I will remain to guide you to the Heruli. Their winter pastures are not far from here, but they left for their summer ones some time ago. It will be a long journey east and north before we overhaul them."
"Thank you," Ballista said.
"I doubt you will when we reach them. As everyone will have told you, they are not as other men, and their ruler Naulabatis is the worst of all. The superstitious say he is not a man at all, but a malignant demon."
The Gudja smiled as if in anticipation of the encounter. "I have no choice in the matter."
"No, I suppose you do not. The Sarmatians can help your slaves load your baggage. I will keep one wagon for myself and my servant."
At the mention of her, the priest's ill-favoured acolyte gave a one-toothed, senile grin. Maximus leant close to Ballista.
"Thank the gods we will not be without female company. Do you think the old Goth will share her?"
The next morning, the Goths were gone not long after first light. By midday, the remainder had gone nowhere. Ballista had allocated the wagons, apart from that already claimed by the Gudja. The meagre money for ransoms had been divided into two. The soldiers loaded the gold into the carts, in which Castricius and Ballista himself would travel. Hordeonius then officiously ordered his auxiliary archers to stand guard over them. It was a rare command of the centurions with which his men were perfectly happy. As it transpired, no one seemed to want to trust the Sarmatians with handling their property. Conquest and cuckoldry were thought to do something to a man. So the tribesmen sat and scratched themselves as 7 slaves tried to break camp and manhandle everything into the wagons. Biomassos, the interpreter, Porsenna the haruspex, and the other imperial functionaries, let alone the eunuchs, knew such manual labour to be far beneath their dignitas. To get somewhat out of the chill north wind, Ballista and the freemen of his familia sat in the shelter of some willows. Castricius, Biomassos, and the 2 eunuchs joined them. They talked in a random, inconsequential fashion as they watched the uninspiring scene.
"If I was the sort of man to fuck another man's wife," Maximus said, "ideally I would like to see him disarmed."
They all looked at the nearest Sarmatian. He was leaning in the lee of his wagon, a big man, blond, handsome. From his boots to his cap, his clothes were embroidered nomad style. Everything about him was surprisingly clean. On his hip was a long, straight sword, suitable for a mounted warrior. A long dagger was strapped to his thigh. He had a coiled bullwhip thrust through his belt.
"The Urundi might have told more than the truth," Ballista said.
"It could be a Sarmatian cares more if you take his sword than his wife," Hippothus said. "His chief god is worshipped as a sword, and he swears his most solemn oaths on his sword. On the other hand, if he comes home to his tent and finds another man's quiver hanging outside, he wanders off until the stranger has finished with his wife."
"Marvellous," Maximus said. "A whole tribe of complacent husbands."
"Oh no," Hippothus said. "No good even for you. You see, nomad women are quite hideous, because they breathe the damp, thick air of the steppe, drink water from snow and ice, and do no hard work but sit in wagons all the time. Their bodies are not hardened. They are heavy and fleshy, their joints covered, watery and relaxed, their cavities very moist. Not being swaddled as children, they are disgustingly flabby. Their very obesity prevents them receiving male seed easily."
"I do not know. It does not sound too bad," Maximus said. "I sometimes like my women carrying a bit of weight. Warmth in the winter, shade in the summer. Moist cavities, and little danger of getting them pregnant. Did I ever tell you about the time—" "Nonsense,"
The interpreter cut him off.
The promiscuity of nomads derives from an outdated story in Herodotus about one tribe, the Agathyrsi. The Sarmatians, like their cousins the Alani, are polygamous. Having several wives does not mean they are happy if another man tries to lie with them. Doubtless the Heruli are the same.
It is Strabo the geographer who claims that nomad women in general are available, Hippothus said. Anyway, they smell, never wash.
He addressed the latter to Maximus.
I heard they kept their virginity until they had killed 3 men in battle, Castricius said. And cut their right breast off, added Ballista.
Their mothers are said to burn them off,
the interpreter pedantically corrected. The wind had got up, whipping the branches above their heads. The sky was dark, threatening rain. Down by the river, bitterns boomed, deep and resonant.
"Gods below, it's getting cold," said Maximus. "Not as cold as it will be out on the steppe," remarked Castricius. "Winter is near, continuous all year round. The north winds are charged with bitter rain, chilled with ice and snow.
Mules and asses die in the cold, and cattle lose their horns,"
Mastrobates joined in.
"Only animals small enough to live underground can survive."
"And summer lasts but a few days. Even then there is a mist. On the few occasions the sun does appear, it has little warmth," Castricius said.
"That is not what Strabo says," Hippothus put in. He seemed to be attempting to outdo the interpreter in pedantry.
"According to the geographer, the summer heat is too severe for those unaccustomed to it. Anyway, as a man of culture, I look forward to seeing strange and wonderful creatures. The tarandos, which changes its colour, and the kolos, which runs swifter than a deer. It drinks through its nostrils and stores water in its head."
"Fat and smelly. Well, I do not really care as long as they're willing," Maximus mused. "Actually, even if they're not all that at first."
A violent gust of wind ripped across the river, bringing the first of the rain. It was not yet heavy, but squalls flurried across the ground where the camp had stood, around the wagons. The beasts stood in what shelter they could find, heads down.
"Enough of this. Everyone on their feet," Ballista announced. "Help get your things into your wagons."
The company scattered, heads cocked into their shoulders against the rain. Ballista walked over to where the auxiliaries were sheltering in and around the wagons with the gold.
"Where is your centurion?"
Hordionius stuck his head out from under the felt canopy, half-sketched a salute.
"Leave half your men on guard and send the others to load the wagons," Ballista ordered.
"But—"
"Yes, centurion?"
Ballista's voice was icily polite.
"Nothing. We will do what is ordered, and at every command we will be ready."
The centurion set about rousting out his men with needless harshness, a swing of his staff here, a kick there. Ballista stamped through the weather to the wagon where the haruspex and the staff were. He climbed up onto the tailgate and stuck his head through the hanging. Pale, sullen faces gazed at him from the gloom.
"Everybody is to help load the wagons."
The others looked to the haruspex. After an insolent pause, the latter nodded. Ballista got down. Led by the priest, the occupants clambered from the wagon and went off unhappily. Ballista stood, the still centre of squelching activity. The rain ran down his face. His long hair was wet on his shoulders. He felt eyes on him. The Gudja was standing on the driving box of his wagon. In his rain-slick sable cloak, he looked like a ragged carrion crow. The Gudja smiled, obviously enjoying the disquiet among the Romans. The first day's travel was not good. There were only a few curtailed hours of daylight left when the wagon train finally moved out. Curtains of rain swept in from the north. Water sluiced off the felt canopies, darkened the hides of the oxen. The horses on their long leads plodded after, heads and tails down. Occasionally one snickered its displeasure. The unsprung wagons jolted along at a snail's pace. The noise was deafening. As the inexperienced occupants had not properly secured the coverings, they leaked. The Sarmatian drivers out in the elements, caps pulled down to meet their cloaks, only their eyes and noses showing, seemed impervious. Everyone else, huddled and jarred in the body of the carts, was thoroughly miserable. When it became fully dark, they made camp. It was a protracted, chaotic affair. The fires did not want to light. Some of the provisions had got wet. Their patience worn thin, men cursed, cuffed the slaves. They had not travelled above 3 miles, 4 at most. The next morning things were much improved. Hippothus had slept well. He and his slave Narcissus had been assigned a wagon with Castricius by Amasus and Hordionius and their 2 slaves. When not in motion, the wagons were comfortable, snug yet agreeably roomy. Climbing down, Hippothus saw that the rain had blown away south. A line of trees marked the Tanais to the left. Above, the sun shone from an enormous, washed-out blue sky. They ate breakfast, rye bread, dried meat, salted fish, and set about getting ready. Having checked Ballista had no need of his services as a census, Hippothus asked if he could exercise one of the horses. There were only 12, and he was delighted when Ballista assigned one permanently to him. The bandit-turned-secretary tacked up, slung his weapons and kit, and rode out across the steppe. Apart from the trees marking where the river ran, a flat sea of grass spread in all directions. None of the spring grass came up to the soles of his boots. There were some low mounds in the far distance, oddly regular in shape, but nowhere else could he see anything which offered concealment. The bandits, Alani or whatever they were, who had trailed them up the Tanais, were nowhere in sight. From a distance, the great wagons and oxen looked like a row of toys laid out by a serious-minded child. Hippothus watched Ballista riding up and down the train. The order of march was the wagon of the Gudja, that of Ballista and his familia, the two containing the soldiers, that of the haruspecs and functionaries, 3 wagons with the stores, the eunuchs and castriciuses at the rear. Hippothus assumed Ballista's thinking was to have the Goth at the front as the guide, and the 2 senior officers at either end of the rest. Given his past profession, Hippothus was unsure it was wise to have half the gold in the last wagon. When Ballista must have considered all was vaguely in order, the whole was got under way. The cracking of whips, the complaining of beasts, and the squeal of axles travelled clearly to Hippothus. With the breeze behind them, sounds could travel a long distance out on the steppe. Back in the town of Tanais, Ballista had encouraged those who considered themselves fighting men to purchase local bows and quivers. Now Hippothus took his out and began to practice shooting from horseback. To his irritation, he found it almost impossible. At a canter, let alone a gallop, the string bounced out of the notch of the arrow. On the rare occasions he managed to keep it in place long enough, the shot careered off nowhere near where he intended. It proved impossible to find some of the wayward shafts in the grass. After a time, Hippothus gave up. He stowed the recalcitrant weapon back in its goritas and fished in his saddle-pack for a book. Other riders were about. Castricius, Hordionius, and Biamassos all galloped separately across the steppe, exercising their mounts. Hippothus ignored them. With the morning sun on his shaven head, he unrolled the papyrus and read the physiognomy of Polymon. His horse ambled along, the reins loose on its neck. At midday, Hippothus cantered back. They were to take lunch on the move. At the lead wagon, Hippothus found a difference of opinion between Ballista and the Gudja.
"It is asking for trouble," said Ballista.
"We are too many for casual bandits, and it could draw the unwanted attention of others," the Gudja advised.
"There should always be outriders," responded Ballista.
"This grazing is disputed between the Alani and the Heruli. Both send out raiding parties of young warriors. Scouts and the like would draw them down on us. Remember, we Urundi know these steppes and these tribes. You do not."
The Gothic priest was not to be contradicted. Reluctantly, Ballista gave way. The second day went better. The wagon train made at least 8 miles. By the third, they were getting into a routine. Although some dark clouds scudded across, the weather continued fine. Hippothus rode alongside Ballista's wagon, where the Northerner's young slave, Wulfstan, was sitting up front alongside the Sarmatian driver. Hippothus had approached him before, the previous year back in Byzantium. The boy had turned him down flat, using words the servile should not utter. Hippothus had not taken much offence, none of it to heart. He knew the reason. The youth had been forced and mistreated by several owners before Ballista. Still, time had passed. His own slave, Narcissus, was getting past his first bloom. The young barbarian was more than attractive. He was beautiful. Hippothus put himself out to be charming. It was hard to make yourself heard over the cacophony of the wagon. Although studiedly polite, the boy quickly made it abundantly clear he was uninterested. Rejection never sat well with Hippothus, especially dished out twice by a slave. Outwardly maintaining an affable demeanour, talking lightly about trivial things, he turned the searching eye of a physiognomist on Ballista's pampered pet. The boy did not have the form of a typical Northerner. While he was tall for his age, with the expected red-blonde hair and blue eyes, his skin did not look rough to the touch, nor did his ankles appear thick. In some ways he was close to a pure Hellene, erect posture, beautiful in face and appearance, a squareness to the face and a slimness in his lips. His head was finely proportioned, between small and large, from which one could judge intellect, perception, and clemency. His ears also were evenly proportioned, which showed alertness. His hands were well made, with the broad white nails of understanding and memory. He was heavy in his speech, a sign of sadness, but also of long-lasting ambition and strong desire. But as ever, it was the eyes that were the key. The eyes are related to the heart, and it is through them you look to the conversation of the soul. The youth's beauty would blind many, but to the close scientific study of a trained physiognomist, his eyes revealed the terrible story of his soul. His cow-like blue eyes inclined downwards and had a shade of green, the eyes of one vehement in thought and force, a lover of killing, a lover of blood. His eyes were flurried with much movement, the eyes of one governed by a rebellious and angry demon, a vengeful demon which will visit harsh trials upon him and all those around him. "Ahead! Heruli!" The voice of the Gudja broke Hippothes's concentration. The wagons were grinding to a halt. Reaching for his sword, Hippothus reined his horse away from the column to see. About half a mile away, a line of 6 horsemen were silhouetted on a low rise. Immobile, the Heruli looked like black sentinels to another world. Part 2. The Wolves of the North. The Steppe, spring to autumn, AD 263. The Heruli observed many customs not in accord with other men. Procopius 6, 14, 2. 8. It was true. The Heruli were not as other men. Ballista tried not to stare. The 6 Herul horsemen were identical, and like nothing he had seen before. Each had bright dyed red hair, moustaches, and goatee beards. Almost every bit of skin visible, faces, necks, hands, and wrists, was covered in red tattoos, like heraldic symbols or letters from some outlandish script. But it was not any of this, and not their clothes, bulky nomad coats, which made them so very strange. It was their heads. Great, pointed skulls, nearly twice as long as they should be, slanting up and back like those of antediluvian predatory beasts or creatures from the underworld. "We are sorry we are late," one of them said. He spoke politely in the language of Germania, his accent close to that of Ballista himself. "We would have met you at the river, where our grazing lands begin, but my brother Philemuth was unwell." Now he looked. Ballista saw there were differences of age and physique. The one indicated looked old. He was slumped forward in his saddle. Behind the dyed hair and tattoos, his face was pale and drawn. There were blue-green smudges under his eyes. He looked deathly ill. "It is you again, Gudja," the first herald spoke warily. "And as ever the Haliorunna is with you." The Gothic priest nodded slightly, but the old crone at his side cackled and made fast, strange movements with her hands. Making a quick gesture of his own, the herald turned away from the Goths towards Ballista. He placed the palm of his right hand flat on his forehead. "I am Andonobalus, and the brothers that ride with me are Philemuth, Berus, Aloith, Ocus, and Pharas." Ballista bowed. "I am Marcus Clodius Ballista, legatus extra ordinem Sidica, sent by Imperator Publius Licinius Ignatius Gallienus Augustus. To my own people, I am known as Sternhelm, son of Isengrim, son of Starkad, of the Woden-born house of the war leaders of the Angles. A herald would forget his own name sooner than your lineage and the name of your grandfather." The herald did not pronounce the words fondly. Ballista ignored the reaction of the Roman party around him. All looked at him in surprise, except old Calgacus. "That was then, 2 generations ago," he said. "We Heruli keep some of the old ways." "As do we Angles. Trust me, we have not forgotten the things done then." Ballista smiled as if putting the subject aside. "Let me introduce my deputy, Gaius Aurelius Castricius." Again the herald placed his right palm flat to his forehead. Castricius dipped his head and saluted in acknowledgment. "But you have not honoured us with the names of your fathers," prompted Ballista. "Only the gods might say. We are Heruli, all brothers." "The father of your king Naulobates was Suatuas,
and his father before him was Vysandus, Ballista said.
The herald laughed.
We have not held to all the ways of our ancestors in the north. Many things are different on the Sea of Grass. It changes men. We are not the people Starcat knew.
I can see that.
Our camp is to the east. If it pleases you, we will go there. Our slaves are preparing food, and the vapor baths we are told you enjoy.
The Heruli rode ahead, and the others followed after. Ballista studied the nomads, biggish men on small, rough horses. Each had a combined bowcase and quiver, decorated with patterns akin to their own tattoos, although in different colours. A long sword and a dagger on their hips, and a round leather shield hung from their saddles. They wore voluminous sheepskin coats, no helmets or armour. They were equipped as typical light horse archers. Maximus nudged his horse alongside Ballista.
You'll be noticing their splendid trophies.
Horsehair pennants fluttered from their reins and horse furniture. Ballista looked harder. No, not horsehair. Human scalps, some dark, some lighter, all too many of them. And their quivers were not painted or embroidered. They were tattooed human skin.
What exactly is a Halyarunna?
Maximus asked.
A Gothic witch. They commune with the underworld, mate with unclean demons. It is said they can see the future, change the weather, raise the dead, Ballista answered. And do you want to tell me how come you and the Heruli know so much about each other?
Not now. Another time.
Another time, then.
They rode in silence for a while before Maximus spoke again.
Who was it told them we liked the cannabis?
Ballista did not answer. Maximus looked thoughtful.
That witch. Rather the demons than me.
The steppe spread all around them. The grass was enamelled with bright flowers, tulips, irises. Up above, below the white clouds, 4 rooks circled, harrying a lone vulture. Slowly, very slowly, a line of round grassy mounds drew nearer.
Kurgans, said Biomassos. The tombs of long-dead warriors and chiefs of the grasslands. At night, lights can be seen within. The sounds of ghostly feasting drift out. The gods strike down any who disturb them.
The lumbering ox wagons clanked and squealed between 2 of the larger kurgans. Beyond was the camp of the Heruli. There was but a handful of tents, and 4 or 5 of the smaller shelters for inhaling hemp. Half a dozen slaves stood waiting for their masters. The slaves were dressed just like the Heruli, but they had no tattoos, their hair was not dyed, and their skulls appeared completely normal. On the far side was a herd of animals, sheep, camels, mainly horses. There had to be over 100 horses, mainly chestnuts and some light greys. They were all hobbled and grazing quietly, an immense number for so few men. Masturbates felt light-headed and a little sick. The vapour tent was close, oppressive, the laughter too loud in his ears. It was not the amount he had inhaled or drunk, but the strange alcohol the Heruli had dispensed. Although clouded in his thinking, he was quite adamant on that point. Still, bizarre as they looked, you could not fault the hospitality of the nomads. No sooner had the wagons been circled and the beasts seen to than a feast had been ready. It had been completely without ceremony. There were no sacrifices or prayers beforehand, not even the most cursory libation. Men sat in no order, where they pleased, on rugs or on the grass. When they had served the food, the slaves of the Heruli joined their masters, and the slaves talked, not only to each other, loud enough to be heard by all, but they even addressed the free men unbidden. It was like an impromptu rustic saturnalia. There was no bread of any sort, but more than enough food, mutton stew, sausages, Masturbates enjoyed them even after he was told they were horse meat, and a good strong cheese. But the drink was another matter. When handed a leather skin, he had incautiously taken a long draught. The effects had been instant, a sharp stinging on his tongue, a sweat breaking out all over his body as the liquid went down. The Heruli had laughed as he spluttered. One who had a little Greek told him it was fermented mare's milk. Not wishing to give offence, he had persevered with small sips. It was not totally unlike a thin yoghurt, but sharper. A Hellene would always sweeten his oxygala with honey or cut it with oil. Once he had got accustomed to it, he began to quite like its aftertaste of bitter almonds. Just when Masturbates had begun to relax, one of the Heruli had jumped up and grabbed his ears hard, tugging vigorously at them.
Thinking he was being attacked, he had scrambled backwards to his feet, making ineffectual slapping gestures of defence. This had provoked uncontrolled mirth. His assailant had begun to clap his hands and dance. Ballista had come over, slapped Master Bartes on the shoulder, and explained that the herald was doing him honour, was inviting him to drink with him. Prodigious quantities of food consumed, they had split up and gone to the cannabis tents, taking many skins of alcohol with them. Master Bartes was in a shelter with Ballista, Maximus, and old Kalgakis. The Gudja was there, inscrutable as ever, and Donabalus and another 3 Heruli crowded in with them. One of the Heruli started to play a martial air on the lyre. As he began to sing, Ballista and Kalgakis stopped laughing. Maximus's hand went to his hilt. At a sharp word from Donabalus, the singer stopped. He smiled, obviously apologized, and his plectrum picked out a different tune. Although unable to understand a word, Master Bartes could tell this new song was a sentimental love ballad. He found himself giggling. As the singer was a herald, most likely it was addressed to a donkey. As the lyre player drifted into a lengthy instrumental passage, men began to talk again. The conversation, like the songs, was in the northern tongue. The herald to Master Bartes' left, the sickly-looking one, Philomuth, spoke some Greek. He exhaled and smiled sadly. "King Cannabas, that guides our King Naulobates." Unable to think of any response, Master Bartes asked him about the Anereis, the men who took a woman's part. Were there many of them, and were they really regarded with reverence in Scythia? It soon became apparent the herald had no idea what he was talking about, and seemed set to take offence. "How did you learn Greek?" Master Bartes changed the subject. "At the imperial court, you failed to learn tact at your peril." Philomuth brightened. "I went," he used a barbaric word, "into the kingdom of the Romans with the Borani and Urundi. We were at Trapezus. There were many Roman soldiers. They were drunk, lazy. They had no courage. We placed tree trunks against the walls. The Romans fled. We sacked the town. It was good. Much gold and silver, much wine and women. Oh, many women. I took many slaves home." Unsure how to respond, Master Bartes made a non-committal noise. "One girl, a Greek. Her name is Olympias. Very beautiful." Philomuth coughed. The old herald looked sad. "I took her as my 4th wife. She gave much pleasure to me, to my brothers. But now I am ill. If I need to die, it will not be good for her." The herald began to weep, openly, without shame. The tent suddenly seemed very small to Master Bartes. The fumes were suffocating. The elongated skulls of the Heruli were becoming ever more demonic. Kalgakis's misshapen head was no better. The taste of almonds was cloying. Master Bartes felt his gorge rising. He had to get out. Stumbling over legs, muttering apologies, he crawled to the opening. He heard laughter, assumed it was mocking. Outside, the air was cool. He could breathe. He gulped down big lungfuls. He steadied himself against a guy rope. It was a still, cloudless night. Overhead, the panoply of stars wheeled. "Too much mare's milk?" The voice was inebriated but kindly. Master Bartes had not noticed anyone approach. "Here." The man passed an amphora. "This will take the taste away, cleanse your palate. It is Arsaine, not a noble wine, but light and clean." Master Bartes drank. He felt better. He was surprised at the consideration shown him. "Thank you." "Think nothing of it." The other took back the wine, took a long swig. He swayed slightly. "A beautiful night." "It is. A night of endless possibilities. A night for wild feasting. Come, walk with me." As if in a dream, Master Bartes fell into step beside him. They had a torch to light the way. "One of the kurgans has been opened. Tomb robbers, I suppose. Let us go and see if it is true that the ancient chiefs feast by night." "No, I am not sure." Master Bartes had no wish to do such a thing. "Afraid?" The other grinned, his teeth very white. "Me too. Come, unless you are not man enough." Again Master Bartes walked with him. There was something strangely attractive about his companion,
as there often was with rough men. Away from the camp, it was dark beyond the light of the torch. The mound loomed massive and rounded. At its side was a black opening, like a door to Hades. Masturbates followed him inside. A passage sloped down. After a while, 20, 30 paces, it opened into a hollowed-out circular chamber. They stepped over the worm-eaten remains of a wooden cart. Inside, the chamber was large, 20 paces across. It was empty except for some scattered bones and a large leather bag. Everything of value had been looted. The place smelt of earth and old decay. Masturbates regarded the bones. There were a lot of them, at least 15 skulls. A couple were horses, the rest human.
"They killed many of the chief's servants to accompany him to the underworld,"
Masturbates said.
"Maybe, but one of the Heruli told me these kurgans are often reused."
He held up the torch, and Masturbates saw 2 entrances, other than that by which they had entered. One was blocked, one open.
"Sometimes there is more than one chamber. Robbers often dig more than one tunnel." "What about their demons?"
Masturbates asked. The man took another drink. He seemed more sober now. "Not all demons are bad. Anyway, only the ghosts of those unjustly slain harm the living. The gods let them walk to punish those who robbed them of the divine gift of life. It was the Scythians' custom to sacrifice the servants, so they were killed justly." He passed the amphora to Masturbates. "Is it hard being what you are?" Masturbates drank, trying to arrange his alcohol and narcotic-fuddled thoughts.
"Yes, it is not easy. Men, normal men, whole men, see us as things of ill omen, like Eastern priests, cripples, like monkeys. They turn away if they meet us. No, it is not easy to be thought of as a monkey."
The man considered this. "I went to a dream diviner once, probably a charlatan. He told me the kinds of men one should never believe if they spoke to you in a dream. Actors, sophists, priests of Cybele, the poor, and eunuchs. They all raised false expectations."
"Why did you bring me here?"
"Nor should you trust Pythagoreans, or prophets who divine from dice, from palms, from sieves, or from cheese. But the dead are always worthy of credence." He put out a hand and touched Masturbates' face.
"I thought you were one of those who saw my kind as ill-omened. I thought you did not care for my company,"
Masturbates said. "My likes and dislikes are of no importance. It is the will of the gods." He trailed the back of his fingers down Masturbates' cheek as if measuring him. "Do you know what you are?" Masturbates stepped back. The man's eyes were odd. This was all becoming strange beyond measure. "I think you really do not know." The man's eyes were flecked red in the torchlight. He stood between Masturbates and both the unblocked tunnels.
"We should go."
Masturbates heard the anxiety in his own voice. He had been a fool, a drunken, womanish fool. The man drew his sword. In the flickering light, the steel seemed to ripple. Masturbates took another step backwards, panic rising in his throat. The other watched him.
"You killed the slave in the river,"
Masturbates said. "And many others." Masturbates went to draw his own blade. He had forgotten the amphora. It slipped from his grip and shattered loudly. Wine splashed onto his boots. The man made no move. Masturbates fumbled his short sword clear of its scabbard.
"No need to abandon all attempts at manly virtue," he thought. "A eunuch can still be a man."
The other flexed his sword arm.
"Why?"
Masturbates said. The man paused as if he had been waiting for the question, had been asked it before under like circumstances. "For your own good, and the benefit of others. Because the gods—" Masturbates thrust forward, sword aimed at the body. Caught unaware, the man was late blocking. Masturbates' blade was only a hand's breadth away when a clash of metal deflected it. The eunuch's momentum carried him. He crashed into the man, who staggered backwards. Mastabati's was clear. He was past the killer, was at the entrance tunnel. He went to hurdle the remains of the cart. A bone turned under his foot, and his ankle twisted. He went down, crashing among the papery, dry bolts of timber. His sword slipped from his grasp. The wind was knocked out of him, and his ankle hurt abominably, but Mastabati's was up in a moment. He scrabbled on his hands and knees, groping in the dirt for his sword. Noises behind him. His fingers closed on the hilt. He rolled over, bringing the blade up. A flash of burning light, a jarring impact, and Mastabati's sword was smashed from his hand. The steel went spinning, skittering across the floor of the tomb to its dark further reaches. The killer stood over him. He held the torch in one hand, his long sword in the other. The sword was pointed at Mastabati's throat.
"No, not disgrace myself. No, not beg," Mastabati's thought. "Be a man."
He was panting. So was the killer. Apart from their breathing, all that could be heard was the hiss of the torch.
"Be a—"
The sword thrust down. Pain like nothing Mastabati's had known. His body arched. He could not scream, could not breathe. He was choking on his own blood. Dimly he noticed his own legs drumming on the ground, blackness in all the corners of his vision. Horribly swiftly, the dark edged in and closed over him. 9. "This same killer," Ballista said. None of the men contradicted him. There were 8 of them in the tomb. 5 Romans, Castricius, Maximus, Hippothus, the centurion Hordionius, and Ballista himself, the Gothic Gudja, and 2 Heruli, and Donabalus and Philomuth. There had been many more, a packed crowd, gawping. Ballista curtly had told Calgacus to herd them out. Ballista knew his temper was short, and he knew why. Thousands of tons of earth poised above his head, and the only ways out, 2 long and narrow, obviously unsafe tunnels dug by robbers. He would have given a lot to be able just to leave. The scene in the chamber did not help. It was infinitely macabre. The freshly mutilated corpse lay among the bones of ancient violence. In the torchlight, the shadows of the living shifted on the rough walls as if souls already halfway to flitting like bats in Hades. All too easy to imagine being trapped here for eternity.
"Why stuff the body parts under his armpits?" Maximus asked.
"Offerings to the infernal gods," Hordionius replied. "As we offer the heart, liver, and organs of a sacrificial beast, the murderer turns his victim into a sacrifice, turns away the anger of the gods, buys their protection." "Or something more practical," Ballista said. "A demon cannot accuse you with no tongue, cannot harm you with no hands, and cannot fuck you with no cock," Maximus added, although that might not be too much of a problem with a eunuch. "The murderer will kill more than just slaves," Ballista said. "Possibly not. The eunuch was a freedman," the centurion said. "Once a slave, always a slave. You can always tell. I remember being in the baths at Byzantium. It was in the apoditerium. I was just putting my clothes in a locker." Ballista let Hordionius run on. The fumes of cannabis and alcohol were still in his head. It was easier to think without having to talk. Both bodies had been found outside the camp. The first could have been killed anywhere. It had drifted down the Tanais. The blood showed that this one had been killed in the corridor of the tomb. Mastabati's was unlikely to have ventured outside the camp on his own. He had to have been lured out. "The man barged past me, almost knocked me over. Not a word of apology." Mastabati's would not have left the camp with a stranger, certainly not to this ghastly place. The killer had to be travelling with them. But who? "So I punched him to the ground. His slave came at me, so I knocked him down too. Beat them both like dogs. Used my fists, feet, a wooden clog." "And why?" "You see into a man's soul when you beat him." Of course, the killer might be in the pay of an outsider. Not the Borani. Somehow it was not the way of the Goths, not the northern way of doing things. It could be Saphrax, the king of the Alani. Certainly he would hold a grudge from his defeat at the Caspian Gates. But on such grounds it was much more likely either Sauamag or Pithanissa. A prince denied a throne, and a woman scorned. The Suanian royal family were brought up in a world where murder was common currency. They prided themselves on their ingenuity in killing, poison, steel, drowning, suffocation, and Pythonissa had cursed him with that terrible curse.
He was nothing but a dirty little freedman from Lycia who had made some money.
Yet the killer's motives might have nothing to do with the outside. Like his person, they could be contained inside this strange caravan plodding across the steppe.
Even naked as we all were, I could tell what he really was.
Ballista thought of his own slave, Polybius. Had he run back in Panticapaeum, or had something worse happened? If the latter, the killer had been with them from the beginning.
"It is just a eunuch,"
Andonobalus said. "Easy to replace."
He was a brave...
Somehow Ballista could not say man.
He did not lack courage. Last year, when our ship was being chased by pirates on the Euxine, he stepped up to fight.
He did not deserve to die like this. No one does.
You do not like them any more than anyone else, Maximus said. The other year in Cilicia, when we captured the Sassanid king's harem, you killed 2 of Shapur's eunuchs out of hand just because they were crying and it annoyed you. What was it you said? Something like, "We never cared for their sort in the north."
Ballista suppressed a flash of anger. He had been out of his mind then, maddened with grief. He had been convinced his wife and sons were dead. But he was not going to voice that excuse. Did not want to be reminded of that time at all. Fuck Maximus for bringing it up.
"Look at the eunuch's head. The killer cleaned his blade on his hair,"
the Gudja said in heavily accented Greek. It was true. There was much blood from the wound at Mastabate's throat, and the various mutilations, but none of it seemed to account for the clotted hair. From his youth at the imperial court, half-remembered lines of poetry came into Ballista's mind. He recited hesitantly, losing the meter, missing words altogether. "Think, is it likely the dead in the tomb will take these honours well, who mercilessly slew him, armpitted him, and for ablution wiped off the bloodstains on his head?" "What is that?" Maximus asked.
"Lines from Sophocles' Electra. Clytemnestra tried to avoid the blood guilt of killing her husband Agamemnon by wiping the murder weapon in his hair. On his own head be it. It was his fault for sacrificing their daughter Iphigenia. Mastabates mentioned the lines when we were looking at the body of Castricius' slave. Now, Mastabates is the dead one."
Ballista paused, thinking. No one else spoke.
Mastabates said he was sure there was something more about mutilation, not in tragedy, but in epic.
Ballista looked at Castricius and Hippothus. Neither the enthusiast for epic poetry nor the self-styled man of Hellenic high culture reacted. Suddenly the weight of the earth above was very heavy on Ballista. He was tired, hungover, oppressed. He had to get out of this tomb. Abruptly he turned to Hordionius. "Organize the burial," he said. As he neared the surface, Ballista could hear the wailing of the other eunuch, Amantius. The tunnel was almost pitch dark. Men were screaming. The sounds of fighting were coming nearer. The flickering of distant torches gave it the look of hell. Mamurra was down, wounded. He was shouting something. Ballista could not hear. He felt the crushing weight of the earth above them. It was hard to breathe. He was choking. Far away behind him was the faint light of the outside world, the light of safety. Mamurra shouted again. His hand reached out to Ballista. The Persians were getting closer. Earth drifted down onto Ballista's head like flour on a sacrificial animal. He felt as much as heard the thunk, thunk of axes biting into the pit props. He had to get out. He took a last look at Mamurra. His friend's eyes were wild. Ballista turned and ran. He stumbled out into the light. The dream scrambled and retreated. Ballista lay in the darkness. Poor old Mamurra. Poor square-headed old bastard. A man you could trust. A man who had trusted him. Ballista had not been in the tunnel at Arete, but he had given the order. What in hell else could he have done? Spare one and let the others die? He had given the order, and left his friend entombed in the dark forever. The steppe was like nothing Khalgakis had ever seen. It was another world. The ox wagons had rumbled east for 4 days since the discovery of Mastabati's corpse. They must have covered 40 miles, but it could have been 400, or no distance at all. The steppe gave no indication of having any beginning or end. Many found it monotonous, but Khalgakis was comfortable with the sameness. Although there were occasional bursts of rain, it was still May. Most of the time the sun shone. Khalgakis enjoyed each day's travel. The plain spread flat in all directions. There were spring flowers in the grasses, blue, lilac, and yellow. There were milkwort and wild hemp and tall candelabras of mullein flowers, and everywhere was grey wormwood, everywhere the bitter aroma of wormwood. Not all was monotony. Groups of rounded barrows of the dead came and went. Then, abruptly, the convoy would come upon small watercourses. Hidden in their own declivities, the streams sparkled, refreshing the eye. Snipe flew up, and there were chub, tench, and pike, even crayfish to be caught. Mice and larger rodents dived into holes and burrows. Maximus claimed to have seen all sorts of other animals, wild asses and goats, a vixen playing with her cubs, but Khalgakis's old eyes were not sharp enough to catch them. The Hibernian was probably lying. The days were one thing, but the nights were another. In the day, unless you rode away from the din of the caravan, you could not hear the steppe singing, but at night, when men and beasts slept, there was no escaping it. The wind, and there was almost always wind, sighed through the fresh spring grasses. The sibilant whistling and whispering insinuated thoughts of regret and loss, instilled a feeling of trepidation. Nightingales and the call of owls added to the melancholy. On those nights when there were no clouds, the moon was bright enough to illuminate every blade of grass. The unfathomable immensity of the sky made Khalgakis uneasily aware of the fleeting insignificance of man. He thought of Rebecca and the boy Simon, of his own hopes of comfort and domesticity. If he survived this, and in the face of such alien vastness it seemed somehow implausible, he would marry her. Ballista might hanker for a return to the north, at least in half his heart, but Khalgakis wanted none of it. He had been a slave there. In the south he had freedom. He wanted nothing more than to live out his days under the hot Sicilian sun, a son of his own playing at his feet. On the 5th morning, Khalgakis rode with Ballista and Maximus away from the others.
"So, would now be a good time for you to be telling me how you and the Longheads are so well informed about each other?" Maximus asked Ballista.
"You might as well know," Ballista said.
"Once the Heruli lived in the north, on the island of Scandinavia, across the Swabian Sea, northeast from my people. In my grandfather's time, the Heruli killed their king for no better reason than they did not want to be ruled by him any more." Ballista smiled. "We Germans do not exalt our rulers like the Persians or Romans. But among the Heruli, their kings enjoyed practically no advantage over any other warrior. All claimed the right to sit with him, eat with him, insult him without restraint."
Ballista smiled again. A brace of partridge flew up, their whirring wings making the horses skitter. Ballista soothed his mount and took up the story once more.
"They chose a new king, Sunildas. He was more to their taste. They were numerous and warlike. They soon conquered most of the 13 neighbouring tribes on Scandinavia. Both the powerful Goti and the savage Scrithifini fell under their sway. Their king tried to call a halt, but they reviled him and called him effeminate, a coward. Their natural avarice was aroused. He did not dare try to curb them. They crossed the sea. The Euties were subjected. The Heruli moved south, raided far and wide. The terrible things they did roused the other tribes against them, the Varini, Faradini, Reodigni, Saxones, Aviones, and the Angles."
Ballista stopped. Khalgakis was half listening. He knew the tale of old.
"And?" Maximus prompted. "And my grandfather had been away when the Heruli came. They raped and killed his first wife, their 2 daughters. It was Starkad who formed the tribes into alliance against the Heruli, persuaded their subjects to revolt. He killed their king Sunildas with his own hands. The Heruli were driven from their lands. Sunildas's son, Visandus, led them into exile. Many of the Euties went with them. Now they are here,
Maximus laughed and turned to Calgacus.
Did you know this?
Aye. And you both thought telling anyone might cast a further blight on the spirits of your companions? Something on those lines, Ballista said.
I can see your point, Maximus said. Being tracked by an unknown murderer through a wilderness utterly forsaken by the gods, but seemingly crowded with your enemies, that I am sure they can take in their stride. But should they discover that if by some miracle we are lucky enough to reach our destination alive, we will have delivered ourselves into the hands of a people who have good reason to want to see your entire family, and probably anyone connected to you, dead, I know that might depress anyone a little. Like hunting bear across ice with a cracked bow and a torn hamstring, Calgacus said.
The other two ignored him. He wheezed his own amusement. Then, for a while, they rode in silence. "Who do you think it is?" Ballista said, breaking into their thoughts.
"A man who does not like slaves or eunuchs," Maximus said. "It could be me."
"So, you do not think it is the old witch?" Ballista asked.
"Sure, you can never tell," Maximus said. "She's a villainous-looking old bitch. Never succumb to the soft words of a witch, or her snaring embraces. Every sweetness will turn sour. You'll take to your bed broken with sorrow," Calgacus said.
"Stop it," said Ballista, smiling. "When you get happy enough to start quoting northern aphorisms, it always depresses me."
"Aphor what?"
"Sayings."
"Are you sure it is not the Barani?" Maximus asked.
"Quite sure. They want me dead, not some slave and an imperial eunuch."
"Pythonissa cursed you and all you love. Now, unless your girl thinks you have taken to loving eunuchs, it is not going to be her behind it. Come to that, it's not going to be her brother Saurmag or the Alani either."
Ballista nodded in acceptance.
"I have been wondering if it might be the king of the Urundi," Maximus said. "He will not be wanting to be attacked by the Heruli, and he has that old Gudger on hand, and he is a nasty piece of work.
If Hisama knew we are meant to set the Heruli on him, he would not have let us cross his lands. He could have sent us back or just had us killed." Again they rode in silence. Another group of barrows was looming. "But you might be right that it is political," Ballista continued after a time, as if he had not stopped speaking. "We are in the middle of nowhere, cut off from all news, but out there the dance of emperors and kings goes on, and for all we know we may be a small part of it. The Persians do not want the Urundi fighting the Heruli. The Easterners want them and the other Goths free to raid the Imperium. As Corrector of the Orient, Odenathus of Palmyra has been taking the fight to the Persians. They would rather he was distracted chasing northerners around the southern shores of the Euxine. There again, Posthumus, the pretender in the west, must know Gallienus is preparing to attack him. It is better for him if Gallienus has to deal with Gothic raids in the Aegean and Greece."
"How is killing a eunuch and a slave going to make the embassy fail?" Maximus asked.
"If the Heruli think there is a killer with us, they might not want us coming too close to their king," Ballista said. "It could be politics." Calgacus hawked and spat.
"Was it politics drove you to kill those two eunuchs in Cilicia?"
Ballista shot him a fierce, unhappy look. "You were out of your mind," Calgacus continued. "Same here. No politics, no deep reason. It is the work of a madman."
"Who?"
Maximus raised the question.
"Of course," Calgacus went on, "it might not be a man at all. No one has seen the killer. Maybe not a man, but a demon."
They rode past the first of the tombs. From its summit, an ancient stone effigy of a warrior holding a sword gazed down. 10. Hippothous felt like a character in a novel. Not one of those centred in the Hellenic world, but an adventure story that roamed to the ends of the earth. Something like The Wonders Beyond Thule. Certainly this journey was tough, brought its dangers. Numberless are the challenges which lie before you on your outward journey and on your return. But I am destined by the hateful decision of a god to die far away, as Idmon had prophesied to the crew of the Argo. Hippothous was sure the first line was the one that was relevant to him. The sea of grass was a constant delight. That afternoon they had ridden into camp across a carpet of hyacinth and tulip. The scent of the thyme crushed by their horses' hooves mingled with the intoxicating tang of wormwood. The customs of the steppe were fascinating, well worth study. Hippothus was not one of those Hellenes who, no matter where they went, just found Hellas. He saw himself more like Herodotus, interested in other peoples for their own sake, not in a hurry to judge, prepared to accept that everywhere custom is king. Like Herodotus, like those men of culture who accompanied Alexander, he was venturing beyond the known, opening new fields of inquiry. That was why Hippothus was so pleased to be able to attend the ritual that was to unfold after the feast. The fire was sawing in the perpetual wind, tongues of flame drawn away into the night. The air was pungent with mingled wood smoke, animal dung, and roast lamb. Philomath, seated on the left of Hippothus, knew some Greek. As the participant in the forthcoming ritual, it was unsurprising the sickly herald did not want to talk. On the other side of the fire, Ballista was talking to Andonobalus, Maximus and Calgacus with a couple of other nomads. They were using one of the languages of the north. Hippothus, of course, could not understand a word. Unable to join in the conversations, Hippothus ate his lamb quietly and sipped his drink. He was very sober. The significance of the evening did not encourage heavy drinking or much levity. With nothing else to do, as so often, he gave way to his passion for physiognomy. He was not in the mood to study the Heruli, although they were interesting. Once you looked beyond their artificially distorted skulls and pale, rough northern skin, they were surprisingly normal, some even evidently of good character, but they could wait until they reached the court of King Naulobates. Now Hippothus wanted to practice on two subjects he had put off for far too long. For 3 years, 4 if you counted inclusively. Calgacus was in direct view, well lit by the fire, and caught up in discussion with his neighbours. It was an ideal moment for prolonged scrutiny. The test of skill would be to penetrate behind the natural ugliness of the subject, to tear that unlovely veil aside and reveal the soul. No squeamish feelings of revulsion should be allowed to stand in the way. The old Caledonian had a large head. Usually that was good, indicating intelligence, understanding, and high ambition. But Calgacus's head was too large, a horrible great dome-like thing. That must mean the opposite. A lack of knowledge and understanding, and a complete indifference. And his head was crooked, pointing to a failure of modesty and a dissolution of covenants. Not a man to be trusted, but nothing too bad so far. Calgacus had a big chin, which should denote the ability to suppress anger, but the tendency to talk at the wrong time. The latter rang true to Hippothus, but he was unsure about the former. Calgacus shifted, scratched his crotch. From various trips to the baths, Hippothus knew Calgacus possessed a very large penis. Maximus often called him Buticosus, the big stuffer in Latin. Calgacus was the sort of man the Frumentarii would have kidnapped in the reign of the pervert Heliogabalus to give the emperor pleasure. Although Hippothus could remember nothing at all in the physiognomy of Polemon or that of Loxus about penises, an odd omission, a big cock was obviously a very bad thing. Everyone knew a small penis was the mark of a civilized man. The opposite was barbaric irrationality and loss of self-control. The eyes are always the truest witness. Hippothus peered across at Calgacus. The northerner's eyes were somewhat bleared. That was nothing but old age. They were an indeterminate shade of blue. Little to be made of that. They were small. That was more revealing. Small like kinds of snakes, monkeys, foxes, and the like. They most resembled the eyes of a serpent. Malicious, intelligent, tyrannical, wary, timid, sometimes tameable, quick to change, and bad-natured. Hippothus thought the last obviously correct. Calgacus was oblivious, still deep in conversation. His eyes were still, fixed, but his forehead and eyebrows were contracted as he listened to the herald. It was the revelation Hippothus needed. As Polemon had written, when you saw eyes of such a type, know that he is a hated man and an enemy, and, if they were combined with a frown, judge him for perfidy and cunning. Hippothus leant back. At last his judgment was made, scientific in its exactitude. He took a drink. He felt rather drained, but it was no time to rest. Despite the subdued, even apprehensive mood of the meal, Maximus was yapping away, hands moving, bird-like head nodding. Hippothus found it difficult to get past the missing end of the Hibernian's nose. The scar was distractingly reminiscent of a cat's arse. He took another drink, tried harder. What was left of Maximus's nose implied that it had once spread. That sign of fornication and a love of sexual intercourse could not have been more apt. The hair on his head was black, cropped short but thick. Its darkness indicated cunning and deception. In thickness it resembled that of a savage wild animal. The hair of his eyebrows was long, almost touching the temples, signifying much desire and the nature of a pig. Maximus wore a short beard, little more than stubble, but it was more luxuriant on the neck. The untrained viewer might think this nothing more than an indolence in shaving. The physiognomist knew better. It showed power, strength, even magnanimity, like a lion. But as ever, the eyes were the key. They were never still, always moving fast, and that pointed to lack of truth, to wicked conjecture, and all the way to true evil. A herald slave came out of the darkness to Philomath. It was time for the scapulomancy. The slave carried the shoulder-blades of 3 sheep. He passed them to the nomad. Everyone, even Maximus, was quiet. The bones were very white, scraped, possibly boiled clean. Philomath turned them in his hands. Everyone knew the question Philomath was putting to them. He was asking his gods, "Should I die?" At length, Philomath handed the bones back. Using tongs, the slave placed them one after another in the heart of the fire. The flames licked white around them. The shoulder-blades would crack in the heat, but if one cracked cleanly lengthwise, the answer to the question was yes. No one spoke as they waited. Beyond the sounds of the wind and the fire, an owl called in the immensity of the steppe. Hippothous wondered what deities drew near across that dark ocean of grass. The Heruli worshipped many gods, none gentle or mild. Philomath grunted, then coughed. The slave went forward and retrieved the bones. They were black now. He placed them on the ground to cool. Philomath sat cross-legged. His fate was decided, waiting to be discovered, but he showed no impatience. Once he doubled up, coughing, but he forced himself upright again, motionless. A horse snickered out in the darkness. Philomath gestured. The slave gave him the first shoulder-blade. Philomath peered close at it, lips moving as if reading a book. He took his time, then he put it aside. 3 fine cracks were discernible running across the bone. A gesture, and the slave gave the next one into Philomath's hands. The herald spent less time studying it. Before he put it down, Hippothous could see the round flakes that had burnt off, the fine patina of cracks covering the whole surface. Philomath seemed to barely glance at the final shoulder-blade. He put it down on the grass and stood up. Hippothous saw the clean break running lengthwise. Philomath walked out of the circle of firelight into the darkness. "No, no!" The young herald Aloith was laughing, although not unkindly. "You draw the arrow like this!" He leant out of the saddle, a cross between the horses. Wulfstan could not understand how he did not fall. Aloith again guided Wulfstan's fingers in the strange nomad draw, the thumb pulling the bowstring back, right forefinger locked against the thumbnail, the whole hand twisted to the left, so the knuckle of the forefinger held the arrow in place. "Now, try again!" Wulfstan booted his mount into a canter. Although gripping as hard as he could with his legs, the young angle bounced precariously. It felt very unsafe with no hands on the reins. The horse picked up speed. The steppe rattled by all too fast. The sack stuffed with straw came nearer. Wulfstan nudged the horse onto a slightly different approach. Concentrating hard as Wulfstan knocked the arrow, he remembered to place the shaft to the right of the bow. The string cut into his thumb as he drew. Everything about this nomad way of doing things seemed wrong. He tried to aim. The motion of the horse made it impossible. He was almost on top of the target. He released. The arrow flew well wide. Grabbing both the reins and the tuft left low down on the mane for that purpose, he pulled the horse around in a wide circle. He trotted back again, dispiritedly. As soon as the wagon train had got going that morning, Ballista had asked the Heruli if they would teach him and some of his men how to shoot at the gallop in the nomad style. and Donabalus, Pharas, and young Aloith had agreed, seemingly delighted to demonstrate their skills. 7 had assembled for instruction. The centurion Hordionius had claimed his auxiliary light horse bowmen were already more than well trained. The Gudja had smiled disdainfully. No one had suggested asking the Sarmatian drivers. Irritatingly, Ballista, Maximus, and Hippothus had grasped the basic technique in a reasonably short time. Castricius and Calgacus had taken rather longer. The latter never came anywhere near real proficiency. The Suanian Tarchon had given up altogether. Now only Wulfstan was still trying. He was very hot and tired. He had been at it all morning. It was good of Aloith to remain behind. Good of him to teach a slave in the first place. When the idea was raised that morning, Wulfstan had been prepared to beg Ballista to be allowed to use a horse and try. No opportunity to learn was to be spurned. When free, he would need all the killing skills he could possess. Wulfstan had been pleased Ballista had granted his request without demur. He had ridden ponies often before he was enslaved. The big Sarmatian war horses, and he was on his 3rd this morning, were very different. Guiding a horse just with your legs was difficult, but drawing a bow with your thumb, not your fingers, and trying to aim the arrow all at the same time was quite impossible.
You must relax. A horse trained by a Sarmatian is not as good as one trained by a herald, but it still knows what to do. Just point it in the general direction. Pull the bow back smoothly. Try to hold the position I showed you earlier. Think of it as an extension of your arms. Let me demonstrate again.
In one fluid motion, Aloith pushed his mount into a gallop and withdrew bow and arrow from his goritas. He made high yipping noises as he raced across the steppe. The bow curved back. An arrow sped towards the target. As it thumped home, another left the bow, then another. Aloith spun the horse around in its own length. Thundering back through the dust of his own making, he shot another 3 shafts into the sack. Wulfstan spat. The bitter taste of wormwood was in his throat. He grinned ruefully. "How?"
"It comes naturally when you have learnt as a small child. Now you try again."
Gamely, Wulfstan knocked another arrow. His thumb hurt. The blisters had burst and they were bleeding. He squeezed the barrel of the horse with his thighs. As it set off, Wulfstan felt momentarily light-headed. The grass accelerated under him. Bright flowers flashed by. The sack seemed to blur in his vision. The pressure of the string cut into his thumb. Wulfstan felt dizzy. He released the bow. The arrow went nowhere near the target. He reined the horse back to a standstill. In the distance, the horizon shifted. It and the sky ebbed away. They were retreating faster and faster, dragging the steppe after them. The grasses, the wormwood shrubs, the bright dots of flowers were racing away. Wulfstan felt it pulling at him. There was a great heaviness in his body, behind his eyes.
"Are you hurt?"
"No, I do not think so." Wulfstan was on the ground. Aloith cradled Wulfstan's head, put a flask to his lips. Wulfstan coughed it up.
"I am sorry. I forgot some outlanders do not like fermented mare's milk. I will get something else."
Wulfstan lay back, closed his eyes again.
"Try this."
Aloith lifted Wulfstan's head once more, put another flask to his lips. It was watered wine. Wulfstan drank. He sat up, opened his eyes. The steppe had stopped moving.
"You have been out here a long time. I should have made you drink more,"
Aloith said. "No, it was not that. It was strange. The steppe seemed to move."
"Yes, it can do that, even to those born here. The spirits try to pull you to them. Many die from it."
Aloith, squatting on his haunches, took Wulfstan's hands, looked at the deep cut on his thumb.
"You have tenacity. You put aside the pain. You would make a good herald."
"How? I am a slave." There was no disguise to the bitterness in Wulfstan's voice.
"Herald just means warrior. Our slaves fight alongside us."
"You do not blind them?" Aloith laughed.
"You have seen them. Why would we do something so stupid? If a slave shows courage, he wins his freedom. Of course, he cannot become one of the Rossomoni, but he becomes a herald."
"Rossomoni?" Aloith touched the bright red hair on his elongated head.
"You are born one of the Red Ones, the brothers. But several of Naulabate's leading Heruli warriors were slaves. One was even a Greek slave taken out of Trapezus. Imagine that."
Wulfstan drank some more.
"We should get back,"
Aloith said. Wulfstan went to remonstrate. We will practice more tomorrow. I will get you a ring for your thumb. The herald helped Wulfstan to his feet, onto his horse, whistled for his own, and jumped into the saddle. They rode back together in silence. Wulfstan's thoughts were full of new ideas of slavery and freedom. 11. Ballista was riding with Calgacus and Maximus, as he had been for several days, always travelling, never arriving. The steppe stretched on without limit. Time stagnated. It took an effort to remember it was only 11 days since the discovery of Mastabati's body, only 14 since they set out onto the alien world of the steppe. As they trudged into the east, kurgans would appear in the distance. Slowly the barrows got closer, were passed, and left behind. Watercourses were stumbled upon, each one somehow a surprise. The ox wagons were braked down hard into the streams, hauled up the other side. Occasionally there would be a glimpse of white up ahead in the distance, a fixed point in the shimmering sea of green. Not until they were on top of it could the travellers tell if it was a boulder or a blanched skull. A lot of cattle and other creatures had died out here. Ballista watched a lapwing swooping and diving around the head of the column, screaming outrage and distress at the threat to its unseen nest. "At least we have not seen hide nor hair of the Alani since the river," Maximus said. "That means shite," responded Calgacus. "The dust, the campfires, making only 10 miles a day. We could not be easier to follow. There could be any number of the bastards out there tracking us." "Child's play," Ballista agreed. His mood was as glum as any. The main body could hang back miles away, have a couple of scouts watch our dust cloud from over the horizon. Nothing to stop them riding in to have a closer look in the dark. "Not at all," Maximus said. "A couple of horsemen on their own would not last a night out there alone. The demons would get them." Both Ballista and Calgacus gave him a dubious look. "The plains are crawling with demons and other foul, unnatural creatures. Occus the herald told me so." "And you believed him?" Ballista said. "And why not? Your long-headed fellow was born out here. He should know." Calgacus made an unpleasant, grating, coughing sound, what passed for laughter. "Go on, laugh, you old fucker," Maximus said. "See if you're still laughing when one of them is pulling your guts out, drinking your blood." "Like a retarded fucking child," Calgacus muttered. "Occus said that your gothic witches, like that old bitch with the gudja, go out and copulate with them, breed more of the things. At Ragnarok, a whole horde of them, demons, half-demons, all sorts, will come out of the steppe, kill everything in their path." "I think they might be one of the lesser things to worry about at the end of days," Ballista said. "Especially once the stars have fallen, the sun has been devoured, and the dead risen. There will be a lot on our minds." "Say what you like, you'd not catch me out there at night on me own." Maximus was reluctant to give up the otherworldly threat of the steppe. Something about the strangeness of the landscape encouraged credulity. "Fine bodyguard you are," Calgacus said. Maximus rounded on him. "You miserable old bastard! Only the other day you said the killings might be the work of a demon." "Aye," Calgacus agreed. "I was thinking of a real one, not a silly story. You know as well as me ever since Ballista here killed Maximinus Thrax he has been haunted by his demon. When the other mutineers cut off his head, denied him burial, they condemned the dead emperor to walk. It might have been half a lifetime ago, but Maximinus has eternity." Ballista considered this. He had told very few people of the terrifying nocturnal apparitions. Calgacus and Maximus, his wife, Julia, his one-time secretary, young Demetrius, and a friend, Terpio. The last was dead. "I do not think so," Ballista said. "It has been months since Maximinus troubled me. When he appears, the demon offers no violence, just the threat he will see me again in Aquileia. We could hardly be further from northern Italy." "It might be the two of you have forgotten, but we've been cursed by a priestess of Hecate," Maximus said. "Pythonissa summoned the dark bitch goddess and all her creatures up from the underworld against us." "And you're frightened she might set an impuser on us, one of those nasty shapeshifters that frighten small children. I remember Demetrius mistook a man for one once in Mesopotamia. Terrified the little Greek it did." Calgacus's amusement turned into a coughing fit. "Actually, I was thinking more of the kindly ones. Dog-headed, snakes for hair, coal-black bodies and bloodshot eyes. You do not want to meet them. Any fool knows the Eumenides are relentless." Ballista noticed even Calgacus surreptitiously put his thumb between his first two fingers to avert evil.
Live long enough in the Roman Empire, and it seemed even a Caledonian became a little bit Hellenized. "Someone else has been in my thoughts," Ballista said. "Well, in my dreams, really. Old Mamura." "It was not your fault," Maximus said, quick as a flash. "Aye, you had to do it," Calgacus agreed. They were both far too quick to exonerate. The three rode in slightly awkward silence. Some clouds were coming down from the north. An inevitable vulture was riding the wind very high above the caravan. Below it a couple of rooks circled. The steppe ahead was somewhat less flat, beginning to roll just a little. "Do you think he could have survived?" Ballista asked. "No," Calgacus said. "If the collapse of the tunnel did not kill him, the Persians would have finished him off. No chance at all. For all we know, he was dead before the tunnel came down." "If he had got out, he would blame me," Ballista said. "There is absolutely no fucking possibility he survived," Maximus said. "A man could not be more dead." "No one down there would have given him an obol for the ferryman," Ballista said. "In that case, as I think your Greeks and Romans have it, he would just spend forever waiting by the banks of the river Styx." Maximus was waving his hands around to emphasize his point. "So he would not be roaming around these empty grasslands, chopping up people he had never met." "Shite, you two are as bad as each other," Calgacus grunted. "Retarded fucking children, both of you, imagining things to scare yourselves. It is just where we are. This god-forsaken shithole of endless grass is unlike anything we have known, and it is preying on our minds." "Well," Maximus said, "that and the two dead, horribly mutilated corpses." "I still think it could be 3 or 4, Ballista said. "Someone's coming," Calgacus said. A herald was cantering out from the line of the wagons. It was Andonobalus. He looked very serious. "Dernhelm, son of Isengrim, I have a favour to ask." The herald put the palm of his right hand to his forehead. "It is on behalf of my brother Philemuth." Ballista woke to the thunk-thunk of axes chopping wood. The Heruli and their slaves were using the oxen to drag the timber up from the banks of the small river. The Sarmatian drivers had been deputed to help. The beasts lowed as the whips lashed across their backs. The pyre was going up fast. Already the framework was assembled, and both the platform and ramp put in place. Now the trimmed branches were being added, doused in oil and other flammables. Ballista watched and thought of old age and debility and death. "Today and tomorrow you will be in your prime, but soon you will die, in battle or in bed. Either fire or water, the fearsome elements will embrace you, or you will succumb to the sword's flashing edge, or the arrow's flight, or terrible old age. Then your eyes, once bright, will be clouded over. All too soon, O warrior, death will destroy you." If the Norns had spun him that long a life, what would his clouded eyes regard in old age? He thought fondly of the villa in Tauromenium. He saw himself sitting on a bench in the garden down by the gate, a fruit tree shading him from the Sicilian sun. Isengrim and Dernhelm were with him, full-grown, tall and clean-limbed. Their golden hair shone in the shadows. The bay of Naxos spread out below them. Perhaps their sons played at their feet. No sooner was the idyll in his mind than it was replaced by another image. He saw himself seated on the great throne in his father's high hall. The smoke from the fire drifted among the eaves. His warriors feasted and drank on the benches. Their arms glittered with the rings he had given them. A bard sang of his grandfather Starkad, of all the war leaders of the Angles back to the grey-eyed All-Father Woden himself. Yet it was hard to see his sons in the north they had never known. Impossible to imagine Julia, the daughter of a long line of Roman senators, being content as the wife of a northern chieftain. And, of course, he had older half-brothers. Morcar would die rather than see Ballista in their father's place. If Ballista had not been taken as a hostage into the Empire, they would have fought. Ballista's thoughts shied away to generalities of old age. The ancient Spartans had given the condition high accord. They had been guided in everything by the Gerousia, a council of ex-magistrates serving for life. The life of their polis had been dictated by a small group of elderly men, a strange, decrepit gerontocracy. The Romans also seemed to hold old age in high esteem. Many of them chose to have their portrait busts looking lined and wizened, showing them grown aged in hard service to the res publica. Some were given a senility in marble that they lacked in reality. But not all Romans wanted to appear old, and Sparta was not what it once had been. Perhaps neither the Greeks nor the Romans had ever lived up to their ideals of respecting old age. If they had, what need would there have been for countless philosophers to advocate the virtues of such veneration? The pyre was almost finished. The Heruli were setting out rich brocades and cushions on the platform, carrying up food and drink and weapons. Their slaves and the Sarmatians were busy spreading kindling. It would not be long now. Among Ballista's own people, advanced age got a man a voice in the assembly, yet only if his younger deeds were remembered as worthy. Powerful kinsmen aided the esteem given to the elderly, but mainly if their kin were young warriors. Things were worse with other peoples. Apparently among the Alani, those men who did not die in battle but reached old age were confined to the wagons. There they lived the lives of women or children, the objects of bitter reproaches, despised as degenerate and cowardly. Ballista, however, had never encountered anything quite as terrible as the practice of the Heruli. Certainly the gymnosophists of India did much the same. Calanus had mounted the pyre in Babylon under the eyes of Alexander. Zamaras had done the same in Athens, watched by the Emperor Augustus. But the Indian philosophers had acted as their own wisdom and conscience dictated. Their euthanasia had been voluntary, not enforced by social expectation, and no one had been assigned the awful task of assisting them. It was time. Philomath was brought out of his tent. Ballista wondered if he would rather have remained inside, even if it meant being reviled. Philomath walked unsteadily to the foot of the ramp. Two other Heruli helped him up it. Andonobalus came over to Ballista. The northerner felt sick. "You know what to do," Andonobalus said. Ballista knew. It had been explained to him. It could not be done by a kinsman or a slave, and all the Heruli present were Rossomoni, or servile. Andonobalus had said it was an honour to be asked. When they reached his camp, Naulobates would think well of him for doing it. Ballista knew he had no real choice. When the other Heruli had descended, Ballista walked to the ramp and climbed to the top of the pyre. He had killed many men, but none like this. Philomath lay, slightly propped up on the expensive cushions. His hands rested on the hilt of his sword on his chest. His whip and goritus were close by him. His shield and other arms, jugs of drink and bowls of food were placed around. The herald's face was waxen, his eyes fixed on the sky. Down below, the Heruli began to clash their swords on their shields. An insistent chant rose up. There was a smell of fresh-lit torches. Philomath said something. Ballista could not hear. He leant down. "It takes courage," Philomath said. Ballista was unsure to which of them he referred. Philomath spoke again. "I will not trouble you, now or later. Tell Ocus and Pharas I will see them soon." Ballista nodded. "Make it quick and clean." Ballista drew the dagger from his hip. "Do not think. Just act." The often-repeated mantra ran through his thoughts. He had killed many, far too many men. One more made little difference. Do not think. Just act. Ballista knelt by Philomath's head. He passed his palm over the herald's head, hoping he would close his eyes. As gently as he could, he lifted Philomath's beard and chin. Do not think. Just act. Ballista cut the old man's throat. Philomath's hands grabbed for the blade. His body jerked up. The blood pumped, thick and very red. After a time, Philomath stopped moving. The flow of blood slowed. It seeped from the dark wound, down the tattooed neck, and onto the sodden brocade. Ballista disengaged the hands from his own. He stood up. When he reached the bottom of the ramp, Ballista walked over to his familiar. Calgacus put an arm around his shoulder. Still chanting, the Rossomoni approached the pyre, torches in hand. Despite his care, Ballista noticed there was blood on his clothes. The dagger was still in his hand. The pyre was burning strongly. Great clouds of grey smoke from the green wood billowed high into the sky, visible for miles across the open steppe. The eunuch Amantius sat back and pulled his robe free where it was caught tight across the protuberance of his stomach. He shifted his soft haunches and reread what he had written. It started conventionally and calmly enough.
Publius Egnatius Amantius to Lucius Calpurnius Piso Censorinus, Praetorian Prefect, Via Ementissimus. If you are well, Dominus, I can ask the gods for no more. After 3 days in the 3rd camp on the river Tanais, the ox wagons promised by Hisana arrived.
Amantius scanned the bulk of the letter. It contained a brief description of the caravan provided by the Goths, and a lengthier discussion of early impressions of the Heruli, the latter far from good. With something of a flourish, it conveyed the more surprising information of the murderous family history between Ballista and the Heruli. As he neared the end, Amantius began to read more closely.
So while the Heruli have so far shown no overt hostility, 2 extremely disturbing developments must be brought to your attention. First, the collapse of Disciplina, which I mentioned in my first report, has gone much further. Many members of the embassy pass much of their time in drunkenness, caused by consuming vast quantities of the fermented mare's milk of the nomads, and in inebriation brought on by adopting the barbarians' habit of inhaling cannabis. I regret to inform you the lead in this is taken by none other than the legatus extra ordinem Sidica himself. With every day, Marcus Clodius Ballista appears to be sloughing off his acquired layers of Romanitas and reverting to his barbaric nature. Early today he went so far as to kill a man in some ghastly nomad ritual of enforced euthanasia. The Maestas of Rome could be brought no lower. Of the second development I am almost too frightened to write. While we were still in camp on the Tanais, 12 days before the calends of June, the body of a slave owned by Gaius Aurelius Castricius, deputy to the legatus, was found in the river. It had been horribly mutilated. Just 6 days later, the morning after we encountered the Heruli, my colleague Publius Ignatius Masnabates, my only amicus in this cavalcade of savagery, was discovered in an ancient barbarian tomb. He, too, had been cruelly killed, and his body desecrated. One of the barbarians laughed and said it was just a eunuch, easy to replace. Some bloodthirsty killer or demon preys on this caravan, and as the victims are but slaves and eunuchs, no one cares. May the gods hold their hands over me. In camp, on the steppe, by my reckoning 7 days before the Ides of June, but on the steppe even time becomes uncertain.
12. Maximus was glad he had not had to kill the old Herald Philomath. It was a couple of days ago, but oddly still on his mind. It had not done Ballista any good. Maximus remembered Calgacus talking one night when they were drinking. Where had it been? In Ephesus? No, before that. Maybe it was one of those small ravaged towns in Cilicia. No, it was Cyprus. Chaeronea in Cyprus. It was in the small bar with the blonde with the generous mouth. What was she called? Caliro, or something like that. Claimed she was a high-born virgin who had been kidnapped. Likely story. She went at it like a sparrow when you got her going, and everyone in the world knew how depraved sparrows were. Worse than quails. When Maximus had come back from his first bout with her, Calgacus had started going on about how Ballista was not a natural killer, unlike Maximus. The old Caledonian was drink-taken, but he might have been right. Killing had never bothered Maximus. It was what warriors did. If you did not want to be a farmer and shovel shit, or a slave and be fucked up the arse, you learned how to fight and kill people. There had been little call for sophists or philosophers in Hibernia, and Maximus was hardly cut out to be a priest. Most of the men Maximus had killed had been trying to kill him. And the others? Well, most men were vicious bastards. Probably they were better off dead. It could be he had done them and those they would have run into a good turn. Anyway, Calgacus was on thin ice. He had never shown any inclination towards turning the other cheek, like one of those demented Christians. Cutting the elderly herald's throat seemed to have upset Ballista. He had not been himself since Pythonissa cursed him the year before. Having to kill Philomath had made him worse. He could still make the odd joke, but something boyish in him had been lost. He looked withdrawn, glum. He rode along with the expedition like a passenger, caught up in it by mistake, rather than the leader it required. He needed something to take his mind off the Herul. Maximus was worried about Ballista. He could think of nothing better than a fight to bring Ballista out of his passivity, to bring him back to himself. Of course, part of it was that Maximus owed a great debt to Ballista. The Angle had purchased him from a gladiatorial troupe. Most would consider that a good turn beyond price, but it was not all that. Maximus had not minded fighting as a gladiator. Actually, he had enjoyed the applause of the crowd. Killing men in the arena, on a battlefield, what difference did it make? He had slaughtered people in all sorts of strange places. His mind wandered to the enormous aqueduct outside Nemausus in Gaul. Nasty, long way down for the fellow. It was nothing to do with the arena or any of that. The debt was more recent. It went back to Africa. Ballista had saved his life there. Maximus could still picture the moment clearly, losing his footing on the marble floor, his sword jarred out of his reach. Always attached it by a wrist loop since then. The fierce brown face, the raised sword, and Ballista cutting the man down. Maximus had sworn he would not take his freedom until he had repaid Ballista. Yet he had accepted manumission anyway, on a burnt hillside, among the remnants of a defeated army. They had all thought they were going to die, but that made no difference. They had not died, and the debt still existed. Maximus would settle it with Ballista one day. They were bound together, and, if truth be told, Maximus loved the man. It was that simple. They were riding, the three of them, with the Suanian Tarchon tagging along behind. They were well to the north of the dust and noise of the column. Young Wulfstan and Ocus were yet further out. The Heruli were still trying to help Wulfstan master the nomad draw from a galloping horse. Ocus now took over when Aloith was needed elsewhere. The steppe spread all around. It was less flat here. There was a wind. The grass rolled in waves. Flowers flashed on the dark green surface. The steppe looked like an ocean when the sun was on it, but the storm was swelling. Ballista and Calgacus were banging on the same drum about the murders.
"It was a lone madman," Calgacus said.
"If I were you, I would not be so sure," Maximus put in. "Not more demons," Ballista said.
"Yes, lots of demons. It is not just your male demons fucking horrible Gothic harridans. Hippothus told me about the nomads. They descend from Heracles mating with a female demon out on the steppe, and her relatives are still out here. You're riding along in the middle of nowhere, and there's a beautiful woman. She shows you her tits. Fine they are. She gets you all stirred up. You jump off your horse ready to jump on her. And what do you find? Not a nice warm delta ready for the ploughing. Oh, no. From the waist down, those demons are snakes, and they crush you to death. Your body starts to go rotten in an instant." Calgacus rolled his eyes in comic exasperation. "I hear the same thing happens quite often in Libya," commented Ballista. "Hippothus may be off his head, but sure he has prodigious learning," Maximus said. "The killings are the work of a madman,"
the Caledonian addressed himself to Ballista.
"You say it is all in some old Greek books, but only the insane would mutilate men like that in reality."
"Who?" Ballista asked.
"There's no shortage of probable lunatics among our travelling companions," Calgacus said. "That Guja, bones in his hair, muttering incantations all the time, claims he talks to the other world. Come to that, there is the hideous Halyarunna with him."
"She looks a bit old and feeble to be strangling and stabbing grown men, even if it is only eunuchs and slaves," Maximus said. "And there's all the effort of cutting them up afterwards."
"If she really is a witch, maybe she gets one of your endless demons to help her," Calgacus replied. "And what about that centurion Hordeonius? Nasty bit of work, and he hates slaves and eunuchs with a vengeance."
"We do not know anything about the interpreter Biomassos and the Haruspex Porsena, or any of the official staff," Ballista said. "And the same goes for the auxiliaries. Apart from it is a certainty there are a few frumentarii among the two groups."
"It could be Hippothus," Maximus said.
"Always peering into your face he is, going on about seeing people's souls. Or Castricius. Do not get me wrong, he's been through a lot with us, but all that stuff about the good demon on his shoulder scaring off the spirits of death. And who knows what happened to him in Albania? If you ask me, they're both as mad as each other, as demented a follower of Bacchus or Cybele or whoever it is who cut their own balls off."
"They do both read a lot of books," Calgacus conceded. The Goths think reading books cuts your balls off, metaphorically speaking, Ballista said. They could have a point.
Something caught Maximus's eye, an unexpected movement way off to the south, beyond the dust of the wagons.
Castricius and Hippothus have changed, got stranger since we were in the Caucasus, Ballista continued.
There it was again. Tiny black shapes rising up out of a line of trees by one of the hidden watercourses. 10, 20 of them, more, moving north.
Over there,
Maximus pointed. Calgacus squinted short-sightedly, but Ballista saw them. Tarchon had seen them too. He clattered up to join the others. 40 or more horsemen, riding hard towards the caravan. Hippothus was out front of the caravan, riding with the 4 Heruli. The nomads did not talk much, and when they did, it was in the language of Germania. Hippothus did not mind. A couple of them, Andonobalus and Berus, spoke Greek. He passed the odd comment with them, but most of the time he was happy to ride in silence. The long column stretched away behind. The wagon of the Gothic priest came first, the other 9, strung out in single file, following. Almost lost in the dust behind was the herd of Heruli horses, spare mounts and pack animals. The nomads' slaves cantered around, hazing the horses into order. Hippothus enjoyed the step. The patterns made in the grass by the strong breeze pleased him. There were clouds chasing south. The big sky was shades of variegated blue, like the most delicate intaglio work where a skilled craftsman had cut away layers of glass. There was a freedom to the expanse of the steppe. There was space for a man to be what he wanted. The Heruli might be almost the antithesis of Hellenic civic life, but there was something strangely appealing about them. They offered opportunities. It was true they were ruled by a king, and from what he heard, Naulobates was attempting to set himself up as a tyrant, but at the same time they still seemed to have something approaching a rough, barbaric democracy. Clearly, men could say what they thought. Hippothus liked the fact that a man could rise on his merits. One of Naulobates' chiefs had been a Greek slave in Trapezus. A man achieved status among them by his deeds in war and his words in council. Aside from the Rossomoni, birth did not count, nor, seemingly, wealth. Unlike in the Imperium, a man's past did not weigh him down. Hippothus thought he might do well with them. He was not bound to Ballista forever. Ballista seemed to have less and less use for him as an excensus. As things were turning out, he might have to leave the Northerners' familiar soon. A corncrake took off in front of his horse. The following wind puffed the bird's feathers up, giving it the size and appearance of a startled chicken. One of the Heruli, Aloith, called out, his tone urgent. Hippothus looked to the south, where he was pointing. Horsemen, 50 or more on small steppe ponies. They must be Alani. They were over half a mile away, but closing fast. A burst of guttural talk among the Heruli was cut short by Andonobalus. He issued what had to be orders. Aloith wheeled his mount and set off in the direction of the leading wagon. Andonobalus spoke some more. Pharas and Berus hared off towards the tail of the column. They kept to the far side of the approaching Alani. Andonobalus was about to leave, when he remembered Hippothus. "The Alani are after your Roman gold and our horses. We are going to circle the wagons. You should choose a place to fight." He spoke in Greek. He grinned. "Try to stay alive." He booted his horse and clattered off after Aloith. Hippothus wondered what to do. He circled his horse. There was no sign of Ballista and the others to the north. Where in Hades had they gone? The first wagon was turning. The Sarmatian driver was plying his whip, the oxen shambling into a run. The Alani were still a way off. Hippothus could see them clearly now. Big men on small horses, they seemed top-heavy. It might have looked funny if they were not so dangerous. They were all unarmoured. No banners flew above them. They were splitting up. The largest group, 20 or 30 strong, was angling towards the rear of the wagon train and the Heruli horse herd. Another, smaller bunch was aiming at the centre of the column. The final group, a dozen or so, was going to skirt around the front. They were coming straight towards Hippothus. What to do? Hippothus considered riding away to the north. If the Alani were just after loot, they might not chase him. But then he would be alone on the steppe. He was not ready for that. And he wanted to impress the Heruli. He might well need them. His own possessions were in the last wagon. His books, his precious copy of Polemon, and armour, his money, and his slave Narcissus. He was not about to let the nomads have them. He sawed on the reins and kicked his horse into a gallop in the tracks of Pharas and Berus. Hippethus cut across the lead wagon. It was obvious at a glance the circle would not be complete in time. The Alani would reach it in a few moments. He could hear them whooping. As Hippethus raced past the third and fourth wagons, he saw the Roman auxiliaries peering out. They looked baffled. Gods below, he ought to do something. He skidded his horse around alongside. "Where is your centurion?" The soldiers looked blankly at him. "Where is Hordionius?" This time he remembered to put it in Latin, the language of the army. "No idea, Dominus." Hippethus cursed. What should he do? Fuck. He swore like the lowest plebeian. His life as a bandit chief told him they should all just run, maybe sacrifice someone so the rest could get away. He had no real experience of commanding troops in battle. The auxiliaries were looking at him expectantly. What would Ballista do? "You lot in the first wagon! Protect the gold in the legate's wagon ahead of you!" He had to bellow to make himself heard. "The rest of you, follow me!" The soldiers looked irresolute. "Now!" Hippethus roared. The auxiliaries tumbled out of the moving wagons, falling, tripping, dropping their weapons, their disciplina a thing of ignominy. "Follow me!" Hippethus set off again towards the rear. He kept to a slow canter, trying to give the 5 soldiers on foot a chance to keep up. He looked over his shoulder. They were running, but falling behind anyway. The Alani had reached the rear of the caravan. There was fighting amidst the herd of horses. The 2 Heruli and their 6 slaves had to be outnumbered at least 3 to 1. Horses were trumpeting, stampeding in all directions. A thick pall of dust swirled over the chaos. A little nearer, some of the Alani were swarming around the rear of the wagons. Hippethus dug in his heels. With luck, the auxiliaries would follow him into the fight. The Sarmatian driver of Hippethus's wagon stood straddle-legged on the box. He wielded his whip with a will, lashing across the backs of his oxen, then sending the vicious, knotted bull hides snaking out at any Alani horseman who got too near. But he could not cover the rear of the wagon. 2 Alani rode there, one of them leading a riderless horse. Hippethus dragged his mount around so that he was going alongside the wagon. He lifted himself by the twin horns at the front of his saddle and wedged his left boot against the near-side one. His horse was only cantering to keep pace with the wagon, yet the evident danger of falling under the wheels made the speed appear greater. Hippethus checked that his sword and weapons were not caught on the saddle. He steeled himself to jump. There was a burst of whooping behind him. An arrow shot past his head. He felt the wind of its passing, and jumped. Hippethus's timing was all wrong. His shins barked against the side of the wagon. He was thrown head first onto the box and collided with the driver. It was like hitting a tree. Hippethus rebounded, hands flailing, fingernails scrabbling on the wood. He was slipping, face down, back off the wagon. A hand grabbed his shoulder. He was hauled up onto the box. Holding on for dear life, he struggled to his feet. The wagon was lurching and bumping like a mad thing. Hippethus started to thank the Sarmatian, but the driver grunted something and jerked his head back towards the enclosed body of the wagon. Above the clatter and squealing, Hippethus could hear screaming. The Sarmatian flicked the long bullwhip out as one of the Alani pressed up from the rear. The rider ducked and reined back. He was reaching for his bow. Still clutching at one of the uprights, Hippethus drew his sword. He pulled back the felt hanging with his sword hand and stepped into the tent. It took a time for his eyes to adjust to the gloom. He kept his blade out in front. There was sobbing, shouting, the clash of steel. 2 slaves, one of them Narcissus, were huddled down to his left. They were crying, their hands up in futile supplication. Another figure was standing with his back to Hippethus. It was the interpreter Biomassos. He had a sword and was desperately fending off the attack of an Alan. There was a body on the floor behind the nomad. There was a reek of blood and an acrid stench of urine and fear. Hippethus went to aid the interpreter. He moved to his right. The floor of the wagon punched up under his feet, and he staggered forward. The Alan lunged. The point of his sword was aimed at Hippethus's chest. Boots scrabbling for purchase, Hippethus got his own sword in the way. Sparks flew. The Alan retrieved his weapon, regained his balance, readying himself to strike again. For a few frozen moments, the 3 men stood swaying. Pots and pans, any number of things, rattled and rolled around the dim interior. The Alan feinted at Hippethus, then twisted and cut at the interpreter. The sword hit the interpreter's forearm. A howl of agony, and Biomassos reeled away. Clutching his injury, he lost his balance and went crashing into the side of the tent. He went down, curled up in pain. Hippethus struck. The Alan somehow wrenched his body out of the way. The momentum of Hippethus's blow drove them together, chest to chest. The nomad's beard rasped Hippethus's face. crushed together, boots shuffling and stamping, neither could get his sword into play. Their breath mingled, hot and foul. Hippothus clawed with his left hand at the man's eyes. The nomad got a grip on Hippothus's throat, then shoved him away. Fighting for balance, both men got their weapons up. As the wagon jolted along, they rolled like sailors in a storm, both searching for an opening. The eyes of the Allen were black, blazing with bloodlust. The wagon lurched. Some instinct warned Hippothus. He half turned, putting his back to the side of the wagon. With his left hand, he unsheathed the dagger on his right hip and brought it up to guard his left. Another Allen was climbing into the wagon from the front. Hippothus made to thrust at his first opponent, then swayed back, driving the dagger at the newcomer. The wagon suddenly yawed to the left. All three fighting men went staggering across to the opposite side of the tent. The wounded interpreter, underfoot, threatened to trip Hippothus, but he pushed himself back upright off a wooden strut. The two Alani also recovered. On either side of him, the steel in their hands glinted wickedly. Hippothus realized this could end only one way. The Allen on his left yelled. His sword clattered to the floor. His hands clawed at his left leg. A small knife, something innocuous like a fruit knife, was embedded in his thigh. Narcissus was scuttling back out of the way. Hippothus and the first Allen swung at the same moment, each hoping the other was distracted. Hippothus dropped to one knee. The nomad's blade thrummed just over his head. It cracked through an upright and tore a gash in the side of the tent. Hippothus's sword took the man at the right knee. The man collapsed like a punctured wineskin, blood gushing. Bright light poured through the rent in the coverings. Hippothus rounded on the other Allen. The man was doubled up, long hair hanging down. He had wrenched the knife from his thigh and dropped it. Both his hands were pressed tight to his wound. Sensing Hippothus, the nomad's head came up. His open mouth was a wet, red circle in his beard. Hippothus smashed the hilt of his sword into the man's face. Teeth and bone shattered. The Allen went down, Hippothus landing on top of him. Releasing his sword, he seized the man's chin, yanked it up. He sawed his dagger across the exposed throat. The Allen's blood was hot, soaking Hippothus's clothes. Rolling off the man, Hippothus looked for his sword. It was gone somewhere out of sight. There was debris strewn everywhere, all of it bloodied. Hippothus still had the dagger. On hands and knees, like a beast red in tooth and claw, he hurled himself down the wagon at the other nomad. The Allen had lost his sword. Too slow to draw his dagger, he tried to fend off the attack with his bare hands. Hippothus slashed and stabbed with his dagger. The nomad's arms were no defense. Hippothus pinned one down, hacked the other aside. Again and again he plunged the 8 inches of steel into the man's chest and stomach. It took a long time for him to stop moving. Hippothus dragged himself to his feet. The wagon had come to a standstill. Snatching up a sword, not his own, Hippothus stumbled over the scattered belongings and dead bodies to the rear of the wagon. Pulling back the hanging, he saw 3 more Alani galloping towards the immobile wagon. Gods below, this had to be the end. 13. Ballista led them along the bed of the small river. The bottom was firm, and the water came only up to the hocks of their horses. There were no trees flanking the stream, but there were dense patches of reeds. The vegetation on the banks was very green. A brace of snipe flew up and winged around them. As soon as Maximus had seen the Alani, Ballista had called Wulfstan and Ochus in from the north. Before the Alani had reached the convoy, Ballista had taken his men down into the stream, out of sight. Above the plugging hooves, the rattle of harness and the wind sighing in the reeds, they could hear fighting. Ballista knew they were heading in the right general direction, although the high banks prevented them seeing anything. Ballista looked over his shoulder. They were all there, in single file, Maximus, Calgacus, Wulfstan, Tarchon, and the herald Ochus. He kept them down to a very careful canter. The water splashed up like a spray of diamonds in the sun. The river turned to the east. Ballista thought this was as near as the cover would get them. He held up his hand to halt them, and reined back his mount. Jumping down, he got water in his boots. He handed his reins to Maximus, and made the universal signal for silence, a finger to the lips, and an impromptu palm-down motion to indicate that no one was to move. The horsemen nodded. Ballista scrambled up the bank. He had no helmet or hat, and hoped his blonde hair would not stand out from the reeds. His cloak and tunic were black, but both were travel-stained and sun-bleached, so might not draw the eye too much. Nearing the top of the bank, he got down on his stomach, and parting the reeds delicately, wriggled forward. Probably he was exercising too much caution. The fight must be at least 200 yards away. Ballista was good at fieldcraft. He had been well trained, first by his father's people, the Angles, then by those of his maternal uncle, the Heruli, finally by everything that could be thrown at him during 25 years with Roman armies. But he was surprised. He had misjudged their progress. The nearest Alani were only about 50 yards away. Their attention was on the wagon train, and so away from him. The wagons were motionless, the defensive circle incomplete, more of a Latin C, with a lengthened and straight upper curve. Ballista could see at a glance why. A dead ox in the traces of the second wagon. At the lower left of the C, just in front of Ballista, 3 Alani were exchanging arrows with the occupants of the lead wagon. Ballista spotted the Gudja at its rear, the Sarmatian driver at the front, and the long red head of one of the Rossomoni aiming through a slit roughly hacked in the side. It was clear the Alani were not pressing home their attack, but merely keeping the men in the wagon occupied. A little further to the left, half a dozen or so Alani horsemen were riding away from the second wagon. A couple of loose horses ran with them, and there were at least 3 of the nomads left behind, dead on the ground. An assault had failed. That was Ballista's own wagon. In it was half the gold and other gifts intended for Naulabates. There was little to be seen of the rest of the fighting from Ballista's position. Nothing, really, apart from Alani in the middle distance racing here and there, and a huge swirling cloud of dust beyond the wagons. That was back where the Heruli herd had been. It seemed to be the scene of the worst fighting. Could 5 men and a boy make a difference? The whole was a messy, large-scale fight. Maybe they could if they had surprise on their side. The Alani being closer than he had thought might help. Ballista wriggled and slid back down to the others. Taking his reins back from Maximus, he swung back into the saddle. He gestured the others to come close, and quietly explained what he had seen. He outlined his plan, such as it was, in the language of the north. He spoke slowly so Tarchon could follow. With the exception of Ocus, they will all be better horse archers than we are, so we have to get in close, try to trap them against the wagons, fight hand to hand. With luck we might break them with our impetus. 'Tis a pity we are not armoured, but our horses are bigger. Wrap your cloaks around your left arms to act as a sort of shield. We will charge in a boar's snout. I will be at the apex. Wolfstand, you will tuck in behind. The boy bridled, but Ballista silenced him with a look. Now, we need to get the horses out of this stream. About 50 yards further along was a break where largish animals, maybe deer or wild horses, came down to drink. They scrambled out onto the step and formed up. The 3 Alani were still skirmishing with the men in the first wagon. 4 of the others had dismounted. Their horses were being held by their remaining mounted comrade. The ones on foot were preparing to storm the second wagon. They were about 100 yards away. Ballista arranged his cloak, unsheathed his longsword. As so often over the years, Maximus had taken station on his right. Tarchon fell in beyond the Hibernian. Calgacus was on Ballista's left, Ocus beyond him. Ballista noticed the herald had his bow in his hands. That was fine. It was the weapon of his people. Young Wolfstand's horse was just behind, screened by the older riders. He would be safe in the first clash. As Ballista took them straight from a walk into a controlled gallop, one of the Alani duelling with the first wagon saw them coming. The nomad yelled, pointed. As he did so, an arrow pitched him off his horse, but he had alerted the 2 men with him. Now they shouted warnings to the others, but they did not stop to fight, or see if their yells were heeded. They wheeled their mounts and raced off between the 2 wagons. Ballista angled the arrowhead of horsemen towards the remaining Alani. The ground thundered under the charge. The nomads hurled themselves onto their ponies, yanked their heads round, and set off after their fleeing kinsmen. They did not even shoot back over the tails of their mounts. Ballista slackened the pace, roaring for everyone to close up. He heard the blood roaring in his ears and laughed out loud. For the first time in months, he felt exhilarated, intensely alive, a man who could influence his own destiny. As they cantered between the wagons, auxiliary soldiers stuck their heads out of the second one. They gave a thin cheer. Maybe they were not as bad as Ballista had thought. Maybe their centurion was not such a useless martinet after all. The Gudja and Andonabalus popped their heads out of the other wagon. Ballista waved. Andonabalus placed the palm of his right hand to his forehead. The Gudja did not respond. Emerging into the centre of the part-formed wagon laager,
Ballista saw the 7 retreating Alani approaching another group of about 10 nomads. The latter were caracoling in front of one of the central wagons, against which they had trapped a small knot of the Cilician auxiliaries. The nomads galloped in, shooting as they went. About 30 paces out, they spun their mounts around, then galloped away, shooting more arrows behind them. They were operating as individuals, but the combined effect was that there were always a lot of arrows hurtling towards the Roman soldiers. You could not fault the Alani horsemanship, but Ballista thought they were poorly led. Where they were, in the centre of the semicircle of wagons, they were enfiladed by half a dozen of the wagon drivers. These Sarmatians were shooting fast. There were a couple of the Romans on the ground, but there were also a few loose-step ponies, and at least 2 Alani were down and looked unlikely to get up. As the fugitive Alani riders reached those manoeuvring, they all whooped, and bending low over the necks of their ponies, melted away through the gaps between the wagons. In a moment, they had vanished off to the south. Ballista brought his small group to a halt. Horses and men were blowing hard. So far it could not have gone better, provided those Alani did not rally and return. He dismissed the possibility from his thinking. Long ago, on the Danube, his old General Gallus had told him that a vital element of command was the ability to put things out of your mind. Ballista had to concentrate on the real test that lay ahead. 3 Alani horsemen were galloping towards the last wagon. It was slewed out of line. Its driver lay dead some way off. Ballista could see movement inside. The remaining half of the gold and presents were in there. Should he intervene? No. If they were to survive this, they had to break the main body of the Alani. Beyond the wagons to the west, there was utter chaos. Dozens of horses were stampeding and fighting, some in groups, some individually, biting and kicking, white-eyed, mouths streaming, their flanks were thick with roped sweat. Most were riderless. Through the kicked-up dust and turf, some warriors could be seen hunched and twisting in the saddle. Many more of the riders wore the embroidered tunics and full beards of the Alani than the bulkier coats of the Heruli. Just 1, possibly 2, elongated red heads of the Rossomoni showed for a moment, and were gone. Ballista looked at the scene as a weak swimmer would look at a river in spate. If they went into that vortex, how could they hope to escape? To Ballista's left, Ockus shifted posture. His brothers were fighting, probably dying. It was no time for reflection. "The same as before," Ballista said. "We keep together, pin them against the loose horses, fight hand to hand. When we come out the other side, we wheel as one, go back in." They all nodded. "Are you ready?" "Ready!" "Time to go." The same as before, Ballista thought. But it was not. This time, the Alani would not obligingly run away. Ballista knew that none of them was likely to come out the other side. As if to prove his prescience, a line of Alani formed at the edge of the maelstrom. There were 10 or so, grim-faced, bows drawn. The wedge of horsemen gathered speed, Ballista at their apex. He saw the arrows released and crouched forward, trying to make as small a target as possible. If only he had armour, a helmet. The grass sped past. No arrow touched him. The smell of hot horse was strong. The horse on his left stumbled. The feathers of an arrow protruded from its chest. The horse lost its rhythm. Its front legs folded and it tipped forward, like a ship pitch-poling. Ballista saw old Calgacus frantically trying to push himself out of the horns of the saddle, trying to throw himself clear. Allfather! The thing was going to crush him, bury him with its weight. Ballista heard the crash behind him. He could not see it. An arrow whipped past his face. Wulfstan was attempting to close up on his left. Ockus forced him back. The herald was knee to knee with Ballista. The Alani facing Ballista had drawn his sword. Ballista set his mount straight at the nomad. The animals ran into each other, chest to chest. The impact threw Ballista half out of the saddle, up on the neck. His horse was jarred to a standstill. The Alani's step pony had been knocked back on its haunches. Its rider was only just clinging on. Ballista recovered his seat, kicked on. His mount gathered itself, sprang forward. He went to cut down to the left, across the neck of his horse. Another Alani swung at him from the right. Ballista brought his blade back, blocked the blow. The swords sang as they slid, edge to edge. A space opened, and Ballista was clear. No rider in proximity. He wheeled his horse around. It felt lame on a foreleg. 2 Alani were flanking Wulfstan. The young Angle fended away the first blow. He ducked. The second narrowly missed his scalp. Ballista booted his horse towards the fight. Wulfstan caught another thrust on his sword,
but his left side was exposed. An Alani blade flashed. Ballista's shouted warning was lost in the uproar. From nowhere, an arrow took the Alani in the neck. He toppled as his pony ran on. Ockus backed his mount, seeking a clear shot at Wulfstan's other opponent. The Alani saw Ballista coming, turned his mount on its toes. Ballista cut to the head. The nomad's blade came up. Ballista altered the angle. His sword cut deep into his opponent's forearm. The man howled. Ballista withdrew the weapon and thrust it into the nomad's chest. A blood-spattered Maximus surged alongside. Ballista circled his horse. The animal pecked as he did so. He was not sure it would stand long. It was in the hands of the Norns. He put it out of his mind. Maximus was here, so too Wulfstan and Tarchon. The four were alone. Ockus had vanished. Kelgacus was fallen. A half-circle of Alani ringed them.
"Close up!"
Ballista shouted.
"Fight our way out together!"
As they jostled into line, the Alani backed their mounts. Then, without a signal, the nomads turned and rode off into the thinning battle. Ockus galloped up.
"They are going,"
the herald said.
"They are driving off most of our herd, but they are going. It is over for now."
Hippothous watched the smoke from the pyre. Its lower stages were silver-grey, gnarled and massive, like the trunk of an ancient olive tree. Higher, the wind took it and plumed it away to the south. Hippothous was still surprised to be alive to see it. When he had seen the three Alani galloping towards the wagon, he had gone back into the body of the vehicle. He had ordered Narcissus to his feet. The boy was shaking. Hippothous told him he had done well with the dagger. He picked up an Alani sword from the floor, put it in the slave's hands. Hippothous sent him to the rear opening, told him to hit anyone who tried to climb in. If he did well, he would have his freedom. Narcissus had stumbled to his post. Hippothous had tried to do similarly with the other slave, the one owned by the centurion. It had done no good. The whippling just cowered, sobbing. Hippothous kicked him hard. The interpreter had staggered up. He had tied a makeshift tourniquet on his arm. He half fell as he bent to get a sword. Hippothous had told him instead to find a bow and bring it to him. Hippothous' own spare Goritus was somewhere in the tent, and he was sure he had seen another. But the gods knew where. Things were scattered all about. The interior was like the end of a Macedonian drinking session. Hippothous had taken his own station at the front. He had peered out of the hanging. An arrow had winged towards him. He had ducked back. The sounds of fighting, the whooping of the Alani, and the higher yipping of the Heruli came from outside. In the gloom, Hippothous waited, trying to master his breathing, trying to fight down his fear. After what seemed an eon, the noise lessened. Hippothous had peeped out again. The Alani had gone. Hippothous had emerged into the ghastly aftermath. There were loose horses, some still running, others were wounded, either head down, standing still, or limping. There were broken bits of weaponry in the grass, and arrows sprouting on unlikely surfaces. And wherever you looked, there were dead men strewn. 10 were dead from the caravan, 3 auxiliaries, 2 of the Heruli, Aluith and Beras, and 2 of their slaves, the slave of the interpreter, and 2 Sarmatian drivers. 3 others were severely wounded, old Kelgacus, another auxiliary, and one of the Roman scribes. Mysteriously, 2 men were missing, Castricius and Hordionius the centurion. No one had seen them during the fighting, and no one could remember where they had been before it started. The Alani had left 12 of their number dead on the trampled grass. Hippothous was not squeamish, far from it, but watching the Heruli scalp and skin them had been unsettling. The Heruli were skilled, their long knives flicked and sliced quickly. They took extra trouble over where the skin of the Alani was tattooed. And Onobalus assured him the tattoos made the best trophies. Wearing them made certain the dead men could not escape serving their killers in the afterlife. Hippothous knew most Hellenes would be shocked and revolted by both deeds and belief, but as Herodotus had written everywhere, custom was king. Who was he to judge their habits? The mutilated corpses, repulsive pink-blue things no longer human, were thrown out on the steppe for the birds of the air and the beasts of the steppe to eat. Now, the next day, their own fallen, Heruli, Romans, and Sarmatians, were consigned to the flames. It was not the elaborate and measured cremation of Philomath. There were too many bodies, and there was too little time. but you could not fault the Heruli for offerings: gold, furs, unguents, all sorts of expensive goods. Hippothus was impressed. Such disregard for the things of this world could allow the freedom to concentrate on the things that really mattered, on the souls of men, your own and others. It was a large pyre. It had taken the remainder of the day of the ambush and the following morning to build. 2 of the wagons had been dismantled to add to its bulk. Again, Hippothus was full of admiration. It exhibited a ruthless pragmatism, providing more firewood, while also shortening the baggage train. After all, they were now 2 drivers short. The pyre had more than enough room for Aluith and Berus to be placed a little apart. All the others would be interred here where they fell. The bones of the 2 Rossomoni, however, were to be carried back to the summer camp of the Heruli. And Onobalus said there were further rites to be done. Everywhere, custom is king. The smoke streamed out, high and long across the plains. It would be visible for many miles. "Will they come again?" Ballista put the question that all the survivors had been thinking, but none had asked. "They might not," Andonobalus said. "They had no banners, and none of them had armour. There were none of their nobles riding among them. It might be they were just a raiding party of young warriors out to prove themselves, maybe even from the Ersoi or the Sirikoi or some other tribe subject to the Alani. It could be they were just bandits." The older herald, Pharas, shook his elongated head. "I do not think so, Etheling. They were well informed. They knew which wagons held the Roman diplomatic gifts. But more than that, they fought too hard. Bandits never want to leave 12 of their own behind." Hippothus knew that was true. "They could have left their banners and armour off, hoping we would think them just a party of bandits," Pharas continued. "Saphrax, the king of the Alani, is cunning. He could hope to get the Roman gold and our horses, maybe to kill the man who defeated him last year at the Caspian Gates, and then if King Naulobatis threatened him with war, Saphrax can deny it was any of his doing." "If they come, next time we will be ready," Andonobalus said. "We have pickets out, a well-formed wagon lager. Tomorrow we will keep proper march discipline." Hippothus noted what he did not say. There were only just over 20 fit fighting men left with the caravan, and Onobalus and Pharas themselves, their 2 Heruli ex-slaves, 6 Roman auxiliaries, 8 Sarmatian drivers, the Gothic Gudja, and Ballista, Maximus, and Hippothus himself. "How long before the 2 messengers you sent yesterday will reach the camp of Naulobatis?" Ballista asked. Straight after the retreat of the Alani, even as the dead were being numbered and collected, Andonobalus had presented the 4 surviving Heruli slaves with the shields of freedom. 2 of them were immediately sent to get help. Thoughtful of encirclement, Andonobalus ordered them initially to ride in different directions, one to the northeast, one due north. "It is some distance to the summer camp," Andonobalus replied. "How long before they get there, and how long before Naulobatis' men will reach us?" Ballista was insistent. Andonobalus and Pharas looked at each other. Pharas shrugged. "Riding hard, and they each have 4 spare horses, they might get there by nightfall today." Andonobalus stopped. "And how long before we can expect relief?" Ballista was not going to be deflected. "It might take a couple of days for King Naulobatis to gather a large war party. After that, 3 days to ride down here," Andonobalus smiled. "But, of course, we will be moving towards them ourselves." 4 days at the minimum. More likely 5, and it could even be 6, Ballista said. "That is, if your men got through." "If they got through," Andonobalus agreed. 14. Calgacus was being trampled and kicked. The hooves were coming down so hard the ground was bucking, throwing him from side to side. The worst was the horse stamping on his right shoulder and arm. It was quite deliberate. The pain was unbelievable. He cried out. Someone was lifting his head. A flask was put to his lips. Liquid ran into his mouth and throat. It tasted bad. He choked, coughing it up. The flask was back at his lips. A familiar voice was talking some soothing but insistent rubbish. "Swallow it, swallow it." He swallowed the stuff. They laid his head down. The noise and movement and pain receded. The darkness came back. They were back in Sicily, out on the estate on the lower slopes of Etna. Maximus had bought a horse. It was a big bay Sarmatian called Akinakis. Anyone but the half-witted Hibernian could see it was unbreakable, cunning as a snake, vicious beyond reckoning. The thing was even named after some Eastern weapon. Ballista had been holding the twitch when Maximus put the roller on its back. Feeling the unaccustomed weight, the mad animal had reared. Ignoring the pain of the twine twisted tight around its upper lip, it had torn the wooden handle of the twitch clean out of Ballista's hands. The pain was white, then a dark red. Figures moved in its murk. One had bones in his hair. He was talking quietly to Ballista. It was the Gudja. More of the unpleasant liquid at Kalgakis' mouth. Everything slipped away again. Somehow the Hibernian had got a saddle on the horse. They were in the big stone barn. It was always cool and dark in there. The Sarmatian was standing, ears back, showing a lot of white of eye.
"Sure I will be fine."
Maximus vaulted onto its back. For a moment, nothing happened.
"Let go the bridle."
Ballista let it go. The horse took off. Ballista dived back over the gate out of the way. Rearing, plunging, the horse careered around the confined space. Maximus clung on like a monkey. The horse stopped. It was snorting. Maximus grinned. The horse backed towards the wall. Maximus booted it forward. The horse ignored him. Maximus booted it some more. The horse reared high onto its back legs. Maximus clung on. The horse threw itself over backwards. It smashed Maximus against the wall. It slid down. Maximus was trapped, the immense weight of the horse grinding him against the rough stonework. The horse scrambled up. Maximus lay unmoving. Long whip in hand, Kalgakis jumped off the gate, Ballista with him. Quite deliberately, the horse kicked out at Maximus's prone body, once, twice, 3 times. Then, careless of the lashes, it trotted to the far end of the barn. Bastard animal, utterly evil, as bad as any man. The dark receded. The pain was back. The jolting, the thumping, the deafening noise. Gods, it all hurt. Kalgakis opened his eyes. Ballista was leaning over him. The lad smiled. He was trying not to look worried. Maximus peered down at Kalgakis. "You're not dead, then?" The Hibernian handed some coins to Ballista. He looked at Kalgakis with grave disappointment. "I had a bet you would die." Ballista helped Kalgakis sit up a little, gave him a drink. Watered wine, no hint of anything else. Kalgakis was in their wagon. It was rattling along faster than he had yet known. They had put lots of cushions and rugs under and around him, but they were still being jarred around. The motion was agony. His arm was splinted and his shoulder strapped.
"How long?"
Kalgakis said. "Bugger," Maximus said. He handed more coins to Ballista. "I said your first words would be a more traditional, 'Where am I?'" 3 days inclusive, Ballista said. "You came round later that day. We gave you the puppy and a lot of drink, kept you near unconscious all yesterday."
"My arm."
"Broken. The Gudja said it. He is not happy with your shoulder either."
"Nor am I."
"You remember what happened?" Maximus asked.
"Of course I fucking remember. A horse buried me."
"Actually, no," Maximus said.
"You jumped clear. You just fell awkwardly, bust your arm, knocked yourself out. All very clumsy." "Wulfstan?"
Kalgakis asked. "Fine," Ballista said. "He has cooked you some food, been keeping it warm on a brazier, nearly set fire to the wagon."
"Chicken soup? Sure, it's finer than your mother made," Maximus put in.
"Anyone else?" Kalgakis said.
"No one that matters, except Castricius is missing. So is the Centurion,"
answered Maximus.
"Missing out here is not good," said Kalgakis.
Wulfstan came into the covered part of the wagon with the food. The other 2 left. Wulfstan helped him eat, gave him more wine and more poppy. Kalgakis fell into a narcotic half-sleep. When next Kalgakis woke, Tarchon was staring at him.
"I am most pleased you did not die," the Suenian said.
"So am I."
"If you had been dead, I could not have repaid my debt."
"No, I suppose not."
Kalgakis was not sure he was ready for this sort of conversation concerning Suenian honour. He gestured for Tarchon to pass him a drink.
"And would you open the hangings?"
"However, Kyrios, if you have dead, I still can repay Ballista."
"Will the Alani come again?"
Kalgakis asked.
Most likely, but we are running away as fast as the wind, well, as fast as oxen go. Also, the Longhead and Donobalus and the Kyrios Ballista have been busy, most thorough. Kalgakis made a noise indicating he doubted it, but Tarkon should explain anyway. The Heruli are out on all sides as— Tarkon said something in Suanian. How you say in Greek? Kaka something.
Katashkapoi, Kalgakis said. And apart from the scouts?
It is highly thorough. The wagons goes in 2 lines, the first and the last ready to turn in to form a lager, that is right, lager.
Yes, lager, a northern word, a camp or temporary fort.
Good, lager. Anyhow, there is just 8 wagon now. The stores ride in 2, not 3, and the soldiers have 1, not 2. Other soldier ride in the one with the eunuch Amantius, and another with the— a Suanian word, obviously not flattering— mans of the staff, as well as a soldier in with each of the stores. The spare horses runs in the centre. Tarkon grinned, proud of his grasp of things. See, we are most highly prepared. Kalgakis made a sound expressing profound misgiving.
How many fighting men are left?
Tarkon started counting on his fingers. Do I count also the wounded?
No.
And not men's missing?
No, definitely not men's missing.
The Sarmatian drivers?
Yes.
Kalgakis found it hard work, even without the pain. Tarkon began counting again. 24.
We're fucked, Kalgakis said.
Yes, we are most fucked.
Kalgakis lay back, watching the sun arc up over the steppe. It was hotter now they were into June. With every slight jolt, sharp stabs of pain shot through his shoulder and arm. His head ached dully.
"Where is Ballista?"
Kalgakis said.
"I get him for you, Kyrios."
Kalgakis rested as still as he could, swallowing the pain, trying to think through it. Ballista and Maximus climbed into the wagon with Tarkon.
"How are you?" Ballista asked.
"We've changed direction,"
Kalgakis said. "We are heading northeast to the camp of Naulobatis," said Ballista.
"Why now?"
Kalgakis' voice sounded weak and peevish to him.
"Because he is our only fucking hope," Maximus said.
"You mean, why not before?" Ballista asked. Kalgakis grunted.
"Why did the Urundi land us on the southern bank of the Tanais?" Ballista was frowning with concentration. "Why not the northern side? Head northeast, then cross the river higher up." Maximus and Tarkon had assumed thoughtful airs that failed to hide their incomprehension. Ballista continued, thinking out loud. "Why did first the Gudja and then Andonobalas lead us due east, through the grazing disputed between the Alani and the Heruli?" Kalgakis wheezed and muttered.
"Fucking clever now."
"A deliberate provocation," Ballista said. "They both wanted the Alani to attack."
"Maybe,"
Kalgakis grunted.
"Fuck,"
Maximus said.
"Oh yes," Tarkon put in brightly. "As I was saying to the curious Kalgakis, we are most fucked."
"Why?" Ballista said. A high call, yip, 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 cut off any answer. Wolfstan stuck his head around the awning. "Horsemen approaching from the southeast." Everyone rushed out. Kalgakis listened to them mounting, riding a little ahead. After a time, hard to judge when he hurt that much, Kalgakis rolled onto his good left arm and painfully crawled to the front. He looked out over the right shoulder of the stolid Sarmatian driver. A lone rider was coming. Even at a distance it could be seen that his horse was dead beat. The man himself was slumped forward in the saddle. A small knot of horsemen were waiting to one side of the wagon train. They were all gazing at the man approaching, except Ballista and Andonobalas, who were looking all around, everywhere else.
"Not as fucking stupid as some,"
Kalgakis said to himself.
"Castricius!" Maximus shouted. "You little bastard!"
The Roman let his horse stop next to the others. It looked ready to drop.
"What happened?"
Ballista asked.
"I was out for a ride, bumped into a group of Alani warriors coming from the south. About a dozen of them chased me. I went off east. They followed, persistent buggers. Finally slipped back through them last night."
Under the ingrained dust, Castricius's face was pale.
"You are hurt,"
Ballista said.
"It's nothing. A scratch."
Castricius put his hand to his left leg.
"The spirits of death are still not ready for me."
His small, angular face creased into a smile.
"And now my good demon has saved not just me, but all of you as well."
Narcissus heard the commotion outside. He clambered through the cluttered wagon to see. It was time for the evening meal. A horse was loose in the camp. Something had spooked it. Unable to escape the encircling wagon laager, it careered around, sending things flying, overturning cooking pots. Men ran after it, shouting, making things worse. The other horses were getting stirred up. Let someone else deal with it. Narcissus had his orders. He went back into the empty wagon to continue sorting out everyone's jumbled possessions. He moved a heavy leather bag. A papyrus roll fell out. Narcissus had been educated to be a secretary. He unrolled the first sheet and went nearer the lamp to read. "Taking my start from you, Phoebos, I shall recall the glorious deeds of men of long ago who propelled the well-benched Argo." It was the Argonautica of Apollonius of Rhodes. A memory came to Narcissus. Then the realization tumbled in. Masturbates asking about epic poetry, the denials that had been uttered, the killings and mutilations that had haunted the caravan, the ritual mutilations that followed that of Apsyrtus by Jason in the poem. A noise outside. Without thought, Narcissus stuffed the roll into his tunic. He must tell someone. Must tell Ballista. Narcissus jumped down from the tailgate of the wagon. The camp was still in uproar. "What have you got there?" The voice was behind Narcissus. He spun round. "Nothing." "Give it to me." Narcissus fished the roll out. "I was just tidying, doing my duty." "Of course." The left hand held it out. As Narcissus passed it over, the other's right fist closed on his throat. The papyrus fell to the ground. Narcissus clawed at the hand choking him. He could not break the grip. He could not shout. He was being dragged into the darkness out beyond the wagon. The man got both hands on his throat. Blackness crowded Narcissus's vision. The terrible pressure increased. "Just a dead slave," were the last words he heard. 15. A Sarmatian driver answering a nocturnal call of nature had found the body. It lay outside the line of wagons, but not so far as where the sentries patrolled out in the dark. No attempt had been made to conceal it. In the grey light before true dawn there was no time to lose. Torches fizzed and spluttered. The oxen were put under the yokes, the laager broken, the 2 lines of wagons arranged, the scouts sent out. While all that was going on, men, subdued by the time of morning, the news of the body and their own fears for the coming day, took what breakfast they could. Out where the corpse had been found, the 2 slaves owned by the auxiliaries dug a shallow grave. Ballista and 3 others paused to inspect the remains of Narcissus. The light was gathering. "Throat cut and strangled very thorough," Maximus said. "Strangled, then throat cut," Ballista amended. "No point in strangling someone if you have already cut their throat." "What would be the point the other way around?" "Make sure he was dead, not just unconscious. Or," Ballista pointed to the dried blood in Narcissus's hair, "so that you had a blade to wipe the blood on the victim's head. On his own head be it." "And you say the Greeks and Romans think that this might stop the dead man coming for revenge?" Maximus spoke in tones of incredulity at the childlike beliefs of the Southerners. "Poor Narcissus," Hippothus said. "He served me well." "Although, surely he was getting a bit long in the tooth for your taste," Castricius said. "I thought your sort liked them young, downy cheeks, tight arses, and such like." Hippothus did not react. "I had promised him his freedom after the way he behaved when the Alani attacked. He was braver than you would expect from a slave secretary." "You should know," Castricius said. Hippothus half turned, hand going to hilt. "What do you mean?" Castricius grinned, his face all wrinkled amusement, not all of it false. "Nothing deep. He was your slave. You were there. You should know." A high calling came from the front of the caravan, a high yip-yipping that was picked up by the other Heruli outriders. The wagon train was ready to move. Ballista relaxed. They would not come to blows. Maximus appeared oblivious, captivated by the flight of a bird far out over the steppe. Ballista knew it was a pose. "Time to go," Ballista said. "That will have to do." The two military slaves climbed up out of the grave. They had already removed Narcissus's boots, belt, and purse. Now one of them removed a small coin from the purse and placed it into the dead slave's mouth. They offered the rest of the possessions to Hippothous. He told them to keep them. The slaves thanked Hippothous, then, with no ceremony, rolled the body of Narcissus into the hole and started shoveling back the earth. It might be enough to keep off animals. Ballista took the first watch as outrider to the northwest. Two of the Heruli always rode on the more likely approaches of the Alani to the south. The nomads knew the steppe, knew how to recognize the signs. After 4 hours, Maximus cantered out to relieve him. Ballista had seen several vultures, a flock of crows, and some big mice which scuttled away into holes. Away from the wagons, the grass sang, and occasionally an invisible bird of prey screamed. With the blatant exception of the caravan and some distant burial mounds, the sea of grass was devoid of human trace. His watch over, Ballista went and hitched his horse to the wagon, unsaddled it, and clambered inside to be with Calgacus. The old Caledonian looked stronger, but his temper was no better than ever. "You know this is the 20th day since we left the Tanais river," Ballista said. Calgacus grunted. "By my reckoning, it is 2 days before the Ides of June." "Not rain for days. Getting hotter. Fuck me, it could be summer," Calgacus muttered. "I got married in June, you remember?" Calgacus gazed balefully at him. "I was told by Julia's family it was unlucky to marry before the Ides of June. Not until the Tiber has carried the filth from the Temple of Vesta down to the sea. That was what they said. Except they expressed it in Latin verse, very sonorous. It took me months to find out it was Ovid." Still, Calgacus did not reply. "Marriage is not for everyone. I miss the boys. Do you want to talk about Rebecca?" "No." "It is your choice." Ballista nodded. "Did you know, the wife of the Roman priest they call the Flamen Dialis will not touch him until after the Ides of June?" "I could not give a fuck," Calgacus said. "No, nor could I," Ballista said. "You have that look on you." Calgacus peered myopically. "What did you really want to talk about?" "Rebecca." "Apart from her." Ballista smiled gently at his old friend. "You remember back in Arete, the messenger from the Subura on the staff, the one who took a Persian arrow in the collarbone?" "Died slowly," Calgacus said. "They found the Miles Arcana disc of a frumentarius hidden on his body." "Yes, that one." "And there will be frumentarii on our staff now," Calgacus said. "There always are. Emperors do not trust people. Gallienus does not trust you. So what?" Ballista sighed. He did not want Calgacus to dismiss his idea out of hand. It had seemed much more plausible earlier, when riding alone. He decided to come at it obliquely. "When we were in Antioch, before the Battle of Circesium, I read a lot of a Greek writer called Lucian." Ballista smiled. "I was reading his satire, The Dance, just before I was attacked by those assassins wearing pantomime masks. Odd coincidence." "Pretentious fucker," Calgacus muttered, perfectly audibly. "One of the satires is set out here on the steppe. Well, some of it." Calgacus let his breath hiss through his teeth. "There is a Scythian," Ballista said. "A blood friend of his is insulted by the king of Bosporus when he asks to marry one of the king's daughters. So the Scythian says he will bring his friend the head of the king." "Bollocks," Calgacus snorted. "So the Scythian," Ballista ploughed on, "got himself sent on an embassy to the Bosporus. They dealt with normal things, the payment of tribute by the king, grazing rights, the punishment of criminals. The Scythian said he had some private business to discuss with the king." "Utter fucking Greek nonsense." Calgacus was not being carried along. "Anyway," Ballista realized he would have to end the story quickly, "the Scythian persuaded the king to go into a temple with him on his own." "Stupid fucker." "And they locked the door behind them." "Of course they did." "When the Scythian came out, he had something under his cloak, but he called back into the temple that he would return in a moment." "And," Calgacus interrupted, "he jumped on his horse and took the king's head back to his friend."
Yes, Ballista said. Kalgakis wheezed his amusement. I thought you hated Greek novels. I did not say I believed the story. It is more that it points to a way of doing things. Kalgakis finished the sentence for him. Ballista nodded. You did not have to retreat into the fiction of the Graeculi. Kalgakis turned his domed head towards Ballista. Suffering had not improved his looks. Not that long before our time, when things were just threatening to go bad for the Romans, the Emperor Septimius Severus wanted rid of the man he had appointed Caesar. He sent 5 envoys to Albinus in Gaul. They asked to speak to Albinus alone. The Caesar was suspicious and had them arrested. Concealed knives were found. Under torture, they confessed they were frumentarii, with orders to kill him.
How did you know that? Ballista asked.
I have been in the Imperium of the Romans as long as you. I just do not parade my knowledge like you.
Ballista accepted the rebuke with a smile.
You think it may be we are being used as a screen for a frumentarius to get close to Naulobates and assassinate him, Kalgakis said.
Yes.
And this frumentarius is getting his hand in early.
Put like that, Ballista thought it sounded particularly unconvincing. Some men develop an unhealthy taste for killing.
You were out riding in the sun too long. The killer is just an insane individual.
Just an insane individual, Ballista said. He has murdered at least 3, if not 4 or 5.
2 slaves and a eunuch, that we know, maybe another couple of slaves, none of them fighting men. He poses little threat to the likes of us.
Ballista laughed. You are getting better, more like your old heartless self. In no time you will be back to bothering the baggage animals. Kalgakis told his patronus to fuck himself. They sat in silence, having to cling on in the jolting, rocking wagon. It was all very amicable.
Atheling, Wulfstan came in. There is a cross up ahead.
Ballista went to look. There was a cross, a simple T shape, planted on top of a tall burial mound. Even at a distance, it was obvious there was a man on the cross. Ballista had to put the saddle back on his horse. By the time he had reached the tumulus, there were several riders at its foot. They parted to let him through. On the cross was the missing centurion, Hordionius. Dismounting, Ballista automatically hobbled his horse. He walked up the steep, grassy slope. The wind sang in his ears. You could see for miles from the top. The plain shimmered in the sunshine. The centurion was nailed to the crossbeam through the forearms. His ankles were nailed to the sides of the upright. His body was twisted, head hanging forward. He was naked, and his legs had been broken, their position grotesque. All over his body were small cuts. Below the body, the wood of the cross was stained with his blood and filth. Ballista had not liked Hordionius, but it was a slow and horrible way for anyone to die. A horrible way to choose to die. For 9 days the Allfather had hung on the tree of life, pierced by the spear. No one had comforted him. No man had offered him a drink. Thus he had won the wisdom of the dead. He had died and risen again, an offering of himself to himself. Ballista did not know how long the God of the Christians had lasted. The wind moved the centurion's hair. Behind Ballista, someone spoke of getting Hordionius down. "No!" Andonobalus's voice was hard. "He stays up there. The Alani crucified him here, not just to terrify, but to delay us. We keep moving. They will be close." The centurion's head moved. His eyes opened. "God's below, he is alive!" There was a babble of voices. Men were scrambling off their horses, starting up the slope. The arrow missed Ballista by a palm's breadth. It thumped into Hordionius's chest. Andonobalus was holding his bow. He was still mounted. There was silence, apart from the wind in the grass. "He would not have lived," said Andonobalus. 16. It was just before sunrise. Wulfstan sat on the box by the driver. The long whip of the Sarmatian cracked loud above the backs of the oxen, and they put their weight against their harness. With a groan, the wagon shifted, paused, then gathered way. Behind, in the covered body of the wagon, Kalgakis cursed. All the others, Ballista, Maximus, and Tarchon, had already ridden off into the near darkness to take their posts. The old Caledonian had not liked being told by the Gudja yesterday that he must continue to rest. The enforced inactivity was making him even more than usually vile-tempered. Wulfstan would have liked to ride, yet after the depredations of the Alani and the 2 Heruli messengers each taking 4 spare horses, only 15 mounts were left, and these were assigned now only to men of fighting age. Wulfstan had survived the charge with Ballista, but he knew he was not yet a warrior. He had not killed an Alani. He had not killed anyone in the fighting. He had not even struck anybody. But he had survived. Wulfstan could not wait to be a warrior. Another 2 winters, and he would be the age Ballista was when he first stood in the shield wall of their people, first killed a man. Maximus had been even younger, just a winter older than Wulfstan. It was not too bad sitting up front. The driver had a smattering of the language of Germania. His people had been subject to the Urundi for some years. Already Wulfstan had quite a few words of Sarmatian. They could converse. Now and then they did so, but mainly the Sarmatian was silent. Wulfstan did not mind. The young Angle had a Goritus on one hip, a man's sword on the other. He had to think himself into the man's role he must play when the Alani caught them, and he had a lot of other things to think about. Presently the sun came up. Time and again at the day's dawning I must mourn all my afflictions alone. The raking light gilded the tops of the grass, but threw deep shadow into every hollow, and made forbidding black boundaries of any watercourses. The intense clarity of the light made every shrub of wormwood, every lonely tree, stand stark. Now it was light, they quickened their pace. All around whips cracked, pots rattled, axles screeched, and right behind Wulfstan the old Caledonian swore, voluble and exceedingly foul. Wulfstan thought of the stark cross yesterday. He had enjoyed seeing the centurion nailed there. It was especially good he had still been alive, good he had suffered for a long time. Hordionius had been a cruel man with the soul of a tyrant. You only had to look at the weeping, broken slave the centurion had left behind to know the latter's endless tirades against the servile had been more than just words. Wulfstan admired the matter-of-fact way Andonobalus had dispatched the centurion. All-Father, there was much to admire about these Heruli. There were many other men, evil, bad men, Wulfstan would love to see dispatched. From the brutal slave-dealer in Ephesus, to the merchant of Byzantium, to the sea-captain from Olbia, to the traders along the Borysthenes and Vistula rivers all the way back to the Swabian Sea and the Langobardi raiders. Not the quick arrow or the clean steel for any of them. The things they had done called for much worse, called for the cross, a slow, agonizing death in their own piss and shit, or the stake thrusting up their arses and into their bowels. It would not be quick. It would take Wulfstan months, maybe years, to carry his vengeance the length of the Amber Road. The wagon hit a rut, pitched violently. Wulfstan shot out a hand to hold on. The Sarmatian grinned sardonically. From behind, Calgacus let loose a torrent of repetitive obscenity. Wulfstan's mood lightened a little. Old Calgacus had been good to him. So too, although less overtly, Maximus and Ballista. The latter would have made a fine treasure-giver to the warriors of the Angles had the Norns spun differently. And there was Tarchon. The Suanian had done him no harm. Indeed, he made Wulfstan laugh. The absurd, touchy pomposity and the bizarre formality as Tarchon mangled languages, that of Germania, Greek and Latin, and his own native tongue. The Familia was not home. It would never be. But it was the first place since the Langobardi came where Wulfstan had felt almost safe. He laughed at himself. To feel almost safe as they raced across this endless alien wilderness, pursued by a horde of nomads and haunted by a malignant killer, had to be a reflection on the terror he had felt before, rather than any sensible estimate of his relative safety. And even in the Familia, not all was good. The little ferret-faced Roman officer Castricius, with his endless stuff about demons, good and bad, was unnerving. But he was not the real problem. It was that odious secretary, Hippothus. Back in Byzantium, Wulfstan had sent him away in no uncertain terms when the Exensus had made disgusting suggestions. Here on the steppe, the Graeculus had approached him again, if in a more subtle way. After rebuffing that attempt, Wulfstan kept finding Hippothus staring at him.
It was probably just something to do with his ridiculous obsession with trying to read people's faces, but it was disconcerting. There was much about the shaven-headed Greek with the pale eyes that was disconcerting. Wulfstan would shed no tears if a stray arrow, Alani or otherwise, found Hippothus. As Wulfstan had learnt from the ambush, battle was chaos. Almost anything could happen undetected. Wulfstan ran a hand over the nomad bowcase on his hip. The Goritis was covered in decorations. Prominent among them was the personal emblem of Aloith. The tamga took the form of something like the Greek letter chi, or the Latin X with a curling line across the top. After Aloith had fallen, Andonabalus had given the Goritis to Wulfstan. The young herald leader had said it was fitting, as Aloith had taught Wulfstan to shoot from the saddle. Aloith had been the closest thing to a friend Wulfstan had made since Bauto, the young Frisian he had met in slavery. Bauto had looked after him in the worst of times. Bauto had been lost overboard in a storm in the Euxine the year before. Wulfstan mourned both Aloith and Bauto. So this world dwindles day by day, and passes away, for a man will not be wise before he has weathered his share of winters in the world. Still, Aloith, with some help from the other herald Occus, had finally taught Wulfstan to master the nomad release. The angle was nearly as proficient as Datius and Aeordus, the two ex-slaves now become Heruli, who still rode with the caravan. How Wulfstan had envied them, and the other two slaves, the ones gone north as messengers. Straight after the ambush, the three remaining Rosamoni had presented them with the shields which marked their freedom, just reward for their courage. As free Heruli warriors, the four inscribed tamgas of their own choosing on the small round bucklers. What a contrast from Narcissus, promised his freedom by Hippothus, but murdered before he was awarded it. Would it have been granted had he lived? And what a contrast from himself, riding in the charge which turned the day, yet promised nothing, and given nothing. Wulfstan himself would have given much, even an eye, as the Allfather had, to be Datius or Aeordus. If Ballista eventually manumitted him, in the Imperium he would remain reviled as a freedman. His subjection, the unthinkable things done to him, would be commented on and sniggered about. It would forever be a stain that could not be washed away. No Greek or Roman ex-slave could become a magistrate or serve in the legions. None of them could become a free warrior, proudly bearing his own tamga on his horse and arms, like Datius or Aeordus. The smug self-satisfaction of the inhabitants of the Imperium infuriated Wulfstan. The way they liked to equate the whole inhabited world with the part they tyrannized. The way they divided the world into their humanitas and all other people's barbaritas. The way they understood all other peoples through writings hundreds of years old about totally different peoples who happened to inhabit vaguely the same part of the world. This lazy, retarded thinking would betray them one day. Wulfstan snorted. For all their literary ethnographic posturing, men like Hippothus and Castricius, or the dead eunuch Masturbates, would never understand the Heruli. Wulfstan doubted they would ever hear the names of Datius and Aeordus, let alone understand what motivated them. Aloith had said Wulfstan would make a good herald warrior. Should he approach Calgacus? Ask the old Caledonian to intercede with Ballista for his freedom? If he were manumitted now out here on the steppe, he could ask Andonabalus for permission to join the horde of Naulobates. He would happily submit to re-enslavement if that was what it took. He would rather be a slave of the Heruli than of the Romans. Among the former, valour could win true freedom and a future untainted by the past. Among them, he could rise to the right hand of a king. Such a course, however, entailed letting go his revenge. It meant men like Potamus, the trader at the rapids of the Borysthenes, and the others like him, would go unpunished. And that could not be. Revenge was an honourable motive. None more so. Wulfstan would have his revenge. Afterwards, he might think of joining the Heruli. Yip, yip, yip. Wulfstan now recognized the different tones of the Heruli calls. This one was the alarm. Yip, yip, yip. It was coming from the rear of the twin column. From his place in the lead wagon of the right-hand line, Wulfstan could not see anything. He leant way out to the side, hanging by one hand, the grass racing beneath him. Still, the following wagons and the dust obscured his view. Pharas the Rosamoni cantered up. He gave concise orders to the driver in Sarmatian. The whip flicked out above the oxen.
They broke into a shambling, flat-out run, their great dewlaps swinging. Pharas spurred ahead, towards where Andonobalus rode at point.
"What is it?"
Calgacus's misshapen old head appeared through the hangings.
"Alarm from the rear!"
The Caledonian treated him to a withering look. Wulfstan turned to the driver. He had to yell to make himself heard.
"What trouble?"
Wulfstan dredged out the words in summation. The driver was standing now, the better to ply his bullwhip. He jerked his head backwards.
"Much dust. Many riders. Alani."
Riding well out to the front, Maximus was worrying about women and about the feelings of the Heruli towards him. Wearing his mail coat, everyone was wearing their battle gear now, he was sweating heavily in the hot sun. Maximus had not had a woman since the night before they left the town of Tanais. 3 days up the river, 3 days waiting for the ox carts and horses, and this was the 21st day out on the steppe. 27 days without ploughing a field. That was nearly a month. He should have been ready to jump on anything, one of those female demons with the nice tits. To Hades with the snake lower half, he could avoid going downstairs and concentrate on stopping her talking. Or maybe even that hideous old Gothic witch. But worryingly, he was not that desperate. He was almost used to the abstinence. Was this how the decline into impotence started? You just got used to not having it. He remembered Ballista and Demetrius talking about some old Greek writer who, when he could not get it up any more, described it as like being freed from a cruel tyrant. Maximus did not want that sort of freedom. There were some yip-yip-yip sounds a long way to the rear. Maximus was concerned if things would improve when he reached the camp of Naulobates. He had discovered that not all nomad tribes had the same attitudes to sex. Far from it, indeed. One of them, he forgot which, would kill you if you fucked their women, but their wives might give you a view of the cave. Their explanation was that it was better other men could see it, but it was unattainable, than it was covered but easily reached. The men of another tribe, some eastern subject of the Heruli, did not mind you sleeping with their wives if they did not actually witness it. The Alani turned out to have many wives, but would disembowel you if you so much as looked at them. Now, the Heruli, or at least the Rosamoni among them, and they were quite open about this, had adopted the custom of one of the tribes they had subdued. Like the Agathyrsi, they now shared their women in common. They said it abolished jealousy, made them a true band of brothers. The yip-yip-yipping had not stopped. With true steppe hospitality, the Rosamoni had no objection to honoured guests enjoying their women. Ochus, laughing and looking hard at Maximus, had said everything was good, provided the women did not find you too ugly, which Maximus considered rich, coming from a man with a head the shape of an upturned amphora. Anyway, he had already discovered from Andonobalus that visitors were usually offered slave girls, whose opinions on male beauty were of no concern to anyone. It was not female rejection that was troubling Maximus. If you propositioned almost every woman you met, and he had made it his life rule to do almost exactly that, you got used to a high rate of refusal, although, of course, it only needed a low percentage to agree to get you a grind or two a day. No, what was bothering Maximus was practice. If you had not spoken a language for a long time, it was difficult to just pick it up again. Maximus could not remember going this long without sex. Would that prove as difficult as, say, speaking Greek after several months of not? The yipping was closer, louder, more insistent. Maximus looked back towards the caravan. The wagons were moving much faster, probably as fast as the oxen could pull them. Dust was billowing up. In front and to one side of the 2 lines of wagons, a group of horsemen were talking. 1 or 2 more were galloping up. Something was wrong. There was a threat Maximus could not see. Before turning to ride back, Maximus automatically gazed all around. The plain rolled gently here, but not enough to hide more than one of those big mouse-like animals which had their burrows everywhere. The steppe was empty, except for a group of 3 low kurgans a couple of 100 paces off to the left, and about 1.5 miles or more ahead, to the northeast, a straggly line of dark trees. The latter had to mark an otherwise hidden stream of some sort. Beyond the trees, a line of lilac clouds rose on the horizon like a range of distant mountains in an otherwise perfectly blue and empty sky. As he wheeled his horse, Maximus saw movement among the trees. It ceased before he could focus. Maximus reined his horse around again. He pretended to gaze off to the southeast, while watching the trees intently out of the corner of his eyes. Only the foliage moved in the north wind. It had not been that before. The movement had been lower, gone further than one tree. It had been too big for one of those mouse things. It could easily have been a wild horse, deer, or ass. Nothing moved except the leaves and branches. His horse dropped its head to graze. He pulled it up again. Still nothing moved. He galloped back to the others. When Maximus reached the other riders, he saw the problem straight away. No longer masked by the dust of their own wagons, another tall column of dust showed 3 or 4 miles behind. It was solitary, and went up straight until the wind took it off to the south. An experienced eye could read it like the Guja could read runes. It was raised by a compact body of cavalry, moving fast. That much dust meant a large body of cavalry, most likely 100, or more, maybe a lot more.
"The barrows offer some protection, but there will be no water there,"
and Donabalus was countering the proposal of another herald. Maximus fell in with the cavalcade. The mounted conference was conducted at a fast trot to keep ahead of the wagon train.
"The atheling is right," Ockus said. "It may be several days before Naulabatis' men reach us. We may have to hold out until then."
"We must reach the watercourse ahead," Donabalus said with finality.
"Use it as one side of the laager, and have the wagons coming off it in a semicircle."
The others made noises of agreement.
"I do not want to be upsetting anyone," Maximus said, "but there may be a problem. Something moving in the trees. We could be riding into an ambush."
The jingle and creak of harness, the stamp of hooves were loud as they rode, digesting this unwelcome news. Ballista was the first to speak.
"I will take the 4 Roman auxiliaries who have horses, and those of my familia who are mounted. We will go ahead. It may be nothing. If there is a trap, we will spring it. We may be able to fight through to the river bank. If not, you form the wagon laager in the open, and we will fall back to you."
And Donabalus and the Heruli agreed with no debate. The nomads spun their mounts and raced back to their stations around the caravan. Ballista explained the plan in Latin to Castricius, and asked him to call up the auxiliaries. The little Roman rode off, shouting and beckoning the troopers from the Cilician cavalry unit. Maximus nudged his mount up on the left of Ballista. Hippothus had already taken the post to his right. It seemed strange not to see Calgacus there. Tarchon was close behind. As they trotted forward, waiting, Maximus untied the helmet from one of the horns of his saddle. Once it was settled on his head, he took the small buckler from the pack behind him and strapped it very tight to his left forearm. He liked this new shield. It gave some protection, while leaving his left hand free for the reins or a bow. Next to him, Ballista ran through his pre-battle routine. Left hand to dagger on right hip, draw it a couple of inches, snap it back. Right hand to sword on left hip, same motions. Then touch the healing stone tied to the scabbard.
"Helmet and shield,"
Maximus reminded Ballista. The latter nodded acknowledgement and began to get his accoutrements into place. Ballista's fingers fumbled with his chin strap. Maximus grinned. Ballista was always nervous before combat, always had been. Once, lacing his boots, he had thrown up through sheer nerves. Maximus found it hard to understand. He felt the familiar feeling in his chest, hollow and tight at the same time, and the slight tremble in his arms, but that was nothing but excitement. The others caught up. Castricius reined in next to Hippothus, 2 auxiliaries outside him. Ballista waved Tarchon alongside Maximus, the remaining 2 auxiliaries flanking the left of the Suanian. A final glance along the line, and Ballista led them out across the front of the wagon train. He set a fast canter towards the river. Ballista appeared the epitome of calm competence. Under his bird-of-prey crested helm, his face looked fierce, ready to fight. Maximus knew Ballista would be fine when the fighting started. He also knew that now Ballista would be a tangle of apprehension. The hooves rattled across the dry plain, stamping down the grey wormwood and the brown knotgrass. So far, nothing moved in the line of the trees, not above half a mile off. Maximus and Ballista craned their heads around to see the wagon train, and beyond, the dust raised by their pursuers. The latter was closer, but still a couple of miles away. The Alani riders were in sight. So far, a dark, undifferentiated mass at the foot of the cloud.
"If nothing delays them, the wagons will reach the watercourse just before the Alani catch them,"
Ballista said. The words were perfectly audible. He was used to making himself heard on the field of battle.
"If there is nothing hiding in that stream to hold them up," Maximus said. "If there is nothing there."
A brace of partridges whirred out from a patch of longer grass. One of the Cilician troopers had to whip his mount back straight. Still no movement from the trees. Maximus slid the bone ring onto his right thumb, He pulled back the felt cover of his garitas, took out the recurve bow, notched an arrow to the right of the bow, nomad style. They all had their bows to hand. The soldiers were from a unit of mounted archers. Maximus wondered if they used the nomad thumb draw, wondered how good they would prove against nomads. They were about 200 paces from the covert, just beginning to relax, when they saw the riders. Pointed caps, drawn bows, embroidered tunics and trousers, boots, long swords at their sides, coming out of the trees. The Alani were there with the complete suddenness of an apparition. They whooped, all ragged and uncoordinated. There were less than 20 of them. None were armoured, no banners flew above them. There were no obvious leaders. They must be what is left of the original ambush party, Maximus thought. The rest must have driven the Heruli horses off south, or gone away as messengers. Now the remainder will try to delay us long enough for their more numerous kinsmen to catch us.
"Get in close, hand to hand! Break them! Make them run!" Ballista roared. "We must not let them get at the wagons!"
The Alani were cantering forward. The first arrows flew from their line. The Romans replied. A shaft came at Maximus, deceptively slow, then terrifyingly fast. It sliced past a hand's breadth or two away, a black line, hard to see. Maximus drew, aimed, and released. The Allan was unhurt. He had missed. Bugger. He knocked another. The distance was fast diminishing. Arrows thrummed through the air. To the right, Hippothus pulled up, his horse lame. One of the Alani was swept backwards off his mount as if by an invisible hand. An arrow thumped into Maximus's garitas. Gods below, far too fucking close. Tarchon had gone. Maximus drew hard, the bone, wood, and sinew of the composite bow groaning. In front, an Alani horse went tumbling, the bright fletching of an arrow in its windpipe. That's the idea, Maximus thought. This time he aimed low, released. He missed again. No more time. Maximus shoved the bow back into the garitas. He slipped his hand through the loop of his sword, felt the sweat-worn leather of the hilt. It was snug in his hand. 2 Alani were closing on him. He dropped the reins. Using his knees, he guided the horse towards the nomad on his left. The 3 came together in a moment, many things happening at once. A strange clarity descended on Maximus, the battle calm that gave him time and made him such a killer. He blocked a downward cut from the left with his buckler. A splinter of wood cut his cheek, nearly took his eye. His left knee struck something hard. A surge of pain. The other man grunting in pain too. A sword cut from the right. Maximus caught it on his blade, rolled his wrist left to right, forced the other's steel forward, rolled his wrist back, thrust overhand with much of his weight behind it. The point punctured the tunic, and deep enough into the flesh under it. The Allan howled, dropping his own weapon. Blood darkened the nomad embroidery on his flank. He was of no more account. Left hand gripping a saddle horn, Maximus pulled himself back. Using his momentum, he swung overhead at the back of the man to his left. The Allan twisted, got his own blade in the way. They were still knee to knee, no room for manoeuvre. Their swords were locked together, their horses circling. The nomad had a long Sassanid blade with no hilt. Maximus beat aside a hand clawing at his throat. He forced his sword to scrape down, edge to edge. The steel rang. His fingers, moments from being cut, the Allan jerked away. Maximus dived inside his guard. The sword sliced across the front of his tunic. It was not a clean blow, but enough to double him up in pain. Maximus finished him with a downward chop to the back of the neck. A respite. No Alani very near. Maximus searched for Ballista. The angle was but a few horse lengths away. He was trading blows with the nomad. Maximus went to help. Before he arrived, the Allan crashed from his mount. Castricius drew up with 2 of the auxiliaries. Tarchon was scrambling onto a nomad pony. Hippothus was further off. He was on foot, dispatching a wounded man. He was laughing. A 3rd soldier appeared. The final one had vanished. There were only a couple of loose ponies and some dead Alani nearby. The living nomads, no more than 10 of them left, had ridden through the Roman line and continued on.
"They're running,"
a soldier said.
"They are making for the wagons," Ballista said. "Close on me! We must stop them!"
In a loose line, the 7 riders set off after them. Ballista took his party straight to a flat-out gallop, yet it was obvious they would not catch the Alani before they reached the caravan. The wagons were still careering towards the watercourse, and thus towards the 10 Alani. The 5 Heruli were now fanning out in front of the double line of wagons. Ballista's men thundered on in their futile pursuit. Arrows ripped through the air between the Heruli and the 10 Allen. The strong sunshine glinted on the vicious heads, flared the bright colours of the feathers. An Alani pony shied off to one side. Its rider slowly slid from the saddle. A herald fell sideways, his horse trotting around in a circle to nuzzle him. He was trying to rise. Another Allen clutched his thigh and yanked his mount off to the south. All the remaining Alani were racing off to the south, but as they sped across the face of the caravan, they loosed repeatedly at the leading caravan of the southern column. The oxen were hit. They were pulling up. "Calgacus and Wulfstan are in there!" Maximus shouted. The following wagons drove past it on either side. The stricken wagon was lost to sight. "We must get to them!" Ballista called. Tarchon was riding, holding on to the front horns of the saddle. He was holding on for grim death. Raised in the high mountains of the Caucasus, a Suanian warrior but not a nobleman, he made no claims to horsemanship. It was a pity the big Sarmatian horse he had got used to had been shot out from under him. The stray Alani pony he had caught was skittish and snappy. Ballista and the other 5 were drawing some lengths ahead. Tarchon wanted to drive his mount on with shoulders and arms like them, yet he knew if he let go of the saddle horns at this pace, most likely he would take a fall. It had been a good little fight back there. Tarchon laughed out loud. The Alani had been lining up Ballista's back, composite bow at full draw. Tarchon had cleaved the nomad from shoulder to the saddle. A mighty blow, the blow of a hero. Tarchon had saved Ballista's life. He had repaid the angle. But did it count, as no one seemed to have witnessed it? As he posed the question, Tarchon was furious with himself. What was he thinking? This was the sort of chiselling reckoning of some fat Greek merchant. This was unworthy of a Suanian warrior. Honour was not to be measured out like olive oil or salt fish. Old Calgacus was injured in the abandoned wagon. It was Tarchon's duty to save him or die in the attempt. It was very simple. Tarchon let go of the horns, began shaking the reins, pumping his elbows, making strange noises intended to speed the pony. The effects were other than what he had hoped. His ungainly bouncing seemed to be upsetting the animal's balance. It started to crab. Tarchon felt his seat shifting. Long-suffering Prometheus, he was going to fall off. He abandoned his ill-conceived urgings and grabbed hold of the saddle again. Better he got there a little slowly than broke his neck without aiding the other man who had saved him from the Olontus River. They were passing the 7 wagons coming the other way. Ballista veered a little, so they skirted the southern line of 3 wagons. The oxen were bellowing their pain and fury at being harried with the whip into such unaccustomed alacrity. The wagons themselves were screaming, innumerable joints of wood under stress. Sometimes one of the great heavy things would lurch into the air, one or more of the 4 wheels off the ground. It was a wonder on landing they did not break apart. And Donabalus the herald was riding alongside the wagons. He called to Ballista. It was lost in the kicked-up dirt and pandemonium. Tarchon could not even tell what language it had been. Ballista shrugged and drove on. They burst through the dust cloud as if into another world, one marked by the passing of the convoy, but not yet vitiated. The lone wagon stood in the warm sun not far off. The oxen, injured and unharmed alike, were head down and placid. Tarchon's heart lurched. There were nomad horsemen already around the wagon. How could they be too late? By all the gods and men, it was not possible. They would all have to die to avenge Calgacus, they and all their families. And poor young Wulfstan, they would suffer for his death. The nomads turned and started to trot after the other wagons. As they came towards him, Tarchon saw the bright red hair, the very long heads of the first 2 riders. It was Ochus and Pharas. The ex-slave Aeordus was with them. Each rider had a man up behind him. There was Calgacus, and young Wulfstan, and the Sarmatian driver. Prometheus and Hecate be praised. The Heruli had ridden back and rescued them all. Ballista slackened the speed to a walk as the 2 little cavalcades came together. "You had better not delay if you want to save any of your possessions," Pharas said as they passed. "Be quick! We will see you at the river bank. We will need every man." The Heruli and their passengers trotted on. The arm of one, Ochus, was soaked in blood. Ballista sat looking about. The caravan was vanishing in the obscurity of its own making in one direction. The main horde of Alani were approaching from the other. Tarchon could begin to make out individual riders among the latter. It meant they could only be 1,000 paces away.
"Castricius," Ballista said, "take the 3 troopers and go after the wagons. Screen their right flank, in case those other few Alani to the south try to interfere or shoot any more oxen." The Romans hastened away. "Maximus, Tarchon, come with me." At the wagon, Ballista handed his reins to Tarchon and told Maximus to do the same. Tarchon, uneasily sitting his pony and controlling their horses, watched them climb into the back. He was puzzled. This seemed most unlike either of the Northerners. Material things never seemed to trouble them. After a few moments, they reappeared, lugging towards the tailboard the heavy wooden box which contained half the gold for the ransoms and the diplomatic presents. Ballista broke the seals and wrenched the lid open with his dagger. Tarchon watched in something approaching dismay as the two scooped up handfuls of golden coins and, to save time bothering to open their wallets, tipped the specie into their boots. Then, at a word from Ballista, they hefted the box high, swung it, and 1, 2, 3, threw the whole thing over onto the ground. The wood split. Shining coins tipped out and lay glinting in the trampled grass. "Tarchon, are there any of your possessions you particularly want?" Ballista called. "Tarchon is warrior. Possessions mean nothing to him," the Suanian replied stiffly. Annoyingly, the Hibernian laughed as they ducked back under the covering. Both re-emerged a moment or two later. Each carried his own saddlebag. Ballista had Tarchon's as well. He threw it across. The Alani pony chose that moment to sidle and try and bite one of the horses. Tarchon nearly slipped off. Somehow he managed to hang on to the saddlebag and let go neither the other's reins nor his own dignity. Ballista and Maximus swung easily into the saddle. As they secured their baggage, they looked at the approaching menace. The heads of the Alani were visible, distinct round balls. It meant they were no more than 700 paces distant. Ballista looked at the gold. "The oldest trick in the book. It worked for me once in a riot in the Hippodrome in Antioch. You scatter rich things and hope your attackers are greedy enough to be distracted." They wheeled their mounts and kicked straight on to an in-hand gallop, getting on for 1/2 mile's start over the Alani. They should reach the watercourse just after the wagons, comfortably ahead of the nomads. Soon they were overhauling the swaying, jouncing wagons. The handful of Alani out to the south had not attempted to intervene, and the main body, if anything, seemed to have fallen back a little. A deafening, splintering crash, followed hard by high screaming, human as well as bestial. An enormous cloud of dust and debris mushroomed ahead. One of the wagons of the northern 4 had crashed. The last wagon in the line manoeuvred desperately around it and did not stop. From behind came the distant whooping of the Alani. Nothing could encourage them more. The gold might seem less tempting. Now they would drive their mounts all the harder. "Come on!" Ballista booted his animal towards the wreck. The north wind was blowing away the murk. A tangle of wood and felt and leather traces, of scattered possessions, of fallen oxen and twisted men was revealed. It had been the conveyance of the Roman staff. Porsenna the haruspex, the herald, the 2 scribes and the 2 messengers. One of the lead oxen appeared to have caught its leg in the hole of one of the big mouse-like things. It must have brought the rest of the team down, and the wagon had ploughed into them. An upturned wheel still rotated. "Maximus, take the driver on your horse, unless he is badly hurt," Ballista said. "Tarchon, take any one of the staff, not an injured man, though." Tarchon dismounted carefully. He was not going to let the pony loose and be stranded here himself. The Alani were coming. He had seen what they did to the centurion. Several crumpled bodies were scattered in or near the wreckage. "Ballista, the Sarmatian is dead! Broken neck!" Maximus called. "Take someone else." A survivor tottered up to Tarchon.
"Help! I am hurt! My leg!"
It was one of the scribes. There was a terrible gash in his right thigh. Tarchon roughly pushed him aside. The wounded man fell. He whimpered with pain.
"You!"
Tarchon led the pony to a man standing overwhelmed by the calamity.
"Are you injured?"
"No, I do not think so."
It was Porsenna, his voice flat and dull. With difficulty, Tarchon helped the diviner up behind the saddle. The wretched pony tried to bite him. He hit it hard on the nose. It laid its ears flat back and began to circle. "Come on!" Ballista called. The big northerner and Maximus were already back in the saddle, a passenger behind each. With the encumbrance of the haruspex and the pony turning, Tarchon could not remount. The light-coloured dots of the faces of the Alani, the Draco and some other banners snapping above their heads, the colours of their tunics, all could be seen clearly, not more than 500 paces at most. Tarkon made another jump. The pony sidestepped away. He slid down its side. The Alani were whooping. The rattle of their horses was loud. Tarkon went to make another attempt. The pony skittered sideways. Ballista rode up. Without ado, he grabbed the haruspex by the scruff of his tunic and hauled him off the pony. There was a yell of pained outrage as he hit the ground. Ballista took the pony by the bridle, wedged his own horse against it so it could not sidle away. "Get up, quick!" The horrible wisp, wisp, wisp of the first incoming arrows. By Prometheus, they were less than 200 paces away. Tarkon struggled ungainly and urgent into the saddle. "You cannot leave me!" The hands of the haruspex clasped Ballista's boot. A shaft sliced through the air past Tarkon's ear. Hurriedly, he gathered the reins. "I am sorry," Ballista said. "You faithless barbarian!" Porsenna spat. He was clinging to Ballista's leg as if trying to unhorse him. Ballista leant down and took him by the throat, breaking Porsenna's grip. Ballista pushed him back, then kicked him in the face. The haruspex fell. "He is a fighting man. You are not," Ballista said. "I am sorry." "Sacrilegious barbarian filth!" The voice was high-pitched with pain and hatred and fear. "Curse you! May all the gods of the underworld—" The venomous Latin was drowned by the sound of their horses, by the sound of the Alani. They pushed their mounts as fast as they could. With 2 up on Ballista and Maximus's mounts, and Tarkon no great horseman, and with 300 or 400 paces to the riverbank, things did not look good. Unwittingly, the haruspex and the remaining staff bought them the necessary time. The Alani seemingly had not stopped for the gold and the first abandoned wagon, but the second was too tempting. It had people to be taken prisoner or killed. The pause was brief, but enough. Tarkon held tight to the horns on the saddle. He let his pony have its head. Obeying the instinct of its kind, it raced after and alongside the other horses. As they neared the riverbank, they had to swerve aside to avoid the herd of oxen released from their traces and driven out of the forming wagon laager. It was good thinking on someone's part. The stampede was impressive, frightening even, out on the wide steppe. In the confines of a small enclosed camp, it would have been devastating. They clattered into the semicircle, and the last 2 wagons were drawn together behind them. Tarkon was grateful to slide from the back of the ill-natured, wilful pony. He stood by its head, blowing nearly as hard as the animal. He smiled happily. In Tarkon's Suanian terms of understanding, Ballista had proved himself a sceptre-bearer worth following. The trick with the gold had not worked, but it was cunning, worthy of the great ancestor Prometheus himself, and the Northerner's good sense when it came to warriors and those who dare not lift a weapon was exemplary. He had shown a fine lack of care for the latter. Ballista was a fine Septukos to follow, Tarkon thought. The pony swung its neck and sank its big yellow teeth into his arm. Ballista looked for Andonobalus in the chaos of the laager. Men shouted and horses called. A surprising number of domestic animals had escaped from the wagons and now darted about between the river and the semicircle of the laager. It was as well the oxen had been driven out. The young Herul was in the centre of it all, still on horseback. His long head rose above the confusion. Turning, he called out orders, encouragements, and reprimands. He pointed, and men ran to do his bidding. "Where do you want me?" Ballista asked. Andonobalus saw him and smiled. It struck Ballista the Herald would have been a handsome northern warrior, were it not for the deformed skull and the tattoos. "Down by the watercourse! Hold the bank! How many men do you have with you?" "Just Maximus and Tarkon." Andonobalus looked at the other 2. "They are just members of the staff," Ballista said. "No use in a fight." "Take them anyway," Andonobalus said. "I will try to send you 1 or 2 more, if we can spare them." Ballista summoned the others to his side. The 2 members of staff shuffled up. They would not hold his gaze. They were terrified. They would be no use. Maximus trotted his horse over. He was holding a chicken by its feet. He wrung its neck and tied it to a rear horn of his saddle. Tarkon had to be called several times. The Suanian, a wistful look on his face, was standing holding his pony at arm's length. He seemed lost in some barbaric other world. Seeing him made Ballista feel guilty about Porsenna. That he had disliked the pompous haruspex made it worse.
There were about 40 paces of riverbank between the end wagons of the makeshift fortification. Half a dozen mature limes grew in quite an evenly spaced line. Ivy curled up their lower trunks. There was some thorny undergrowth between them and the lip of the watercourse. The whooping of the Alani was growing louder. Ballista and Maximus dismounted. They hobbled their horses, bringing the reins over the head and tying them around a foreleg. Tarchon did the same, although with some difficulty, and getting nipped in the process. They each took their bowcase from their saddle. Ballista told Maximus to take the right, Tarchon the left. He would take the centre, use the limes as cover. Both the staff had disappeared already, as if hiding among the baggage would do them any good if the Alani broke into the camp. Inconsequentially, Ballista realized neither of them could be Frumentarii. In just this one instance, it was a pity. All Frumentarii were trained soldiers before they were seconded. They could not have known it, but they had saved the wrong men. Yet Ballista doubted if the Haruspex could have been a Frumentarius. It was impossible to imagine he had ever been a legionary. Pushing through the shrubs, Ballista quickly inspected the river. There was a steep drop of some 10-12 paces down to the water. The soil of the bank looked quite loose, friable. The river was about 20 paces across. The far bank, if anything, was higher. You could get a horse up and down, but it would not be easy. All that was very good. Not all aspects were as encouraging. The water was not deep, not above knee level at any point. The bed of the river looked solid. The vegetation on the far bank matched that on the side of the camp, giving the Alani the same cover as the defenders until they attempted to cross the river. Yet, all in all, it could have been far worse. The howls and roars of fighting came from behind Ballista. The Alani were attacking the wagons. The noises told him it was not yet hand-to-hand. The Alani were pressing close with a storm of arrows. Ballista went back, thorns plucking at his clothes. Overshot arrows were plunging to the ground all around. Ballista sheltered under the branches of the central lime, back against its smooth grey trunk. He kept an eye over his shoulder on the river, and what he could see of the steppe beyond. He devoted the rest of his attention to holding his small buckler out, ready to deflect any arrows that made it through the foliage. Ballista looked up through the leaves at the sun. It was early afternoon. He was hungry. They had missed lunch. It was going to be a long day.
The Wolves of the North, by Harry Sidebottom. Narrated by Nick Bolton.
18. The first Alani outriders were no time in appearing. They came splashing down the bed of the stream from the right, moving at a high-stepping trot. They must have climbed down the bank somewhere off to the east. Ballista took a dozen or so arrows from his goritas and pushed them point down into the soil at his feet. They would be easy to get at there. Some said the dirt poisoned the wound. Ballista did not care about that. He just needed them to hand. He leant the bowcase back against the tree. There were about 40 arrows left in it. He selected one. Waiting, he ran his forefinger and thumb down the shaft to check it was straight and true. He felt the feathers, and finally he knocked it. The noise of combat rolled across from the wagons. Maximus was taking his time. Ballista was dry-mouthed with apprehension, but he admired the Hibernian's control. So far there were only 6 Alani riding in line. Let them get well into the killing ground. The foremost rider was bareheaded, a strip of scarlet cloth holding back his long brown hair. His upper body was encased in bright scale armour. He must be a nobleman. Those following were unarmoured, in patterned tunics and trousers. Ballista knew what was in Maximus's mind. An arrow hissed across from the left. It narrowly missed the head of the Alani noble. That fool of a Suanian, Ballista thought. All the Alani brought up their bows, scanning both banks for targets. The leader went to kick on. An arrow punched deep into the shoulder of his mount. The warhorse plunged, half unseating its rider. Ballista stepped out, drew, and released. His arrow sank into the injured horse's flank. It reared. The Allan went sprawling. As it landed, the warhorse sank to its knees. Alani arrows were whipping through the branches. Ballista drew again. The rear horse he had intended as his target was already out of control, maddened by the pain of the arrowhead embedded in its neck. Maximus was doing well. Ballista calmly shot an Allan in the centre of their line out of the saddle. With the riverbed ahead and behind partly blocked by dead or dying animals, the Alani realized their dreadful position. Almost as one, those still mounted set their horses at the far bank. An arrow from Tarkon took one in the shoulder. The Alan somehow clung on as his pony scrambled up the almost sheer incline. You could not fault their horsemanship, and you could not fault their courage. They were only intended to scout. A flash of silver, like the belly of a fish. The Alani nobleman in the scale armour was out of the water, hauling himself up the opposite bank. An arrow from Ballista's left missed him. One from the right did the same. Hand over hand he scrabbled, the soil landsliding behind him. The other Alani, having forced their horses through the sharp bushes, had turned and were shooting to cover his escape. Ballista stepped clear of the tree. As he closed one eye and drew, an Alani arrow screeched close past. Part of him noticed he had reverted to the normal European two-finger draw. Another incoming shaft snapped a twig a foot or two away. He released and stepped back into cover. He heard the splash as the body fell back into the water, and the babble of angry foreign voices. At 20 paces, even metal armour offered little guarantee of protection. When he had stilled his breathing, Ballista peeked out, the other side of the tree, low down and quick. No arrow thrummed at his face. As far as he could see, the Alani outriders had gone. The noise of the skirmishing along the line of wagons at his back must have masked their hooves. Below, down in the water, were 2 dead horses and 3 dead men. Ballista had not noticed the third die. For a little time he debated whether to climb down and, like some